The library at Fontley Priory, like most of the principal apartments in the sprawling building, looked to the southeast, commanding a prospect of informal gardens and a plantation of poplars which acted as a windbreak and screened from view the monotony of the fen beyond. On an afternoon in March, the sunlight did not penetrate the Gothic windows, and the room seemed dim, the carpet, the hangings, and the tooled leather backs of the books in the carved shelves, as faded as the uniform of the man who sat motionless at the desk, his hands lying clasped on a sheaf of papers, his gaze fixed on a clump of daffodils, nodding in the wind that soughed round the angles of the house, and passed like a shadow over the unscythed lawn. The uniform showed the buff facings and silver lace of the 52nd Regiment. It was as threadbare as the carpet, but for all its shabbiness it seemed incongruous, as out of place in this quiet room as the man who wore it felt himself to be. He should not have done so. The Priory was his birthplace, and he owned it. But his adult years had been spent in very different scenes from the placid fens and wolds of Lincolnshire, and his transition from the grandeur of the Pyrenees had been too sudden, and attended by circumstances of too much horror, to make it seem to him anything other than a bad dream from which he would presently be awakened by a call to arms, or by a stampeding mule brought down by the guy-ropes of his tent, or by the mere bustle of a camp at first light. The letters from England had reached him on the last day of January. He had first read his mother's, written in the agitation of her bereavement, and conveying to him, in a barely legible series of crossed and recrossed lines, the news that his father was dead. He had been more shocked than grieved, never having enjoyed more than a casual acquaintance with the late Viscount. Lord Linton, while bluff and good-natured when confronted with any of his offspring, had not been blessed with domestic virtues. A close friend of the Prince Regent, he had so much preferred the Prince's society to that of his family that very little of his time had been spent in his home, and none at all in considering what might be the hopes or characteristics of one surviving son and 2 daughters. He had been killed on the hunting field in the first burst, taking a double at the fly, not a surprising end for an intrepid and frequently reckless horseman. What did surprise his son was to discover that, contrary to advice and entreaty, he had been riding a green and headstrong young horse, never before tried in the field. Lord Linton was a bruising rider, but not a fool. His heir, knowing the wild hurly-burly of a first burst with the corn or the beaver, concluded that he had ridden his young 'un for a wager, and passed on to a maternal command to sell out instantly and return to England, where his presence was most urgently needed. The new Lord Linton, but it was to be many weeks before he answered readily to any other title than Captain Deveril, could not find in his mother's letter any reason why he should pursue a course so repugnant to himself. The letter from Lord Linton's man of business was less impassioned, but more explicit. He read it twice before his brain was able to grasp its horrifying intelligence, and many times before he laid it before his colonel. No one could have been kinder. To no one else, indeed, could Adam Deveril have borne to have disclosed that letter. Colonel Colborne had read it, his countenance unmoved, and he had offered no unwonted sympathy. "You must go," he had said. "I'll grant you furlough immediately, to expedite the business, but you'll sell out, of course." Then, guessing the thoughts hidden behind Adam's rigid countenance, he had added, "A year ago there might have been doubts which way your duty should have led you, but there are none now. We shall soon have Soult on the run in good earnest. I shan't say you won't be missed. You will be, damnably. But your absence won't affect the issue here. There's no question about it, you know. You must go home to England." He had known it, of course, and had argued neither with his colonel, nor his own conscience. He had sailed on the first available transport, and after a brief halt in London, had posted on to Lincolnshire, leaving his man of business to discover the extent of his liabilities, and his tailor to deliver with all possible expedition raiment suited to a civilian gentleman in deep mourning. This had not yet arrived, but the news that his regiment had distinguished itself at the Battle of Ault had reached Fontley, making him at once exultant and wretched. And Mr. Wimmering had presented himself at Fontley on the previous day. He had spent the night at the Priory, but the younger Miss Deveril was of the opinion that he could not have enjoyed more than 2 or 3 hours of sleep, since he had remained closeted with her brother until dawn. He was very civil to the ladies, so it was unkind of her to liken him to a bird of ill omen. He was very civil to the new Viscount, too, and very patient, answering all his questions without betraying that he found him lamentably ignorant. Adam said, with a smile in his tired grey eyes, "You must think me a fool to ask you so many stupid questions. I'm a Johnny Raw, you see. I've never dealt with such matters as these. I don't understand them, and I must." No, Mr. Wimmering did not think his lordship a fool, but deeply did he regret that the late Viscount had not seen fit to admit him to his confidence. But the late Viscount had not seen fit to admit even his man of business wholly into his confidence. There had been transactions on the Stock Exchange in which agents unknown to Wimmering had been employed. He said mournfully, "I could not have advised his lordship to invest his money as he sometimes did, but his nature was sanguine, and I must acknowledge that on several occasions he was fortunate in ventures which I, as a man of affairs, could not have recommended to him." He refreshed himself with a pinch of snuff taken from the battered silver box, which he had been tapping with the tip of one desiccated finger, and added, "I was well acquainted with your honoured parent, my lord, and have for long been persuaded that it was his hope to have restored to its former prosperity the inheritance to which he succeeded, and which, he knew, must in the course of nature presently fall into your hands. The speculative and, alas, unlucky enterprise upon which he entered shortly before his untimely demise—" He broke off, transferring his gaze from Adam's face to the line of swaying tree-tops beyond the gardens. To them he apparently addressed the rest of his speech, saying, "It should never be forgotten that his late lordship's nature was, as I have remarked, sanguine. Dear me, yes, if I had £100 for every occasion on which his lordship suffered reverses unchanged, without the least diminution of his optimism, I should be a wealthy man, I assure you, sir." No answer was vouchsafed to this. Adam, instead of seeking further reassurance, said in an even tone, "In plain words, Wimmering, how do my affairs stand?" Plain words, in situations of the utmost delicacy, were obnoxious to Wimmering, but, impelled by some quality in that quiet voice, he replied with unaccustomed bluntness, "Badly, my lord." Adam nodded. "How badly?" Mr. Wimmering set his fingertips exactly together, and replied evasively, "It is in the highest degree unfortunate that your lordship's grandfather should have deceased before the coming of age of his late lordship. It was his intention to have resettled the estates. At that time, as I need not remind your lordship, my own revered parent stood in the same relation to the 4th Viscount as I have stood in to the 5th, and, if I may be permitted to express the wish, as I hope to stand in to your lordship. When you, my lord, attained your majority, it was my earnest desire to have induced his late lordship to repair an omission rendered inevitable by the inscrutable workings of Providence. His lordship, however, did not consider the moment opportune for the prosecution of a design which, I assure you, he had very much at heart. Your presence, my lord, must have been essential. I can have no need to recall to your mind the circumstances which would have made it hard indeed for you to have applied for furlough just then. The combat of the Coa, It seems but yesterday that we were eagerly perusing the account of that engagement with the words of commendation bestowed by Lord Wellington on the officers and men of your lordship's regiment. The estates I collect were even then encumbered, interpolated his lordship. Mr. Wimmering bowed his head in sorrowful assent, but raised it again to offer a palliative. But her ladyship's jointure was secured to her. And my sister's portions? Wimmering sighed. After a pause, Adam said, The case seems to be desperate. What must I do? Serious, my lord, but not desperate, we must trust. He raised his hand, as Adam made a gesture towards the mass of papers on his desk. Let me beg of you not to refine too much upon demands which were, under the circumstances, inevitable. None are immediately pressing. A certain degree of alarm in the creditors was to be expected, and to allay that must be, indeed has been, my first concern. I do not by any means despair of composing all these matters. I have no great head for figures, Adam replied, but I think the debts total a larger amount than my disposable assets. He picked up a paper and studied it. You have set no value on the racing stables, I observe. Those, I think, should be sold at once, and also the townhouse. Upon no account, interrupted Wimmering earnestly. Such an action, my lord, would prove fatal, believe me. Let me repeat that my care has been to allay anxiety. Until we see our way more clearly, that is most necessary. Adam laid the paper down. It is already clear to me. I am facing ruin, am I not? Your lordship takes too despondent a view. The shock has overset you, but we need not despair. No, if I had time enough, and the means, perhaps I could restore our fortunes. Surely Fontley was prosperous in my grandfather's day. Since I came home I have been going all about with our bailiff, trying to learn from him in a week the things I ought to have learnt when I was a boy. Instead, he smiled rather painfully, I was army mad. One doesn't realize, or foresee. But repining won't help me out of my difficulties. The land here is as rich as any in Lincolnshire, but so much needs to be done. And if I had the means to do it, I should wish above all things to redeem the mortgages, and that I certainly have not the means to do. My lord, not all your lands are mortgaged. Do not, I beg of you. Mercifully, not all. The house and the domain lands are unencumbered. Can you tell me what price we should set on them? Both have been neglected, but the priory is generally thought to be beautiful, and has, besides, historic interest. "Sell Fontley?" exclaimed Wimmering, aghast. "Your lordship cannot be serious. You are speaking in jest, of course." "No, I am not speaking in jest," Adam replied quietly. "I don't think I ever felt less like jesting in my life. If you could show me how to pay off this load of debt, how to provide for my sisters without selling Fontley— But you can't, can you?" "My lord," said Wimmering, recovering his countenance, "I trust I may be able to do so. It might not be an easy task, but it has occurred to me, if I may speak frankly on a subject of an intimate nature." Adam looked surprised, but nodded. "Such unhappy situations as this are not of such rare occurrence as one could wish, my lord," said Mr. Wimmering, intently scrutinizing his fingers. "I could tell you of cases within my own experience where the sadly fallen fortunes of a noble house have been resuscitated by a judicious alliance." "Good God! Are you suggesting that I should marry an heiress?" Adam demanded. "It has frequently been done, my lord." "I dare say it has, but you mustn't expect me to do it, I'm afraid," returned Adam. "I don't think I'm acquainted with any heiresses, and I'm sure I shouldn't be regarded as an eligible suitor."
"On the contrary, my lord, your lineage is distinguished. You are the holder of a title, the owner of very considerable estates, and of a seat, as you have said yourself, of historic interest."
"I never suspected that you had a turn for nonsense," Adam interrupted. "These possessions of mine are very fine-sounding until you tap them, when they have a hollow ring. In any event, I don't contemplate putting myself up for sale." There was a note of finality in his voice, and Wimmering bowed to it, content for the present to have instilled the idea into his brain. He might recoil from it, but Wimmering had formed a favourable opinion of his good sense, and he hoped that when he had recovered from the shock of finding himself on the brink of ruin, he would perceive the advantages of what was, in his adviser's view, a very simple way out of his difficulties. It was fortunate that he was unattached, if he was unattached. Wimmering knew that a year previously he had fancied himself in love with Lord Oversley's daughter, but no notice of an engagement had ever appeared, and the connection had not met with the 5th Viscount's approbation. The 5th Viscount had been quite as anxious as Wimmering that his son should marry money, and from what he knew of Lord Oversley's circumstances, Wimmering could not suppose that he either regarded with enthusiasm such an alliance. Miss Julia was an accredited beauty, and if any man could have made an accurate guess at the extent of Lord Linton's embarrassments, it must have been his old friend Oversley. No, Wimmering was inclined to think that his late lordship had been right when he had dismissed the affair as mere calf-love.
"And now there's that cub of mine fancying himself in love with Oversley's girl," had said his lordship in one of his moments of exasperation. "All humdudgeon, never looked twice at the chit till he was sent home with a ball in his hip. He's been living in the girl's pocket ever since he could hobble round to Mount Street. A couple of green uns. I shan't lose any sleep over such fiddle-faddling nonsense."
Wimmering would lose no sleep either. The new Viscount had repudiated with distaste the suggestion that he should hang out for a likely heiress, but he had given no indication that his affections were already engaged. It was not wonderful that he should have alleviated the pain and the weariness of the months he had spent in and out of the surgeon's hands with a flirtation with the lovely Miss Oversley. Still less wonderful that a romantic girl should have encouraged the gallantry of a hero of Salamanca. In Wimmering's opinion, it would be more wonderful if so youthful an affair had survived separation. As for his lordship's doubt of his acceptability, Wimmering did not share it. Lord Oversley might not welcome the alliance, but it was not of such parents as Oversley that Wimmering was thinking. It had plainly not occurred to the Viscount that he should seek a wife in the ranks of the rich merchants. Probably he would dislike that idea at first, but he seemed to be a sensible young man, and one who would probably go to almost any length to preserve the place which had for generations been the home of the Deverils. There would be nothing unusual in such a match. No need at all for his lordship to marry a vulgar mushrooms heiress. Mr. Wimmering could call to mind a dozen very gentlemanly persons engaged in trade who were anxious to thrust their offspring up the social ladder. But, on the whole, he was inclined to think that the ideal bride should be sought in one or other of the great banking houses. That would be quite unexceptionable. The chances were, too, that unless the girl was very hard to please, she would take a fancy to his lordship. He was a good-looking young man, though not handsome in his father's slightly flamboyant style. His was a thin, sensitive countenance, rendered charming by his smile, which was of peculiar sweetness. He looked older than his 26 years, his face being a little lined through constant puckering of his eyes against a scorching sun, and his skin rather weather-beaten. He was of average height, well-built, but lacking his father's magnificent physique. Indeed, had it not been for a certain tautness in his carriage, betraying the muscles in his spare frame, it might have been suspected that he was delicate, so thin was he. When he walked, it was with a slight halt, but that legacy from Salamanca did not seem to discommode him much.
He was lucky not to have had his leg amputated, though it was doubtful if he had thought so at the time. Wimmering did not know how many agonizing operations he had been obliged to undergo before the surgeons succeeded in extracting the ball and all the splinters of bone, but he thought that those weeks had set their ineradicable mark on his lordship's face. He did not again mention the marriage scheme, but devoted himself instead to the task of guiding the Viscount through the tangled maze of his father's affairs. He was genuinely grieved to see the look of care deepen in the young man's fine eyes, but he did not try to minimize the gravity of his predicament. The more fully my lord realized this, the more likely would he be to overcome his reluctance to marry for the sake of a fortune. When Wimmering left the Priory, it was in a hopeful mood, for his opinion of his new patron's good sense had mounted considerably. He had taken the shocking news well, not railing against fate or uttering any word of bitterness. If he blamed his father, it was silently. He seemed more inclined to blame himself. He was undoubtedly a little stunned, but when he had recovered, he would think it over calmly, and, in his search for a solution to his troubles, remember the suggestion that had been made to him, and perhaps think that over too. Mr. Wimmering was not a very warm-hearted man, but when he took leave of Adam, he was conscious of a purely human desire to help him. He was behaving beautifully, much better than his father had behaved in moments of sudden stress. When he saw Wimmering off in one of his own carriages, which would convey Wimmering to Market Deeping on the first stage of his journey back to London, he said, with his delightful smile, "You will be jolted to bits, I'm afraid. The road is as bad as any in Portugal. Thank you for undertaking such a tiresome journey. I am very much obliged to you. I shall be in town within a few days, as soon as I have settled some few matters here, and consulted with my mother." He shook hands, and waited to see the carriage in motion before going back to the library. He sat down again at the desk, with the intention of arranging in some sort of order the litter of papers on it. But when he had gathered into a formidable pile the tradesmen's bills, he sat quite still for a long time, looking through the window at the daffodils, but not seeing them. He was recalled from this abstraction by the sound of an opening door, and looked round to see that his younger sister was peeping into the room. "Has he gone?" she asked in conspiratorial accents. "May I come in?" His eyes lit with amusement, but he replied with due gravity, "Yes, but take care you are unobserved." She twinkled responsively. "I like you the best of all my family," she confided, coming across the room to the chair lately occupied by Wimmering. "Thank you." "Not that that's saying much," she added reflectively, "for I don't count aunts and uncles and cousins, so there are now only 4 of us. And to tell you the truth, Adam, I only loved Papa in a dutiful way, and Stephen not at all. Of course, I might have loved Maria if she hadn't died before I was born, but I don't think I should have, because from what Mamma tells us, she was the most odious child." "Lydia, Mamma never said such a thing," protested Adam. "No, exactly the reverse. She says Maria was too good for this world. So you see what I mean, don't you?" He could not deny it, but suggested, with a quivering lip, that Maria, had she been spared beyond her 6th year, might have outgrown her oppressive virtue. Lydia agreed to this, though doubtfully, observing that Charlotte was very virtuous too. "And I'm most sincerely attached to Charlotte," she assured him. "To Mamma also, surely." "Of course. But that is obligatory," she answered with dignity. He was taken aback, but after eyeing her for a moment he prudently refrained from comment. He was not very well acquainted with her, for she was 9 years younger than he, and although during his weary convalescence she had frequently diverted him with her youthful opinions, her visits to his sick-bed had been restricted by the exigencies of education. Miss Keckwick, a governess of uncertain age and severe aspect, had rarely failed to summon Lydia from her brother's room at the end of half an hour, either for an Italian lesson or for an hour's practice on the harp.
The fruits of her painstaking diligence had not so far been made apparent to Adam, for although there was a good deal of intelligence in his sister's lively face, she had as yet vouchsafed no sign of the erudition to be expected in one educated by so highly qualified a preceptress as Miss Keckwick. He was wondering why she was so much more taking than her elder, and far more beautiful sister, when she emerged from some undisclosed reverie and disconcerted him by demanding, "Are we ruined, Adam?" "Oh, I trust it won't be as bad as that." "I had better tell you at once," interrupted Lydia, "that although I've always set my face resolutely against education, which I very soon perceived would be of no use to me whatsoever, I am not at all stupid. Why, even Charlotte has known that we stood on the brink of disaster for years, and no one could say that her understanding is superior. And also, Adam, I am turned 17, besides having a great deal of worldly knowledge, and I mean to help you, if I can. So pray don't speak in that nothing-to-do-with-you voice." "I beg your pardon," he apologized hastily. "Is it ruin?" "Something uncomfortably like it, I'm afraid." "I thought so. Mamma has been saying for weeks that she expects at any moment to find herself without a roof over her head." "It won't be as bad as that," he assured her. "She will have her jointure. Do you know what that is?" "Yes, but she says it is a paltry sum, and that we shall be obliged to subsist on black puddings, and that, Adam, will never do for Mamma." "She exaggerates. I hope she will be able to live in tolerable comfort. She will have about £800 a year, not a fortune, but at least an independence. With a little economy—" "Mamma," stated Lydia, "has never studied economy." He smiled. "Have you?" "Only political economy, and that's of no use. I may not know a great deal about it, but I do know that it has to do with the distribution of wealth, which is why I decided not to tease myself with it, on account of not having any wealth to distribute." "Didn't the learned Miss Keckwick teach you household economy?" "No, her mind was of an elevated order. Besides, everyone knows what that means. It's having only one course for dinner and not enough footmen, and making up one's own dresses, which is perfectly useless, because if you have no money to pay for anything, it's the most idiotish waste of time to be learning how to save it. Mamma won't, but I wasn't thinking of her. I was thinking of you and Fontley." She bent a serious gaze upon him. "Mamma says Fontley will be lost to us. Is it true? Please tell me, Adam." She read the answer in his face, and lowered her gaze. After carefully pleating her muslin gown across her knees, she said, "I find that a truly detestable thought." "So do I," he agreed sadly. "Too detestable to be talked of until I've grown more accustomed to it." She looked up. "I know it is much worse for you, and I don't mean to talk of it in a repining way. The thing is that I'm persuaded we ought to make a push to save it. I have been thinking about it a great deal, and I perceive that it is now my duty to contract a brilliant alliance. Do you think I could, if I set my mind to it?" "No, certainly not. My dear Lydia—" "Well, I do," she said decidedly. "I can see, of course, that there may be one or two little rubs in the way, particularly the circumstance of my not yet being out. Mamma had meant to present me this season, you know, but she can't do so while we're in black gloves, and I see that if I don't go into society—" "Who put this nonsense into your head?" interrupted Adam. She looked surprised. "It isn't nonsense. Why, don't you know how hopeful Mamma was that Charlotte would contract a brilliant alliance? She very nearly did, too, but she wouldn't accept the offer on account of Lambert Ride. And I must say that put me quite out of charity with her. Anyone but a wet goose would have known what would come of it, and it did. For weeks Mamma talked of nothing but Maria, and how she would never have been so unmindful of her duty as poor Charlotte." "Ride," said Adam, ignoring the latter and very improper part of this speech. "Yes, don't you remember him?" "Of course I do, but I haven't seen him since I came home, and—" "Oh, no, he's away. He had to go off to Edinburgh because one of his Scotch aunts died, and he was a trustee or some such thing. Adam, you won't forbid Charlotte to marry him, will you?" "Good God, I've nothing to say in the matter."
Do they still wish it?
Yes, and you have got something to say. Charlotte isn't of age yet, and I know you are our guardian.
Yes, but
if you were thinking it wouldn't be proper to permit anything Papa disliked, I can tell you it wasn't he, but Mamma, disclosed Lydia helpfully. He said that she must settle as she liked, but for his part he didn't care a rush, she added after a thoughtful moment. I shouldn't wonder at it if you were able to bring Mamma round to the notion now that we are ruined. She won't like it above half, of course, and I must own that it does seem shockingly wasteful of Charlotte to be squandering herself on Lambert Ride. However, there's no need to despair. I'm not acquainted with many young gentlemen, but I do know that I take very well with the old ones, because whenever Papa entertained any of his friends here, I went along with them famously. And from all I can discover, it is the old gentlemen who have the largest fortunes. And I do not see what I have said to make you laugh.
No, of course you don't. Pray forgive me, begged Adam. I think you must have been talking to Wimmering.
No? Why? She asked, surprised.
It is precisely the advice he gave me, to contract a brilliant alliance.
Oh, she said, subjecting this to profound thought. She shook her head. No, not you. Charlotte says that when one has formed a connection, the very thought of marriage to another is repugnant. Adam, making the discovery that his young sister could be as embarrassing as she was amusing, replied with creditable coolness.
Does she? Well, I expect she must know better than I do, so I shan't dispute the matter.
Did you see Julia when you were in London? Inquired Lydia, impervious to snubs. The Oversleys removed from Beckenhurst at the beginning of the month, you know.
She observed the slight stiffening of his countenance and said anxiously,
Ought I not to have mentioned it? But she told me about it herself.
Realizing that only frankness would serve him, he said, I don't know what she may have told you, Lydia, but you will oblige me by forgetting it. We did form an attachment, but we were never betrothed. I haven't yet called in Mount Street, but I must, of course, do so when I return to town, and, well, that's all there is to be said.
Do you mean that Lord Oversley won't let Julia marry you now that you're ruined? She demanded.
He would be a very bad father if he did, he answered, as cheerfully as he could.
Well, I think it's wickedly unjust, she declared. First you are obliged to settle Papa's debts, which are no concern of yours, and now you must abandon Julia. Everything falls on you, and you are less to blame than any of us. Mamma thinks she is the one to be pitied, but that's fudge. And you may look as disapproving as you choose, Adam, but it is fudge. In fact, you are the only one of us to be pitied in the least. Mamma will have her jointure, Charlotte will marry Lambert, and I have now quite made up my mind to marry a man of fortune. She smiled warmly at him. Naturally, it would be most disagreeable for you or Charlotte to be obliged to do it, but I shan't object to it, I assure you. You must know that I am a stranger to the tenderer emotions. Except, she added in a less elevated strain, for falling in love with one of the footmen when I was 12, and that was not a lasting passion, besides being quite ineligible, so we need not consider it. Are you acquainted with any wealthy old gentleman, Adam?
I'm afraid not, and if I were, I should conceal them from you. I had liefer by far let Fontley go than see you sacrificed to save it. And though you haven't yet been in love, there's no saying but what you might be one day. And then what a bore it would be for you to be tied to a wealthy old gentleman.
Yes, she agreed. But one ought to be ready to make sacrifices for one's family, I think. And, after all, he might be dead by then.
Very true. And if he had survived, though I don't think it at all likely that he would, we could always finish him off with a phial of some subtle poison.
This appealed so strongly to Lydia that she went into a peal of laughter, at which inopportune moment the door opened to admit Lady Linton, trailing yards of crape, mobled with black lace, and leaning on the arm of her elder daughter. She paused on the threshold, saying in a faint, incredulous voice, laughing, my dear ones?" Charlotte, who was as kind as she was beautiful, said, "It was so delightful to hear. Lydia was always able to make dear Adam laugh, even when he was in pain, wasn't she, Mamma? I am glad to know that there is anyone at Fontley who is able to laugh at this moment," said Lady Linton. There was nothing in her voice or mien to lend colour to this statement, but none of her dear ones ventured to cavil at it. Having completed the discomfiture of the guilty parties by heaving a mournful sigh, she allowed Charlotte to support her to a sofa and sank down upon it. Charlotte arranged a cushion behind her head, placed a stool under her feet, and retired to a chair on the other side of the wide hearth, directing a look of anxious inquiry at her brother as she sat down. There was a strong resemblance between them. Both favoured their mamma, unlike the larger and darker Lydia, who took after her father. Lady Linton's oft-repeated assertion that Charlotte was the image of what she herself had been strained no one's credulity, for although time had faded the widow's fair beauty, and domestic trials had implanted a peevish expression on her cassock countenance, she was still a remarkably handsome woman. "I collect," she said, that man has departed. I might have expected, perhaps, that he would have thought it proper to have taken leave of me. No doubt I must accustom myself to being treated as a person of no account." "I am afraid I must take the blame of that omission on myself, Mamma," said Adam. "Wimmering was anxious to pay his parting respects to you, but I wouldn't permit it, knowing you to be laid down upon your bed. He charged me with the task of making his apologies." "I am only too thankful to have been spared the necessity of seeing him again," stated her ladyship, somewhat irrationally. "I never liked him, never, and nothing will convince me that our misfortunes are not due to his management of your poor father's affairs." Once again Charlotte intervened. "May we know how matters stand, Adam? We feel they can't be worse than our conjectures, don't we, Mamma? It can scarcely come as a shock to us, even if we are quite ruined." "Nothing could be a shock to me," said her parent. "After all I have undergone, I have become inured to disaster. I only wish to know when I must expect to find the roof sold over my head." "I won't do that, I promise you, Mamma," Adam replied. "Indeed, I hope that you, at least, may be able to live in tolerable comfort, even if we can none of us remain at Fontley." Charlotte said in a faltering voice, "Must Fontley be sold? Can nothing be done to save it?" He was looking down at the smouldering logs in the hearth, and answered only with a tiny shake of his head. Tears started to her eyes, but before they could spill over, Lydia created a diversion by observing dispassionately that she rather thought Mamma was suffering a spasm. The widow's aspect was certainly alarming, and although she revived sufficiently, when her vinaigrette was held under her nose, to express a desire for hartshorn, it was not until a dose of this cordial had been procured by her younger daughter and held to her lips by Charlotte that she was able to raise her head from the cushions and to utter in brave but failing accents, "Thank you, my dear ones. Pray don't regard it. It was nothing. Merely the agitation of having the dreadful tidings broken to me in such a way. You have been for so long a stranger to your home, dearest Adam, that you could not be expected to know how wretchedly worn down are my poor nerves." "You must forgive me, Mamma. I had really no intention of oversetting you," said Adam. "It seemed to me to be cruel to conceal from you what you must learn sooner or later." "No doubt you did as you thought right, my dear son. My firstborn," said the widow, extending to him one frail hand. "But had your brother been spared to me, he would have understood how shattering this blow must be to me. Ah, my poor Stephen, always so considerate, so exactly partaking of my sentiments." Since the career of her second-born, cut off while he was still up at Oxford, had been distinguished by a sublime disregard for any other considerations than those immediately concerning himself, this ejaculation caused her surviving children to exchange speaking glances. It was when Adam was struggling to convince her that her jointure and the direst penury were not synonymous terms that Lydia suddenly exclaimed, "So Dawes was right. I didn't think it in the least, but only see. These odious tradesmen are sending bills for things Papa never bought. Adam?" He turned his head quickly to discover that she was engaged in studying the accounts he had left on the desk. Before he could intervene, she had betrayed an embarrassing gap in her store of worldly knowledge. "Papa never gave you a necklace of emeralds and diamonds, did he, Mamma? But here are Rundle and Bridge demanding the most outrageous sum for one, of all the wicked cheats." The effect of this disclosure on the dowager was galvanic. Reduced to a moribund state by the efforts of her two elder children to portray in attractive colours her future existence, she sat bolt upright, demanding sharply, "What?" "Lydia, put those papers back on my desk," commanded Adam, a look of vexation on his face. "But, Adam, flaunting it under my very nose," said Lady Linton. "I might have known it. At the opera. And very vulgar, I thought it. Exactly what one would have expected of such a creature. Oh, it's all of a piece. We might go in rags, but he would offer a carte blanche to any Cyprian that took his fancy." "Good gracious!" exclaimed Lydia, round-eyed with surprise. "You can't mean that Papa had a—" "Hold your tongue," said Adam briefly, taking the bill out of her hand and thrusting it into one of the drawers in the desk. Perceiving that he was seriously displeased, she at once begged pardon. But she was obviously so much less concerned with her own indiscretion than with the problem of how any female could welcome the attention of a gentleman so stricken in years as her father, who had had no fewer than 52 in his dish. That Charlotte, amongst whose excellencies a sense of humour was absent, later felt obliged to point out to Adam that dear Lydia's impenitence argued innocence rather than depravity. Lady Linton had accepted her lord's vagaries with well-bred indifference for years, but the emerald necklace, for some cause which her children never discovered, exercised a powerful effect upon her. Indignation brought a flush to her cheeks, and she so far forgot herself as to recall several of his lordship's previous lapses, declaring, however, that those she had been able to condone. The emerald necklace, which she described as bread snatched from his children's mouths to hang round the neck of an abandoned female, was, she asserted, too much. It was certainly too much for Lydia, who uttered a choked giggle, and thus reclaimed her afflicted parent to a sense of her company. She was, she said, grieved that any child of hers could be so totally devoid of delicacy or proper feeling. She seemed to derive some slight comfort from the reflection that Lydia had always been just like her father, but that damsel's imperfections naturally challenged comparison with the infant Maria's virtues, and led the widow to bemoan the cruelty of fate, which had reft from her the 2 children who would have supported and consoled her in her hour of need. One thing leading to another, it was not long before Adam found himself convicted of gross insensibility, while as for Charlotte, who was doing her best to soothe her mamma, Lady Linton wondered that she could hold up her head after her wilful refusal to avail herself of the opportunity offered her to restore the fallen fortunes of her family. "No word of censure will ever pass my lips," she said magnanimously. "I merely marvel at you, dearest, for anything in the nature of selfishness is wholly foreign to me. Poor child! I wish you may not live to regret that day's work, but alas, I fear you will find a sad falling off in young Ride's attentions now that we are beggared." But in this she was wrong. Not 24 hours after she had uttered the dismal prophecy, Mr. Ride was wringing Adam's hand and saying, "By Jove, it's good to see you again, Adam, and looking pretty stout, too. But you know how sorry I am for the cause of your being here. What a fellow you must have been thinking me. But I dare say Charlotte told you how it was.
I've been away from home. One of my old aunts cut her stick, and I was obliged to post up to Scotland in a hurry. What with the other two clinging to my coat-tails and all the lawyers' nonsense, I thought I never should be able to break free. But no use to run off before the business was settled. I must have gone back, you know, and that I don't mean to do unless I take Charlotte there on our honeymoon." He grinned and added, "You don't mean to forbid our marriage, do you?" "You'd better not, I can tell you, old chap." Adam laughed and shook his head. "I shouldn't dare. But I think you should know that matters are in very bad shape here, Lambert. I shall do what I can to provide Charlotte with some part, at least, of her dowry, but it won't be what she's entitled to receive, and what you might reasonably expect." "No?" retorted Lambert. "Giving me a chance to cry off? Handsome of you. Just like you, indeed. But come now. No more funning. I'm as sorry as I could be, but it's no surprise to me. I don't scruple to own that when Charlotte sent me the news, the first thought that entered my head was that now at last we could be riveted. Membry Place don't compare with Fontley, but though my fortune's not handsome, it enables me to be sufficiently beforehand with the world to support a wife in comfort. Aye, and Lydia too, if she should choose to make her home with us."
He asked Adam if he would be obliged to sell Fontley, and when Adam replied that he feared so, he looked grave, and said that it was a bad business, and that Charlotte would feel it excessively.
"Living so close, you know, and seeing strangers here. I wish I might help you, but it's out of my power, except," he added with his ready laugh, "by taking Charlotte off your hands." It was not to be expected that Lady Linton would readily allow herself to be reconciled to her daughter's marriage to a mere country squire, but the alternative, which was to provide for Charlotte out of her jointure, won from her a reluctant consent. While reserving to herself the right to deplore the connection, she was forced to own that it was not disgraceful. Lambert's birth was not noble, but it was respectable, and his fortune, which had previously seemed paltry, had been changed, in the light of her own miserable circumstances, into a considerable independence. She could never like the match, but she told her son that she must acknowledge that Lambert had behaved with generosity and kindness. Lydia acknowledged Lambert's kindness too, but told Adam that nothing would prevail upon her to take up residence in his house. "Well, of course he won't do that," he replied. "He will live with Mamma." "Yes, and though it may seem strange to you, I had liefer do so," she said disconcertingly. "I hope I value Lambert as I ought, but it would be anguish to be obliged to live in the same house with someone who is always jolly and laughs so frequently. Depend upon it, if an earthquake engulfed us all, he would discover a bright side to the disaster. Doesn't he sometimes set your teeth on edge?" He could not deny it. He had known Lambert since they had been boys together and liked him well enough. But he was quite as much irritated as Lydia by his unflagging cheerfulness. However, he recognized the worth of his character. And when he saw Charlotte going about in a glow of happiness, he was able to look forward to the marriage, if not with enthusiasm, at least with relief. That her future was assured was the one alleviating thought he carried to London with him at the beginning of the following week. Chapter 2. The Linton townhouse was situated in Grosvenor Street, and was a spacious mansion, considerably enlarged by its late owner in the days of his affluence by the addition of a ballroom, with several handsome apartments over it. It was furnished with old-fashioned elegance. But when Adam visited it, he found holland covers on all the chairs, and the mantelpieces swept bare of their ornaments. Almost the only economy the late Viscount had practised had been the closing of his town residence during the winter months. When he had not been invited to stay at Carlton House, he preferred to put up, in the most expensive comfort, at the Clarendon. Adam put up at an hotel too, but not at the Clarendon. When he was escorted all over his house by the retainer who acted as caretaker, he knew that he could dispose of this one of his possessions without a pang. It was associated in his mind with weeks of suffering. He decided that the sooner he was rid of it, the better he would be pleased. The stables at Newmarket were already up for sale, with the hunting lodge at Melton Mowbray and the late Viscount's 16 hunters.
Wimmering did not think that any harm would come from selling the racing stable, but he strongly deprecated putting the hunters up for sale. "It will create a bad impression, my lord," he said. "I cannot like it." Adam did not like it either, but he was adamant. They were being brought up to Tattersall's this week, Linton's breakdowns. It was not a pleasant thought, and they wouldn't sell at the end of the hunting season for anything approaching the sums his father had paid for them. But he would be spared the heavy cost of their upkeep. Wimmering was still talking of the need to allay anxiety, but his further researches into the affairs of his late patron had revealed nothing that could encourage Adam to think that he had anything to gain by postponement of the inevitable, and his reiterated entreaty that the former state of the Deverils should be maintained served only to exasperate an employer whose nerves were already stretched to the limit of their endurance. An ingrained courtesy compelled Adam to listen to Wimmering with patience, but no argument which his man of business had as yet advanced caused him to swerve from the line of conduct dictated by his own judgment. He never knew how baffling his courtesy was to Wimmering, or with what relief that harassed man would have greeted an explosion of wrath. Following his judgment, he had himself interviewed his banker at Charing Cross. Wimmering begged him to leave such matters in his own more experienced hands, but Adam said he thought he ought to see Drummond himself. "My family has always banked with Drummonds," he said. "They have always dealt fairly by us, too. I think I should prefer to talk to Drummond myself." Mr. Wimmering might pull down the corners of his mouth, but it was certain that he could never have achieved the accommodation which old Mr. Drummond granted to Adam. Drummond's was an old-established firm, and amongst its distinguished clients it numbered no less a personage than His Majesty King George. But the name of Deveril figured in its earliest accounts, and it had been with a heavy heart that Mr. Charles Drummond had awaited the arrival of the new Lord Linton. He feared that demands were going to be made which it would be impossible for him to grant. He was not entirely unacquainted with Adam, but he had had no opportunity to form an opinion of his character. He remembered him only as an unassuming young officer, quite unlike his magnificent father, and although that was admittedly a point in his favour, it in no way prepared Mr. Drummond for a client who not only took him frankly into his confidence, but who said, with a smile that was as charming as it was rueful, "In these circumstances, sir, it must seem outrageous of me to ask you to let me continue drawing on an account which is already grossly overdrawn. But I hope I can satisfy you of my ability to pay off the debt. I have worked out, as well as I am able, but the exact worth of some of my assets must be conjectural, a sort of balance between my debts and my expectations, which, naturally, you will wish to study." He had then laid papers before Mr. Drummond, who had peered at them with misgiving. By the time he had recovered from the shock of discovering that Adam's expectations were not dependent either upon a sure thing at Newmarket, or some speculation calculated to shorten a respectable banker's days, he had made another discovery, which he later imparted to his son. "The young man's like his grandfather, same quiet ways, same cool head on his shoulders. He'll do." From Charing Cross, Adam took a hackney coach to Mount Street, and, with a heart beating uncomfortably fast, trod up the steps to the front door. He was conducted to Lord Oversley's book-room, and his lordship, exclaiming, "Adam, my dear boy," got up from his chair and came quickly to meet him, grasping his hand and scanning his face with shrewd, kindly eyes. "Poor lad, you look hagged to death. No wonder, of course. But you are well again, aren't you? I see you limp a trifle. Does your leg pain you still?" "No, indeed, sir. I'm very well. As for looking hagged, that's the fault of my black coat, perhaps." Oversley nodded understandingly. He was a pleasant-faced man, rather more than 50 years of age, dressed fashionably but without extravagance, and distinguished by an easy affability. He pulled forward a chair for Adam. "I don't mean to tell you how sorry I am. You must know how I feel upon this occasion.
Your father was one of my oldest cronies, and though our ways fell apart, we remained good friends. Now, I'm not going to stand on ceremony with you, Adam. How badly are things left?"
"Very badly, sir," Adam replied. "I hope to emerge free of debt, and that, I'm afraid, is the best that can be said."
"I feared as much. I saw your father in Brooks not a se'nnight before the accident."
He broke off, and after a moment's hesitation said,
"I want to speak to you about that. It caused the deuce of a lot of talk. Mere humbug to pretend it didn't. It was bound to do so. And it was bound to bring his creditors down on you like a swarm of locusts."
He cast another of his shrewd glances at Adam.
"Aye, you've been having a devilish time of it. But that's not what I want to say. I've thought about that accident a great deal. He didn't mean it. He may have been all to pieces, but I'm as sure as I sit here that he wasn't riding to break his neck. That's what you've been thinking, isn't it?"
"I don't know," Adam said. "I try not to think of it."
"Well, you'll think of it now, my boy," said Oversley trenchantly. "If he had meant to put a period to his existence, he'd have found a surer way to do it than that. Good God! No man knew better than Bardi Linton that riding for a fall is no more likely to end in a broken neck than in a broken shoulder. No, he never meant it. I knew Bardi. He was too game to cry craven, and too much of a right one, for all his faults, to leave you to stand the roast."
He paused and laid his hand on Adam's knee, gripping it slightly.
"God knows you've cause enough, but don't think too hardly of him. He came into his inheritance too young. When a lad of his cut is as well breeched as he was, and has no check on him—"
"Oh, no," said Adam quickly. "Good God, what right have I? I didn't know how serious matters were, but I knew it wasn't high water with him. He often said we would soon be under the hatches. I didn't heed him. There always seemed to be enough money, and all I cared for was a pair of colours. If I had thought less of that and more of Fontley—"
"Now, that's enough," Oversley interrupted. "You're not a sapskull, so don't sit there talking sickly balderdash to me. There was nothing you could have done, and if you're thinking Bardi wanted you at home, you're out, let alone that he was proud of you. Lord, you should have seen him when you were mentioned in one of the dispatches. He didn't want you to discover how far he had drifted into Dun territory. Always thought he would make her recover and set all to rights, and I'm bound to own he had some astonishing runs of luck," added his lordship reflectively. "A pity was. But so it always is with your true gamester. Well, mum for that. But if you mean to set the blame for this afterclap at any other door than your father's, set it at Stephen's rather than your own. What that young rip cost Bardi, first and last— I tell you that, Adam. But we'll say no more about it. The poor lad's accounts are wound up now."
There was a short silence. Adam broke it. "I don't know, but there is one matter for which I must blame myself, sir, as much as you do, I dare say." Oversley replied with a heartiness assumed to conceal embarrassment.
"No, I don't. I'm not going to pitch any gammon about not knowing what you mean. The round tale is that I ought never to have let you make up to that girl of mine, and so I knew." He smiled wryly. "You know, Adam, there's no one I'd liefer have for a son-in-law than you, if the dibs had been in tune, but I knew they weren't, and I ought to have hinted you away as soon as I saw which quarter the wind was in. The fact is, I thought it was just a flirtation, and the Lord knows you needed something to divert you at that time. I never supposed it would last, once you'd rejoined. And it's my belief it wouldn't have done so, at any rate with Julia, if it hadn't been for this shocking business, because there's no denying that Julia's a taking little puss, and she don't want for suitors. She's had 'em all dangling after her ever since she came out, and has had as many silly nicknames foisted on her as poor William Lamb's wife. Sprite, Sylph, Zephyr, phew, said his lordship, imperfectly disguising his pride. Enough to turn the chit's head. Now, I don't say she wasn't cut up when he went back to Spain. She was. In fact, her mother would have it that she'd mope herself into a decline, but that was all flim-flam. A gal who has a dozen posies sent her in a day don't go into a decline. And, if you ask me, and I don't say it to wound you, Adam, she'd have forgotten that interlude if it hadn't been for some chucklehead calling her the unattainable. That grassed us, of course. Took to thinking herself pledged to a gallant soldier, and made such a hero of you as would have made the hair rise on your scalp. And then poor Bardi was killed, and there was no keeping it from her that you were in the suds. So now she's declaring that she'll never give you up, which pretty well gaps me, or it would, if I didn't know you too well to think, "Dammy, Adam, this is a devilish hard thing to say to you, but—" "You needn't say it, sir," Adam interrupted, rising and going with a quick, uneven step to the window. "Of course it's impossible. I've known that ever since I first saw my father's man of business. I should have come to you immediately. I beg your pardon. I hoped things might not be as bad as Wimmering described. In fact, they are worse. I'm not in a position to offer for anyone. I never dreamed I could say it, but I wish— yes, with all my heart— that she had forgotten me." His voice shook. He made a gallant attempt to conceal his emotion, saying, "I shouldn't then have been obliged to cry off, which I must do, and came here to do." Lord Oversley, rising also, and going to him to lay a hand on his shoulder, said, "I know, my boy, I know. And if I were a rich man—" He was interrupted. The door opened suddenly. A male voice was heard to exclaim, "No, dash it, Julia, you can't!" And he and Adam turned to see that Miss Oversley was standing on the threshold, one hand clasping the doorknob, the other holding her riding-whip and gloves. For a moment or two she remained there, her lips parted in eagerness, her eyes, almost too large for her little delicate face, full of light. The picture she presented was lovely indeed. She was a slim creature, so fragile that it was easy to understand why her admirers called her sylph. Even the feathery curls peeping from under a hat like a shako were ethereal, and her severely cut riding dress seemed merely to emphasize her fairy-like charm. Adam stood gazing at her, his heart in his eyes. She let her whip and gloves fall and ran forward, uttering in a soft, joyful voice, "I knew it! You couldn't be so close to me and I'd not know. Adam!" Entering the room in her wake, her brother Charles interpreted this for his father's ear, saying in an undervoice, "Saw the hat in the hall, and guessed how it was. Darted off before I knew what she meant to do." She would have thrown herself into Adam's arms, but he prevented her, catching her hands in a painful grip and holding her at a distance. He was very pale, and could not command his voice to speak more than her name. He bent his head to kiss her hands, his own shaking. Lord Oversley said bracingly, "A little less in out, Julia, if you please. We are all glad to see Adam home again, but there's no occasion for these transports. I don't think you and Charlie met when you were last in England, Adam, but I dare say you haven't forgotten each other." His heir, nobly seconding this attempt to create a diversion, said immediately, "Lord, no, that is, I remember you, Linton, though you might not remember me. How do you do?" Adam released Julia's hands. He was still pale, but he replied with tolerable composure, "Of course I remember you. I own, however, that I might not have recognized you again." "No, well, I was only a schoolboy when you first joined. Jupiter, how much I did envy you."
"Adam," Julia faltered. "Oh, what has Papa been saying to you?"
"Now, for heaven's sake, Julia," interrupted Oversley testily, "I've said nothing Adam doesn't say himself, so—"
"Oh, no," she exclaimed, turning her brimming eyes towards Adam. "No, no, I don't believe it. You haven't changed. I know you have not."
"No, not that, but—"
"For shame, Adam," she said, showing him an April face. "Oh, how vexed I am with you. What a scold you deserve. Did you think I was fickle, or that I cared a rush for wealth? I think I will give you a scold." She had stretched out her hands to him again, an enchanting smile trembling on her lips. He took them, but he dared not trust himself to look into her face, and said, keeping his eyes lowered, "I could never doubt you, but when I had the presumption to ask your father—" He broke off rather hopelessly, and continued after a moment's pause. "I thought then that I should be able to support you. The ugly truth is that I'm not even able to provide for my sisters. If I were to be thinking of marriage now, I should be the greatest villain unhung, and your father as bad if he so much as considered my suit," he added, trying for a smile. She directed an arch look at her parent and said audaciously, "Pooh! As though we couldn't bring Papa about our thumbs. Stupid!" Adam raised his eyes. "Julia, you haven't understood. Dear love, this is no case of being obliged to live for a time in straitened circumstances. I have no circumstances. Within a very short space now, I shan't even have a home to offer you." She stared at him incredulously. "No home? But Fontley—" "I'm putting Fontley up for sale." There was a shocked silence. Charles Oversley directed a look of astonished inquiry at his father, but Oversley was looking under suddenly frowning brows at Adam. Julia cried in a throbbing voice, "Oh, no, no, no!" Adam did not speak. She pulled her hands free. "You cannot mean that. Oh, how can you talk so? Dear, dear Fontley, all its associations, the home of the Deverils throughout the ages." "No, hang it, Ju," expostulated her brother. "Can't have been. I mean, it's a priory. That's the same as a monastery, ain't it? Dissolution of the monasteries? Well, I don't precisely remember when that was. But the thing is, there can't have been any Deverils living there before it, unless, of course— No, that wouldn't fit," he decided, adding knowledgeably, "celibacy of the clergy, you know. So that's a hum." In spite of himself, Adam laughed. "Yes, I'm afraid it is. The first Deveril of whom we have any very precise information settled in Leicestershire. There has been a Deveril at Fontley only since 1540, and a shocking rogue he was, from all I can discover." "Very likely," agreed Mr. Oversley sagely. "Seems to me that most of those old fellows were regular thatch gallows. Well, only think of the Oversley who made our fortunes. When he wasn't playing least in sight, he was pretty well swimming in lard, wasn't he, Papa?" "Alas, too true," said his father, twinkling. "Oh, no, don't talk so, don't talk so," Julia broke in. "How can you turn everything to jest? Adam, you didn't mean it. Strangers at Fontley. Oh, no, every feeling revolts. The groves and the alleys, the chapel ruins where I've so often sat, feeling the past all about me, so close that I could almost fancy myself a part of it, and see the ghosts of those dead Deverils who lived there." She paused, looking from one to the other, and cried passionately, "Ah, you don't understand, not even you, Adam. How is it possible? Charlie doesn't, I know, but you—" "I should rather think I don't," said her brother. "If you ever saw a ghost, you'd run screeching for your life. What's more, I remember those ruins quite as well as you do, and very likely better. Whenever we stayed at Fontley, we used to play at hide-and-seek amongst them, and capital sport it was." "There were other days," Julia said in a low tone. "You choose to pretend that you don't care, Adam, but I know you too well to be hoaxed. You were used to partake of all my sentiments. This reserve has been forced on you by Papa." Adam replied steadily, "I do care. It would be absurd to pretend that I didn't. If I seem to you reserved, it's because I care too much to talk about it." She said with quick sympathy, "Oh, how horrid I am, how stupid. I understand you, of course I understand you. We won't speak of it, or even think of it. As for repining, I shan't do so, I promise you. Could you be happy in a cottage? I could. How often I've longed to live in one, with white walls and a thatched roof and a neat little garden. We'll have a cow, and I'll learn to milk and make butter and cheese, and some hens and a beehive and some pigs. Why, with these and our books and a pianoforte, we shall be as rich as nabobs and want nothing to complete our felicity."
"Oh, won't you?" struck in her unappreciative brother. "Well, if you mean to cook the meals, Linton will precious soon want something more. And who's to kill the pigs and muck out the hen-house?"
This sardonic interpolation went unheeded. Julia was wrapped in contemplation of the picture she had conjured up, and Adam, tenderly amused though he was, felt too deeply moved to laugh. He could only shake his head, and it was left to Lord Oversley to bring his daughter down to earth, which he did by saying briskly, "Very pretty, my dear, but quite impractical. I hope Adam can find something better to do than keep pigs. Indeed, I have no doubt he will, and all the more easily without encumbrance. No one is more sorry than I am that things have turned out as they have, but you must be a good girl, and understand that marriage is out of the question. Adam feels this as strongly as I do, so you need not think me a tyrant, Puss." She listened with whitening cheeks, and turned her eyes imploringly towards Adam. She read the answer in his face, and burst into tears. "Julia, oh, don't, my darling, don't," he begged. She sank into a chair, burying her face in her hands, her slender form convulsed by deep sobs. Fortunately, since neither her father nor her brother showed the smallest ability to contend with such a situation, Lady Oversley at that moment came into the room. A very pretty woman, plumper than her daughter, but with the same large blue eyes and sensitive mouth, she exclaimed distressfully and hurried forward. Oh, dear, no, no, my love. Adam, dear boy. Oh, you poor children. There, Julia, now hush, my dearest, you mustn't cry so. You will make yourself quite ill. And think how painful for poor Adam. Oh, dear, I had no notion you had come in from your ride. Oversley, how could you? You must have been perfectly brutal to her."
"If it is brutal to tell her that she can't live in a thatched cottage rearing hens and pigs, I have certainly been brutal, and Adam, too," retorted Oversley with some acerbity.
Lady Oversley, having removed Julia's hat, had clasped her in her arms and was tenderly wiping the tears from her face. But she looked up at this and exclaimed, "Live in a cottage? Oh, no, dearest, you would be very ill-advised to do that, particularly a thatched one, for I believe thatch harbours rats, though nothing, of course, is more picturesque, and I perfectly understand why you should have a fancy for it. But you would find it sadly uncomfortable. It wouldn't do for you at all, or for Adam either, I dare say, for you have both of you been accustomed to live in such a very different style. And as for hens, I would not on any account rear such dispiriting birds. You know how it is whenever an extra number of eggs is needed in the kitchen. The hen-woman is never able to supply them, and always says it's because the creatures are broody. Yes, and then they make sad noises, which you, my love, with your exquisite sensibility, would find quite insupportable. And pigs, concluded her ladyship with a shudder, have a most unpleasant odour. Julia, tearing herself out of that soft embrace, started to her feet, dashing a hand across her eyes. Addressing herself to Adam, standing rigid behind a chair, his hands gripping its back, she said in a voice choked by sobs, "I could have borne any privation, any discomfort. Remember it." She laughed hysterically and hurried through the door. Looking back as she opened it, she added, "My courage did not fail. Remember that, too."
"Well, of all the shabby things to have said," ejaculated Mr. Oversley as the door slammed behind his sister.
"Hush, Charlie," commanded his mamma. She went to Adam and warmly embraced him. "Dear boy, you have done just as you ought, just as we knew you would. My heart aches for you, but don't despair. I am persuaded you will come about. Recollect what the poet says, I'm not sure which poet, but very likely it was Shakespeare, because it generally is, though why, I can't imagine." With these obscure but encouraging words, she departed, pausing only to recommend Mr. Oversley to follow her example. Only too thankful to escape from this painful scene, Mr. Oversley took leave of Adam. When he had gone, Adam said, "I think, sir, that I'll take myself off too." "Yes, in a minute," Oversley said. "Adam, what you said to Julia. Fontley. You are not serious. Things are not as bad as that."
"I was quite serious, sir."
"Good God! But you must have 10 or 12,000 acres of good land."
"Yes, sir. Much of it encumbered, and all of it so neglected that the rent roll has dwindled to little more than £1,000 a year. It could be 10 times as much if I had the means." He stopped. "Well, I haven't the means, and I can only hope that someone more fortunately circumstanced will perceive how easily farms worth no more than 12 shillings an acre might be valued, 5 years from now perhaps, at 4 times that sum. I think we must be 50 years behind the times at Fontley." Hardly heeding him, Oversley exclaimed, "Adam, this must not be. Yes, I know, you're saddled with short tenancies, no proper covenants, open fields, too much flax and mustard being grown, bad drainage, but these ills can be remedied." "Not by me," Adam replied. "If I had 20, 15, even 10,000 pounds at my disposal, I think there is a great deal I could do, supposing that I were free of debt, which, unhappily, I am not." Looking very much shocked, Oversley began to pace up and down the room. "I hadn't thought. Good God! What can have possessed? Well, never mind that. Something must be done. Sell Fontley? And what then? Oh, yes, you'll rid yourself of debt, provide for your sisters. But what of yourself? Have you considered that, boy?" "I dare say I shan't find myself quite destitute, sir, and if I do, why, I shan't be the first officer to live on his pay. I haven't sold out, you know. As soon as I've settled my affairs—" "Nonsense," interjected Oversley. "Don't stand there talking as though selling your birthplace was no more to you than disposing of a horse whose action you don't like." He resumed his pacing, his brow furrowed. After a few moments he said over his shoulder, "Julia's not the wife for you, you know. You don't think it now, but you'll live to be glad of this day's work." Receiving no answer to this, he repeated, "Something must be done. I don't scruple to tell you, Adam, that I think it your duty to save Fontley, whatever it may cost you to do it." "If I knew how it might be done, I don't think I should count the cost," Adam said, a little wearily. "Unfortunately, I don't know. Don't tease yourself over my affairs, sir. I shall come about. I'll take my leave of you now." "Wait," said Oversley, emerging briefly from deep cogitations. Adam resigned himself. Silence reigned, while his lordship stood frowning at the carpet. After a long pause he looked up and said, "I think I may be able to help you." "Oh, don't stiffen up. I'm not offering to frank you, my dear boy. The Lord knows I would if I could, but it's all I can do to keep myself above hatches. This cursed war. And if Boney is beaten before the year's out. Did you see that Bordeaux has declared for the Bourbons? The latest on D is that there's a deputation coming to invite Louis to go back to France. I have it on pretty good authority that they're expecting it at Hartwell. I don't know how it will answer, and in any event they don't look for any sudden prosperity in the city, whatever be the outcome. Well, that's for tomorrow, and not what I had in mind to say to you. It occurs to me—" He paused and shook his head. "No, better I shouldn't disclose to you. I don't suppose for a moment you'd like it, and I'm not even sure that— Still, it might be worthwhile to throw out a feeler." He looked undecidedly at Adam. "Not going back to Fontley immediately, are you? Where are you staying?" "At Fenton, sir. No, I'm not going home for some days yet. There's a great deal of business to be done, and although Wimmering is very good, far more competent than I am, indeed, things can't be settled without me." "Good," said Oversley. "Now, there's only one thing I have to say to you at present, Adam. Don't do anything rash until I've seen what I can do. I have a notion in my head, but it might well be that it won't answer, so the least said to you now, the better."
Chapter 3. When Adam had left Mount Street, Lord Oversley suffered some qualms of conscience, fearing that he had raised hopes that he might presently be obliged to dash to earth. Had he but known it, his apprehensions were wasted. Adam's hopes were not at all raised. If at a moment of severe emotional stress he had been capable of weighing them, he would have concluded that they were the words of a kindly optimist, for he could imagine no way in which Oversley could rescue him from his embarrassments. He was not so capable. For many hours the ruin of his own hopes drove the larger problems with which he was confronted to the back of his brain. They were not forgotten, but while his lost love's breaking voice still echoed in his ears, and her beautiful face was vivid in his memory, every other ill seemed trivial. In some detached corner of his mind he knew that his present despair could not in nature endure, and ought not to be encouraged, but it was long before he could drag his thoughts from contemplation of what might have been, and concentrate them instead on what must be. It was perhaps fortunate that there was too much business demanding his attention to leave him with much time for reflection. It acted as a counter-irritant rather than a palliative, but it kept him fully occupied. A diversion which presented him with an added anxiety, as well as some inevitable amusement, was provided by his younger sister, who sent him a long letter for which he was obliged to disburse the sum of 2 shillings. Lydia apologized for this vicarious extravagance, pointing out to him that since he was away from home she had been unable to obtain a franc. She had abandoned her matrimonial schemes. Charlotte, Adam invoked a silent blessing on her head, was of the opinion that the acquisition of a wealthy and senile husband was not a matter to be accomplished with the speed requisite for the re-establishment of the family fortunes. Recognizing the force of this argument, Lydia wrote to warn Adam not to place any reliance on her former project. In a loving attempt to alleviate the pangs of disappointment, she assured him that, if she should contrive at some future date to achieve her ambition, her first care would be to compel her hapless spouse to buy back Fontley, and to bestow it instantly on her dear Adam. Meanwhile she was making plans for her own maintenance. She thought it only right to inform Adam that Mamma, after calculating ways and means, had come to the conclusion that, although no one must doubt her readiness to stuff her last crust into the mouth of a famished daughter, she would be wholly incapable of providing for this damsel out of the miserable portion which was her jointure. With a sinking heart Adam picked up the second sheet of this missive, and discovered that Mamma had formed the intention of seeking an asylum in Bath with her sister, Lady Bridestow. This, Lydia wrote, could never prosper, since Aunt Bridestow was a widow of much longer standing than Mamma. The precise significance of these words eluded Adam, but he gathered that they were ominous. Whatever might be the issue, the younger Miss Deveril had realized that she was unlikely to be a comfort to Mamma, and had therefore decided to seek her own fortune, since nothing, heavily underscored, would prevail upon her to be a charge on her brother. It was just possible that her new scheme might not win his approbation, but she had no doubt that his common sense would rapidly enable him to perceive all the advantages attached to it. In the deepest foreboding he turned the sheet, to discover that his worst fears had been outdistanced. The younger Miss Deveril, but she rather thought she should adopt the name of Lovelace, had formed the intention of leaping to fame and affluence upon the London stage with her brilliant portrayals of all the better-known comedy roles, and let not Adam doubt that she could do this. At Christmas, when a large party had been entertained at Fontley, theatricals had been the order of the day,
Twelfth Night had been the chosen play, and by the greatest stroke of good fortune, the lady selected to enact the part of Maria had been struck down at the 11th hour by a sudden indisposition, and Lydia had taken her place. Everyone had declared her to be a born actress. In this unanimous judgment she concurred, but doubted modestly whether she would make a hit in the tragic roles. Comedy was her forte, and although this might entail the playing of some breeches parts, she was persuaded that Adam would see no real objection to that, whatever Charlotte might say. In short, she would be very much obliged to him if he would approach whichever of the theatrical managers he thought the most respectable, and represent to this magnate that a rare chance was offered him of engaging the services of a young actress perfectly ready to take the town by storm, and not at all afraid of challenging comparison with such experienced players as Mrs. Jordan, or Miss Mellon, or Miss Kelly. He gathered, with a grin, that the appearance on the boards of Miss Lydia Deveril, or Lovelace, would be the signal for these ladies to retire into chagrined obscurity. He might laugh at his sister's naive plans, but they added nothing to his peace of mind. It distressed him to know that she was scheming how to support herself when she should have been thinking of her coming out, and drove to the back of his mind his own trouble. He found the time, not to approach a respectable manager, but to write a tactful reply to Lydia, and was engaged on this task when a waiter came up to his private parlour with a visiting card on a salver, and a note addressed to him in Lord Oversley's hand. "Gentleman waiting downstairs, my lord." Adam picked up the card, and read it with slightly raised brows. It was a rather larger card than was usually carried, and the name on it was inscribed in extremely florid script. "Mr. Jonathan Chawleigh," ran the legend. It was followed by an address in Russell Square, and by another in Cornhill. This seemed very odd. Mystified, Adam turned to Lord Oversley's letter. It was brief, merely requesting him to receive "my good friend, Mr. Chawleigh," and to give careful consideration to any proposition which that gentleman might lay before him. "Desire Mr. Chawleigh to step upstairs," Adam said. He recognized in the waiter's wooden countenance, and in the utter lack of expression with which he replied, "Very good, my lord," profound disapproval. Undismayed, but at a loss to account for Mr. Chawleigh's visit, he nodded the waiter away and awaited events. That Lord Oversley had some scheme in mind for his relief was plain enough, but in what way the unknown Mr. Chawleigh could contribute to it he was quite unable to imagine. In a few minutes the waiter returned, announcing Mr. Chawleigh, and into the room stepped a very large, burly man, who halted on the threshold, and favoured Adam with a fierce stare directed from under a pair of craggy brows. The stare was at once suspicious and appraising. Adam met it tranquilly enough, but he did not entirely relish it. There was amusement in his face, but a faint hauteur, too. What the devil did this fellow, who looked like a tradesman, mean by glaring at him? Mr. Chawleigh was a middle-aged man whose powerful frame was clad in an old-fashioned suit of snuff-coloured broadcloth. Unlike his host, who wore a close-fitting coat of black superfine with cutaway tails, pantaloons, and Hessian boots, Mr. Chawleigh favoured a mode that had been for many years worn only by respectable tradesmen, and perhaps a few country squires who had no ambition to figure in the world of ton. His coat was full-skirted, and he wore knee-breeches with stockings and square-toed shoes embellished with steel buckles. His shirt-points were no more than decently starched, and his neckcloth was tied with more neatness than artistry. But his waistcoat relieved the general drabness of his raiment with broad, alternating stripes of grass-green and gold. The most hen-hearted member of the dandy set would have died at the stake rather than have worn such a garment, but it was certainly magnificent. So was the diamond pin stuck into Mr. Chawleigh's neckcloth, and the emerald ring on his finger. He was plainly a man of substance, but he reminded Adam of nothing so much as a belligerent bull with his great muscular shoulders, his short, thick neck,
and the habit he had of champing his jaws as though chewing the cud of his ruminations. "Mr. Chawleigh," Adam said.
"That's my name, Jonathan Chawleigh, no more and no less. That ain't to say I couldn't get a handle set to it if I'd a mind to do it. I'd look as like as ninepences to nothing, wouldn't I? Nay, Jonathan Chawleigh's good enough for me, good enough for anyone, come to think of it," he added ruminatively. "I'll tell you this, my lord, you won't find a name that's more honoured in the city, look where you will."
This was uttered in a voice of menacing challenge, but fortunately for Adam, who could think of nothing whatsoever to say, Mr. Chawleigh continued abruptly,
"Now, I'm one that likes to be sure of my ground. You are the Viscount of Linton."
Taken aback, Adam answered, "I'm Viscount Linton, yes."
"No of," said Mr. Chawleigh acutely.
"No of," corroborated Adam with admirable gravity. "We Viscounts, you know, are part of what you might call the scaff and raff of the peerage. No one under the rank of an earl may use of."
"That's something his lordship didn't tell me," Mr. Chawleigh observed. "I dare say it doesn't make much odds, but the fact is I did fancy an earl. Still, a viscount's better than a baron. A baron's no manner of use to me. It won't budge me from that."
He directed another of his searching looks at Adam and chuckled.
"You're wondering who the devil I am, what I want with you, ain't you?"
Adam laughed. "I do wonder what you want with me, but not who you are, sir. You are Lord Oversley's friend. Won't you sit down?" Mr. Chawleigh allowed himself to be shepherded to a chair, but said, keeping his shrewd eyes fixed on Adam's face,
"Told you that, did he? I take that kindly in him. I wouldn't make so bold myself, though I don't deny I've been able to nudge his lordship onto a sure thing now and now, and I've always found him very affable. But I'm no tuft-hunter, prating about my grand friends, Lord this and Lord that, which don't bamboozle any but gape seeds. You want to remember that," he added, shooting out a thick finger at Adam. "You won't find me setting up in Mayfair all amongst the nobs, for I know well I'll be doing naught but making a bobbing block of myself."
He refreshed himself with a pinch of snuff.
"That's better," he announced, wiping his nose with a handkerchief of finest lawn. "Hardman's 37. Nothing to beat it."
He looked at Adam with a twinkle in his eye.
"So, that's all you know about me, is it? A friend of my Lord Oversley."
He brooded over this for a moment or two.
"Didn't tell you more than that, eh?"
"No," Adam replied, adding with a smile, "Having told me that, there was no need to tell me more."
Didn't tell you what my business with you is. I thought he would, though he did say he would leave me to lay to you my own way. Damn me if he's not a knowing one. Guessed I want more than his testimony before I come up to the chalk."
He nodded and cast another penetrating stare at Adam.
"If he had told you what I am, he'd have told you that I'm mighty well up in the stirrups. I'm one as likes round dealing, which isn't to say I won't get a point the better of a man in a matter of trading, mark you, but there's no one can say he was clerked by Jonathan Chawleigh. I run no rigs, my lord, because it ain't my nature, and what's more, a good name's worth 100 Dutch bargains. I've got that all right, and regular. And as for my credit, that's good wherever there's trading done. You'll be wanting to know how I made my blunt, for I didn't come into the world hosed and shod."
Feeling slightly stunned, Adam was about to disclaim any such desire when his instinct warned him that his overpowering visitor would take this in bad part. He tried, therefore, to look as if he were interested. Mr. Chawleigh smiled indulgently and said, "I'll wager you wouldn't be much the wiser if I was to tell you, my lord, and that's as it should be, each to his own last. You might say I was an India merchant, which is how I began in trade. I'm that, sure enough, but I'm some other things besides. In fact, I've got a finger in pretty well every pie that's worth the baking." "Forgive me," said Adam,
But why do you tell me this?" "It might be," said Mr. Chawleigh, watching him, "that I'd be willing to stick a finger in your pie, my lord." "So I collect," said Adam. "But if Lord Oversley has informed you that my pie is worth the baking, I think I should tell you that he has misled you." "That's as maybe. But I'll tell you to your head, my lord, that the tip of my little finger in your pie be enough to save your groats. Suppose I was to thrust my whole hand in?" "You'd find yourself with a bad investment, Mr. Chawleigh. I don't know what Lord Oversley may have told you, but since I have no more liking for Dutch bargains than you have, I'll make it plain to you at once that my affairs are quite out of frame. I imagine you don't invest your money without seeing at least the chance of a handsome return. I can't offer you that. If, as I suspect, you think of taking up a mortgage—" "I've got no interest in mortgages," interrupted Mr. Chawleigh. "Not but what I'd buy up those you've got already, and never ask a penny of you. If we reached an agreement. Nor I don't want to buy that place of yours, neither. It's not money I'm looking for, my lord. It's something different I want. And you may take it I'm ready to pay down my dust to get it, if I find the right article, which it may be I have done. Setting aside what his lordship says of you, I like the cut of your jib, my lord. No offence meant or taken, I hope." "None at all," responded Adam, as much amused as bewildered. "I am much obliged to you. But what is it that you do want of me?" Mr. Chawleigh sat champing his jaws for several moments, as though uncertain how to proceed. Finally he scratched his head and ejaculated, "Damn me if anyone ever had to urge me to come to the point before in a matter of business. I'm a plain man, my lord, and how to wrap things up in clean linen I don't know, nor don't want to. The fact is, it'd have come better from his lordship. However, you've put the question to me downright, and I'll give you a square answer. It's your name I want, my lord." "My name?" "Properly speaking," amended Mr. Chawleigh, "your title. Though an earl was what I had in mind, supposing I couldn't get a marquis. A duke I don't hope for and never did. You won't find Jonathan Chawleigh casting beyond the moon. Dukes are above my touch, and no need to tell me so." "My dear sir, what are you talking about?" demanded Adam in the liveliest astonishment. "I can't give you my title." "Damn me, I'm not such a nodcock that I don't know that," said Mr. Chawleigh with asperity. "It ain't for myself I want it. It's for my daughter." "Your daughter?" Mr. Chawleigh raised an enormous hand in a quelling gesture. "Easy now, don't you go stiffening up till you've heard what I've got to say." "Are you acquainted with Wimmering? With my man of business?" demanded Adam. "I'm not, but I'll be happy to meet him, supposing we should come to an understanding. Not that I wouldn't act as fair by you without any lawyer to oversee the bargain, but I don't think the worse of you for wanting to make sure you ain't being burnt. What's more, I'd as lief settle it with a man of affairs. That way we'll have it all ship-shape and Bristol fashion." "I beg your pardon, I fear I misled you. I asked the question— Oh, for quite another reason." "Aye, did you? Well, maybe I can guess what that was," said Mr. Chawleigh with his rather grim smile. "Don't you get to thinking that because I'm a jack straw I'm a clodpole besides. I'm as knacky a man as any in the city. I wouldn't else have made my fortune. And if, as I'll be bound he did, your man of business told you that the only way to bring yourself about was to get riveted to an heiress, he told you no more than's true. For all you may not like it, which I can see you don't." Feeling more than a little battered, as much by his visitor's discursiveness as by his forceful personality, Adam attempted to stem the flood. "But, Mr. Chawleigh, pray do not—" "Now, wait a bit," interrupted Mr. Chawleigh, again raising his ham-like hand. "If you don't care for the scheme, you can say so, and no harm done. But I came here to make you an offer, provided I made up my mind that you'd suit, which I have done, and I'll go through stitch with it, for that's my way. I don't think the worse of you for not leaping at it like a cock at a blackberry. In fact, I'd have bid you good day if you had. But it won't hurt you to hear what I've got to say. And the first thing I've got to say, so as there'll be no misunderstanding between us, is that I've a pretty fair notion how badly you're dipped. That don't matter to me, because it wasn't you that played wily beguiled with your fortune, which would have been quite another pair of shoes. I'll frank no gamester, not if he was a dozen marquises rolled into one. His lordship assures me you don't bet nor play more than is genteel, and that I don't object to, though I'm not a betting man myself." He paused, but Adam, realizing that nothing short of a brigade of 9-pounders would halt him, had resigned himself to the inevitable and offered no comment. This seemed to please Mr. Chawleigh, for he nodded and smiled affably. "Well, now," he said, settling himself in his chair with all the air of a man about to hold forth at length, "you'll be wondering what made me take such a notion into my head, and I'll tell you, my lord. I've no other chick nor child, nor never looked to have when Mrs. Chawleigh was carried off. There were plenty that set their caps at me, mark you, for I was a pretty warm man then, but I never could fancy putting anyone in her place. She was a grand lass, my Mary, sound as a roast, and came of good stock, too, yeoman stock, and proud of it. She was thought to have married below her station when we got ourselves leg-shackled, but I swore I'd set her up in style before she was much older, and by God I did it. She died when Jenny was no more than 3 years old. Died in childbed, and the brat with her. Not that I cared for that, though it was a boy, like we'd hoped for. I'll say no more about that, or I'll be falling into the dismals. The thing is, when Jenny was born, Mrs. Chawleigh said to me, thinking I'd be disappointed she wasn't a son, 'Jonathan,' she said, 'mark me if we don't live to see her married to a lord. For the way you're rising in the world,' she said, 'I don't see what's to stop her.' Funning she was, but the notion took both our fancies, and the long and the short of it is that when she died, I made up my mind I'd marry Jenny according to her wish. And when Jonathan Chawleigh makes up his mind, my lord, he's a hard man to balk." Adam found no difficulty in believing this, but he said gently, "Don't you think, perhaps, that Mrs. Chawleigh would have wished to see her daughter married to a man of superior rank and greater substance than mine?" "Aye, I don't doubt she would," replied Mr. Chawleigh frankly, "but she didn't want for sense, and she'd have seen as fast as I did that there was no manner of use thinking of marquises and earls for a girl like Jenny. Mind, no expense was spared on her rearing. I'm no muckworm, and I never grudged a groat of the fortune I spent on educating her. And this I will say, I got her turned out in prime style. Every inch a lady she is. She had all the extras, pianoforte, singing, dancing, French and Italian, watercolour painting, use of the backboard, everything. And as for book learning, why, I often say she's as good as an almanac. I sent her to school in Kensington, you know. She didn't like it above half, wanted to stay at home with me, but I knew better than to let her do that. I could have got governesses for her and dancing masters and the rest, but that wouldn't have helped her to rub shoulders with the nobs, would it? Which is what she has done, make no mistake about it. I sent her to Miss Satterley's seminary for the daughters of gentlemen." A rumbling laugh shook him. "If I was to tell you what it cost me first and last, my lord, you wouldn't credit it. A blue stocking, that's what that tabby is supposed to be. But what I say is that she should have set up a 2-to-1 shop instead of a school, for a bigger lickpenny I wish I may never meet. Held up her long nose at my Jenny, she did, until I let her know how full of juice I was. After that—" He paused, caressing his chin and grinning reflectively. "Well, I've got to own she was a damn knowing one. There's not many can boast of having put the change on Jonathan Chawleigh. But she did it, just as soon as she saw I was ready to pay through the nose for what I wanted. Which I did, I promise you. However, I don't grudge it to her, because, though it didn't answer as well as I hoped for, that wasn't her fault." He sat in ruminative silence for a moment or two, before disclosing in a burst of confidence, You won't find me puffing off my goods above their value, so I don't mean to tell you my Jenny's a beauty because she ain't. Mind you, she's by no means an antidote. Not squinny, not butter-toothed, nor anything of that kind. I'm bound to own, though, that she don't take. She's quiet, you see, and as shy as be damned. That's what floored me, and I don't deny there's been times when I was downright vexed with her. She hasn't lacked for chances to get arm-in-armly with the nobs, if she'd only make a push to do it, instead of shrinking into a corner and staying dumb as a mouse, so that no one so much as noticed her. Now, if she'd been of Miss Julia's cut— oh, there's a beauty for you. She don't lack for suitors. I'll warrant you an egg at Easter. Aye, that was the one friendship Jenny struck up at school that did make me feel hopeful. The Lord knows what made 'em take a fancy to each other, for they ain't a bit alike, setting aside that my Jenny's 2 years older than Miss Julia. That was how I came to be acquainted with my Lord Oversley. Well, I was able to do him a good turn at a time when he was in bad loaf, which put him, as you might say, under a bit of an obligation. Now, him and me's as different as chalk from cheese, but we got to be pretty friendly. He's a man I like, and one as I can talk to without roundaboutation, which I did, telling him straight what I wanted for my girl. Of course, I wasn't looking to him to find a lord for Jenny, but what I did want, and what I got, was for my Lady Oversley to put her in the way of meeting a lord or two. There's no one could have been kinder, that I will say. She had my Jenny to all manner of grand parties, besides inviting her just to spend the day with Miss Julia, the way she'd get acquainted with all the swells that came there paying morning visits and the like. It ain't her blame that nothing came of it. He sighed and shook his head. Well, it's not often I've been taken at fault, but I own I was beginning to think myself at a stand when his lordship came to me to propose I should consider whether a viscount wouldn't answer the purpose, because, if so, he rather fancied he might be able to put me in the way of getting next to nigh to the very man for my money. Very frank and open he was with me, and a rare good character he gave you, my lord, if you won't take snuff at my saying so. Nor at my telling you that I wasn't by any means mad after the scheme. Letting alone a viscount's not an earl, whichever way you look at it, I wouldn't want to rivet my Jenny to anyone that was ready to marry a midden for muck, as the saying is. Nay, you've no need to take an affront into your head, my lord. The first thing my Lord Oversley told me was that the chances were you wouldn't like the notion, which I took leave to doubt, begging your pardon, until he told me who you was. Lord Linton was what he called you, and, barring that I knew your pa was a member of what they called the Carlton House set, and a buck of the first cut by all accounts, I was none the wiser. But, of course, as soon as he disclosed to me that you were Captain Deveril, well, that put a different complexion on the matter. Did it? Said Adam, regarding him with a fascinated eye. I can't think why it should, but pray continue, sir. Aye, it did, nodded Mr. Chawleigh. Not that I'd ever clapped eyes on you myself, but I've always had a strong notion that my Jenny liked you better than any of the sprigs of fashion she was acquainted with. Startled, Adam said, But have I ever met— He stopped, realizing too late the infelicity of this involuntary exclamation. Mr. Chawleigh, to his considerable relief, was unoffended. "Aye, you've met her," he replied indulgently. "Often you've met her. But it don't surprise me that you shouldn't call her to mind, for that's how it always is. She lets the other girls shine her down. She's no gabster, but when you were in town last year, worn to a bone with what was being done to you by a pack of surgeons, as they call themselves, though to my way of thinking butchers would be nearer the mark, and not one of them will I have lay a finger on me, for I'd as lief be put to bed with a shovel and be done with it. Well, when you was hobbling about as blue as Megrim," said Mr. Chawleigh, unexpectedly picking up the main thread of his argument, "she used to speak of you now and now, nothing much, you know, but enough to make me prick up my ears. Seems you weren't so taken up with Miss Julia, but what you could find the time to behave civil to Jenny."
A vague memory of having on several occasions found a strange female visiting Julia flickered in Adam's mind, but as he was quite unable to remember what she had looked like, or what he could conceivably have done to earn her approval, he prudently refrained from any pretended recognition. Mr. Chawleigh might be discursive, but no one, encountering his shrewd eyes, could suppose him to be one whom it would be easy to deceive. "Well, there it is," said Mr. Chawleigh. "I don't know that there's much more I've got to say at this present, except that I'm not looking for an answer until you've had time to turn it over in your mind, my lord." Adam got up. "You are very obliging, sir, but—" "Nay, think it over before you commit yourself," interrupted Mr. Chawleigh. "Acting hasty is bad business, take my word for it. There's no saying, after all, that my Jenny would be any more willing than you are. You sleep on it. Aye, and have a talk with his lordship, or your man of business. You want to be sure you're not being bobbed, and you've only got my word for it that I'm a man of substance." "I am quite sure you are all you say you are, sir, but indeed—"
"Well, so you may be, but it's only reasonable you should want to make a few inquiries. You won't catch Jonathan Chawleigh buying a pig in a poke, and do as you'd be done by is my motto. If you're satisfied, which you will be, my idea is you should do us the honour of taking your potluck with us in Russell Square one evening, and get acquainted with Jenny. There'll be no company, just me and Jenny, and Mrs. Chawleigh Bix. She's the good lady I hired to bear Jenny company and take her into society. And why I call her a good lady I don't know, for to my mind she's no great thing. In fact, there are times when I think that I was regularly taken in over her," said Mr. Chawleigh darkly. "It wouldn't surprise me if I was to discover that she was no more related to these Chawleighs of hers than what I am. Or if she is, she's one of the dirty dishes you get in the best of families, according to what his lordship tells me, and which they don't own by more than a common bow in passing. I don't say she hasn't got an air of fashion, but what I do say is that you've only got to set her up beside my Lady Oversley to see she ain't up to the rig. What's more, the only time I went out driving in the park with her and Jenny, there was a lot of bowing and simpering and waggling of hands, but nobody came up to speak to her. Though that," he added fairly, "might have been because I was in the barouche, and no one would take me for a man of mode, not if I was to dress myself up to the nines, they wouldn't. Well, I'll be mighty interested to know what you think, my lord, for you're one as is up to the rig, bang up to it, as I saw at a glance. Mind, that's assuming Jenny's agreeable. I haven't spoken to her yet, but I will."
Adam, feeling much like a man caught in a tidal wave, made a desperate attempt to battle against an irresistible force. "Mr. Chawleigh, I beg you most earnestly to do no such thing. I am fully sensible. I assure you I appreciate—" He was once more checked by that large, upflung hand.
"You think it over," recommended Mr. Chawleigh kindly. "If you don't like the notion when you slipped on it, I'll have no more to say, and so I promise you. But think it over carefully. I know you're all to pieces and trying to bring yourself off honourably, and I think the better of you for it. But if you was to make my Jenny a ladyship, and treat her right into the bargain, which I'm pretty sure you would do, and you'd have me to reckon with if you didn't, there'd be no more worriting about debts or mortgages. That you can depend on. You could hang it up to any tune you please, and there's my hand on it."
He held it out as he spoke, saying, as Adam in a sort of trance put his own into it,
"I'll bid you good day now, and that's my last word for the present."
Chapter 4. Adam was left to recover from the effects of this shattering visit, which he soon did, passing from revulsion to amusement, and presently banishing the interlude from his mind. It recurred when he sat down to finish his interrupted letter to his sister, and with it the echo of her voice saying, "One ought to be ready to make sacrifices for one's family, I think." She was certainly ready to do so, but she was too young to know what it meant, and she had not yet been in love. He smiled, recalling the naive plan she had made for his relief. But the smile was not a happy one, and it soon faded. He wondered what her ultimate fate would be, and tried to picture her living with Lady Linton in Bath. Not such a dreadful prospect, it might have been thought, but he found himself looking forward to it with misgiving, and thought that besides securing a part at least of her dowry from the wreck of his fortunes, he must contrive to provide her with an allowance, for he could not doubt that whatever economies were practised by Lady Linton would be at Lydia's expense. On the only occasion when he had ventured to suggest various ways of retrenchment to her, such as the substitution of a more modest maid for her staggeringly expensive dresser, she had put him utterly to rout by replying that she had considered this expedient, but that when she had asked herself if poor papa would have wished her to make this dismal change, she had received an unequivocal answer. He would not have wished it at all. "And you can't argue about that," had observed Lydia, "because it's true. He would merely have said, 'Pooh, nonsense.'" One of the economies which Adam feared his mother might practise was in the matter of Lydia's coming out. Lady Linton's disposition was not social. She had never enjoyed large parties, and it seemed probable that she would make penury an excuse for neglecting this part of her maternal duties. The thought just flickered in Adam's mind that if he were himself married and in affluent circumstances, his wife would be able to launch Lydia into society. The thought vanished. He dipped his dry pen in the inkwell and ended his letter to Lydia rather abruptly, not regaling her, as he had intended, with an account of his interview with Mr. Chawleigh. The afternoon was disagreeably enlivened by a note sent round by hand from Wimmering's place of business. That harassed practitioner had received a disturbing communication disclosing yet another obligation incurred by the late Lord Linton. He very much feared that it would have to be met. No documents relating to the transaction were in his possession. He wrote in haste to inquire whether the present Viscount had discovered any relevant matter amongst his father's private papers. Adam, realizing that persons committing suicide were not necessarily insane, set about the task of sifting yet again the mass of his volatile parent's papers. He was engaged on this labour when he received a visit from Lord Oversley. "I have only a few minutes to spare," Oversley said, grasping his hand, "but I felt I ought to make a push to see you in case you should act hastily before I had a chance to represent to you. You've seen Chawleigh, I know. He came to call on me directly afterwards. He's taken a fancy to you. I thought he might." "Much obliged to him," returned Adam. "I would I could return the compliment." "Ah," said his lordship, "that's what I was afraid of. Just as well I decided to snatch a moment to see you." "Good God!" exclaimed Adam. "You can't have supposed, you of all people, that there was the least chance I should— Why, it's unthinkable." "Then I don't scruple to tell you, Adam, that you're not the man I took you for," said his lordship. "I'll also tell you that if you whistle down the wind, the best chance you'll ever have offered you to save Fontley, provide for your sisters, and bring yourself off clear of debt, I shall think so much the worse of you that I shall be glad instead of sorry that you're not my son-in-law." He saw Adam stiffen, and said in a milder tone, "I know it's a mighty hard thing to do, and not the match anyone would have chosen for you, but the ugly truth is, boy, that you're in the devil's own mess. I say in all sincerity that you owe it to your name to seize any honourable chance that offers to bring yourself about." "Honourable!" Adam ejaculated. "Selling myself to a wealthy cit's daughter?" "Oh, no, not myself. My title." "Pooh, no need for any Cheltenham tragedies. It's a fair bargain, and one that's being struck more often than you know. Yes, you have formed what you believe to be a lasting passion for Julia. Lord, if we were all to marry our first loves, what a plague of ill-sorted marriages there would be. Put her out of your mind. You may believe me when I tell you that she's no more fitted to be the wife of a marching officer than—" "This is unnecessary, sir," Adam interposed. "If I haven't been able to put her out of my mind, you may rest assured that there's no thought of marriage to her there, or to anyone. Now listen, Adam.
begged Oversley. "If you're thinking that Miss Chawleigh is like her father, she's not. She's not a beauty, but she's always seemed to me an agreeable, well-behaved girl. I see no reason why she shouldn't make you an amiable wife. She's a little shy, to be sure, but perfectly sensible, and will give you no cause to blush for her manners. As for Chawleigh, I don't think he'll embarrass you. He's not encroaching. Yes, I know he has a bee in his brain where his daughter's concerned, but he don't himself wish to be admitted into the ton. You might not believe it, but he's never been across my threshold till today. I'm under a considerable obligation to him, and I did think I might be regularly in for it, but not a bit of it. All he wanted me to do was to put Jenny in the way of meeting what he calls the nobs. Refused the only invitation I ever sent him to dine in Mount Street. Told me he'd be happy to dine with me in the city, but he wouldn't come to my house. There's much in him that I like, and there is no one whose credit stands higher in the city." "I'm sure he's a very respectable person," said Adam, "but I have no desire to marry his daughter." "Come out of the clouds, Adam," said Oversley sternly. "They say, and I believe it, that he's one of the richest men in the country, and that girl of his will inherit his whole fortune. He has a name for driving devilish hard bargains, but he's not a screw, and the more he spends on his Jenny, the better pleased he seems to be. Marry her, and you will live as high as a coach-horse for the rest of your life. You will not only be able to hold Fontley, you will be able to bring it back to what it was in your grandfather's day." He laid his hand on Adam's shoulder, gripping it. "Listen to me, you young fool. You've no right to refuse the only chance offered you to restore what your father squandered. If you could do the thing by your own exertion, I wouldn't urge you to this marriage, but you can't. You talk of rejoining your regiment, and for anything I know you might achieve the highest rank. But once Fontley has passed out of your hands, you will never win it back again. You think that over, boy, and remember that you're the head of your house, and have the power to prevent it falling down, if you choose to exert it." His grip tightened. "Don't make a piece of work over it," he said with rough kindness. "It's a fair bargain. No need to feel you're offering false coin. The girl knows you're not in love with her. As for the rest, I wish with all my heart you might have had time to recover before this came upon you. But, believe me, Adam, you will recover. Now, that's all I have to say. Good God, look at the time. I must be off." A quick handshake, and he was gone, distressed by the drawn look in Adam's face, but not, as he later informed his lady, unhopeful of the issue. And on the following day, after passing a sleepless night, Adam wrote to accept Mr. Chawleigh's invitation. 2 days later still, he set out in a hackney coach to take his pot luck in Russell Square. He had been bidden for 6 o'clock, and warned that the occasion was to be informal, but although he had at first supposed this to mean that morning dress would be worn, a doubt later shook him, and resulted in his assuming the long-tailed coat, white waistcoat, black pantaloons, and silk stockings which constituted correct evening attire. Possibly he would find himself overdressed, but to be underdressed, he suspected, might be taken as a slight. It took some time to reach Russell Square, which was of recent date, built on the site of Bedford House, when this ducal mansion had been demolished 14 years previously. Adam retained a dim memory of having been taken to Bedford House as a child, but as the hack proceeded on its slow way over the cobbles, it seemed to him, in the oppression of his spirits, that he was being carried beyond the realms of gentility. However, when he at last reached his destination, he was agreeably surprised by the size and style of the square. It covered a very large area, and was almost surrounded by brick houses, which were sufficiently imposing to enable house agents to advertise them as desirable mansions. In the centre was a railed garden, with several trees, shrubberies, and an enormous statue of a man leaning on a plough. Having paid off the hack, Adam trod up the shallow steps to Mr. Chawleigh's front door. It was flung open before he had had time to do more than lift his hand to the massive brass knocker, and he was bowed into the house by what, at first glance, appeared to him to be a platoon of footmen. There were, in fact, 4 of them, besides a butler, far more stately than his own at Fontley, who conducted him up the crimson-carpeted stairway to the drawing-room on the first floor, and sonorously announced him. It was still daylight, but although the curtains had not been drawn across the windows, the candles had been lit in the magnificent crystal chandelier that hung from the ceiling, and in all the wall lustres. A myriad points of light momentarily dazzled Adam. He had a confused impression of glitter mingled with yellow satin, gilded mirrors, chairs, and picture frames, before his attention was claimed by his host, who surged forward to meet him, his hand outthrust and a loquacious welcome on his lips. "Come in, my lord, come in," he said hospitably. "I'm heartily glad to have the honour of receiving you, and on the stroke of the hour, too, which I didn't look for, not after the scold I got from my ladies here for having invited you to dine so early. Well, I know it ain't fashionable to dine before 8, but I hope you'll pardon it. The fact is, I get so sharp set if I'm kept waiting for my dinner that there's no bearing it. But I don't know when I've been so put out. If your lordship didn't drive up in a common hack. Now, if you'd only told me you hadn't brought your carriage up to town, I'd have sent my own to fetch you. Well, you'll not go back to Fenton's in a hack, that I promise you. Here, Butterbank, send round to the stables to tell 'em the carriage will be wanted later on." "My dear sir, you are very good, but I assure you it is unnecessary," Adam said. "Don't turn your coachman out on my account, I beg." His protest was swept aside, Mr. Chawleigh observing that his servants all seemed to live at rack and manger, and would be the better for some work to do. Up till this moment, his formidable bulk had obscured the other 2 occupants of the room from Adam's view, but he now bethought of him, of his duties as host, and turned to perform the necessary introductions. This he did in a fashion of his own, saying, "Well now, here we have Mrs. Chawleigh Bix, my lord, and that's my daughter." An angular female came forward, extending her hand, and uttering, in a voice expressive of disproportionate delight, "Lord Linton, how do you do? I believe I have not previously had the pleasure of meeting you, but I must have recognized you, I believe, from your resemblance to your amiable mother." Adam shook hands, responding with some mechanical civility. He realized thankfully that his instinct had not betrayed him when it prompted him to present himself in a swallow-tailed coat. Mrs. Chawleigh Bix was wearing a low-bosomed gown of lilac sarcenet with a train and a quantity of ribbon trimming. A turban was set on her head, kid gloves covered her arms, and as well as her reticule she carried a fan. Even more richly attired was the young lady who blushed vividly and dropped a slight curtsy as Adam's eyes turned towards her, for although a dress of figured French muslin was perfectly proper to her years, it was so loaded with lace and silk floss that very little of it could be seen. A row of remarkably fine pearls was clasped round her throat. Pearl drops, rather too large for her short neck, hung from her ears. Several flashing bracelets adorned each arm, and a brooch composed of rubies and diamonds was stuck into the lace at her bosom. A tinsel shawl and spangled slippers completed an ensemble which only so fond a critic as her father could have thought becoming. Miss Chawleigh had not inherited her sire's inches. Uncharitable persons had been known to describe her as a little squab figure. Adam was not a tall man, but her head only just topped his shoulder. There was a suggestion of squareness about her. She was already plump, and would probably become stout in later life. She was certainly not a beauty, but there was nothing in the least objectionable in her countenance. Her eyes were not large, but they were of a clear grey, well opened, except when she was amused, when they narrowed to twinkling slits, and holding a look of grave reflection. Her hair, elaborately crimped and curled, was mouse-coloured. She had a small, determined mouth, a button of a nose, and a complexion which would have been good, could she but have overcome an unhappy tendency to blush fierily whenever she was embarrassed. She was as unlike Miss Oversley as she could be. There was no brilliance in her eyes,
no allure in her smile, no music in her flat-toned voice, and not the smallest suggestion of the ethereal either in her person or in her bearing. Where Julia seemed to float, she trod with a firm, brisk step. Where Julia could be enchantingly arch, she was invariably matter-of-fact. She enjoyed a joke, but did not always perceive that one had been made, and she looked as though she had more sense than sensibility. No blinding flash of recognition struck Adam, but he was able to identify her with the commonplace girl whom he had too often found in Mount Street a year earlier. He went up to her, saying with his endearing smile and easy civility, "I need no introduction to Miss Chawleigh, sir, for we are old acquaintances. How do you do? What a long time it seems since we last met." She gave him her hand, but replied only with a quick spasmodic smile and a very fleeting glance up at him. The carnation deepened in her cheeks. He felt sincerely sorry for her embarrassment, and tried to help her over the awkward moment by making some remark about the size of Russell Square, surely the largest in London. Fortunately, since she remained tongue-tied, he was answered by Mr. Chawleigh, who was delighted to tell him the history of the square, the circumstances which had led him to remove to it from Southampton Row, and the price he had paid for his house in it. "It wouldn't suit me to be peacocking about among the nobs in Mayfair, not but what we see plenty of 'em driving up to number 65 now that this painting fellow's come to live there, I can tell you. They've come to have their portraits taken, and very fine they are by all accounts. So they should be, is what I say. You'd hardly credit it, my lord, but he'll chouse you out of 80 or 100 guineas for a small picture I wouldn't give 100 shillings for." "Oh, you are too satirical, Mr. Chawleigh," protested Mrs. Chawleigh-Bix. "You must know, Lord Linton, that we speak of Mr. Lawrence. Such genius! I positively dote on his pictures, and, dare I say it, dear Mr. Chawleigh, have often indulged the wish that you would commission him to take our sweet Miss Chawleigh's likeness." "Aye, well, I did have a notion of it, but when he got to talking of 400 guineas for a full length, which is what I wanted, because if I have a thing done at all, I'll have it done handsomely, well, I was off. Having a touch at me is what I thought. However, there's no saying but what I may come to it yet, that's to say, if things go the way I want 'em to," he added significantly. "You, I dare say, Lord Linton, have been familiar with this quarter of the town when Bedford House was still standing. One can't but deplore its passing. So noble a mansion, so many associations. What a pang it must cause you to see the estate built over." "Oh, no," Adam replied. "I don't think I ever visited Bedford House above once in my life, and I was so young then that I have only the dimmest recollections of the event." "But you are acquainted with the Duke, I need hardly ask. He reminds one so much of his brother, the late Duke, whom, of course, you must often have seen. One of your father's friends, was he not? Ardent agriculturalists, both of them, you know. You observe the 5th Duke's statue in the square, one of Westmacott's, and quite in his best manner, if I am any judge of the matter." "Well, it's a fine big statue," conceded Mr. Chawleigh. "But what a duke wants with a plough I don't see, nor yet with agriculture, which is work for farmers, not for dukes. Each man to his own last is my motto." "Oh, but I assure you, dear sir, agriculture has become quite the thing," cried Mrs. Chawleigh-Bix. "I believe it was Mr. Coke of Norfolk who made it fashionable, and he, you know—" "Lord, ma'am, how you do run on!" exclaimed Mr. Chawleigh impatiently. "Ah, there's the dinner bell at last. Jenny, my dear, you'll lead the way downstairs, and we'll hope you've ordered a neat dinner to set before his lordship, even if there wasn't a turtle to be had, not for love or money. But I warned you it would be pot-luck, my lord," he added, in case Adam should take him too literally and be dismayed. "Plain, good, and plentiful is my rule, and nothing ever set on the table which I wouldn't like to offer to a guest, supposing one was to drop in for a bite. I don't know what Jenny has to offer us today, but one thing I do know. You'll get no hashies and haricots in Jonathan Chawleigh's house." He might have spared his breath, By this time Adam had formed a fair notion of what lay before him, and he was not in the least surprised at the array of dishes and side dishes which weighed down the long dining table and overflowed onto the sideboard. Since the occasion was informal, only one course had been provided, a circumstance which made Adam feel profoundly thankful. He was not a large eater, and had for several years been accustomed to camp fare, which, more often than not, consisted of hare soup and a scraggy chicken, and to do justice even to one course, which comprised a dozen dishes, was a penance. Mr. Chawleigh said with a wave of his hand, "You see your dinner, my lord," and thereafter made few contributions to the conversation, only sparing enough time from the serious business of eating his way through the meal to apologize for the absence of turbot from the board, recommend the sweetbreads, and call for more sauce. Miss Chawleigh explained with composure that the recent storms had made it impossible to procure any turbot, and Adam, for want of anything better to say, gave her a humorous description of some of the less appetizing meals he had eaten in Spain. She smiled and said, "But in one of your billets, I remember that you told us about it, there was always a panella which was very good. Have I that word right?" "Indeed you have, and it was good. A kind of stew, which I never saw off the stove. But what was put into it I didn't discover. A little of everything, I suspect." "I don't hold with stews," remarked Mr. Chawleigh. "Leftovers, that's what they are, and just as well eaten in the kitchen. Allow me to tempt you to a morsel of ham, my lord." Adam declined it, and Mrs. Chawleigh-Bix, possibly with the amiable motive of promoting further conversation, began to enumerate all the scions of nobility at present serving in the peninsula, whose parents were old acquaintances of hers, or distant relations. She had no doubt at all that they were well known to his lordship, but as those who were not in cavalry regiments were to be found in the 1st Foot Guards, he was unable to respond satisfactorily, and was grateful to his host for creating a diversion, even though he might deprecate the manner of it. "Hang Lord this and the Honourable that," said Mr. Chawleigh. "Try a mouthful of duckling, my lord." Adam accepted the duckling, and, while his host carved several slices from the breast, forestalled any further inquiries into his military acquaintances by asking Miss Chawleigh if she had read Lord Byron's last poem. Her answer surprised him, for instead of going into instant raptures, she gave a quick shake of the head and said, "No, I don't mean to either, for it seems to me to be about another barbarous Eastern person, and quite as full of dripping swords as the Giaour, which I thought horrid." "Oh, hush, Miss Chawleigh," cried Mrs. Chawleigh-Bix, throwing up her hands in affected dismay. "Divine Byron, how can you talk so? The Bride of Abydos. The opening lines, 'Know ye the land where the cypress and myrtle are emblems of deeds that are done in their clime?' Yes, that's very pretty. But I think the next line's nonsensical. 'The rage of the vulture may melt into sorrow,' though it seems most improbable, but why the love of the turtle should madden to crime I can't imagine. And, what is more," she added resolutely, "I don't believe it." "Certainly not," Adam agreed, considerably entertained by this novel point of view. "I don't know anything about the love of turtles, and nor does anyone else, if you were to ask me, but the best way of cooking 'em is the West Indian way, with a good pint and a half of Madeira and a dozen hard eggs spread over the top and popped under a salamander," said Mr. Chawleigh. "Dear Mr. Chawleigh, a misapprehension. The poet writes of the turtle-dove." "Oh, well, why can't he say so? I don't know that I've ever eaten turtle-doves, but I dare say they're much the same as pigeons. I'm not over and above partial to them myself," said Mr. Chawleigh reflectively, "but when I was a lad we used to have 'em cooked in batter. Pigeon in a hole, they were called." "Like Toad in the Hole?" inquired Miss Chawleigh. "My dear Miss Chawleigh, how can you talk so?" protested Mrs. Chawleigh-Bix. "Lord Linton is looking perfectly shocked." "Am I?" Adam said. "My looks belie me, then." He addressed himself to his hostess, saying with a slight smile, "I can't tell you how refreshing it is to encounter a female who doesn't fall into ecstasies at the mere mention of Byron's name." "Are you quizzing me?" she asked bluntly. "Of course I'm not.
I'm no great judge of poetry, but surely Lord Byron's verses are extraordinarily overrated." "Well, that's what I think," she replied, "but I have for long been aware that, try as I may, I don't appreciate poetry as I should. I did make the greatest effort to read The Bride of Abydos, however." "Unavailing, I collect." She nodded, looking a little conscience-stricken. "Yes, though I dare say I should have persevered if the library had not sent me a parcel containing 2 books which I most particularly wanted to read. I found I could no longer concentrate my mind, and so abandoned the attempt. And one was perfectly respectable," she said, defensively, adding, in response to his lifted eyebrows, "Mr. Southey's Life of Nelson. Has it come in your way?" "Ah, yes, that is a noble work indeed, worth all his Thalabus and Maddocks and curses. But what, Miss Chawleigh, was the other work, not so respectable, which lured you away from Abydos?" "Well, that one was a novel," she confessed. "A novel preferred to Lord Byron? Oh, Miss Chawleigh!" exclaimed Mrs. Chawleigh-Bix archly. "Yes, I did prefer it. In fact, I turned to it with the greatest relief, for it is all about quite ordinary, real persons, and not about pirate chiefs or pashas, and nobody kills anyone in it. Besides, it was excessively diverting, just as I guessed it would be." She glanced shyly at Adam and said with a tiny stammer, "It is by the author of Sense and Sensibility, which... But I dare say you might not recall. I liked. But Miss Oversley thought too humdrum. I remembered that we argued about it one day when you were present." "No, I don't recall the occasion," he replied. His colour a trifle heightened, "but I know that Miss Oversley prefers the romantic to the humdrum. She is extremely fond, too, of poetry." "Well, each to his own taste," said Mr. Chawleigh, who had come to the end of his repast. "But I'm bound to say I don't see what's the use of writing poetry except for children to learn at school, though what good that does 'em I don't know. Still, it was pretty to hear you recite, Jenny, and wonderfully you used to remember your pieces." Mrs. Chawleigh-Bix cast a speaking glance at Adam, but he evaded it, and seized the opportunity offered by his host's remark to draw Miss Chawleigh into an interchange of reminiscences of the various poems which they had been compelled as children to learn by heart. Miss Chawleigh became much less self-conscious over this game of odious comparisons, a circumstance which led her parent to observe, when the ladies had left the dining-room, that he could see that she and Adam went along like winking together. Adam knew himself to be stiffening and tried to overcome repulsion. He was not quite successful, but Mr. Chawleigh did not pursue the subject, deeming it of more immediate importance first to ascertain that his port was being properly appreciated, and next to discover whether his noble guest's opinion of Mrs. Chawleigh-Bix tallied with his own. Adam answered this evasively, for while he was by no means enamoured of the lady, he thought her situation an uncomfortable one, and so profoundly pitied any person who was obliged to live with Mr. Chawleigh, that he was reluctant to abuse her. "Well, to my mind she's nothing but a show-off," said that worthy. "I was hoping you'd give her a set-down, but if there's one thing I can't abide, it's sham. No, and I don't like Smithfield bargains either, which is what I've a shrewd notion I got when I hired her to companion Jenny. Mind, I'm not a nip-farthing, but I want value for my blunt, and not a penny do I grudge when I've got it. That you may depend on. I dare say you notice the pearls my Jenny's wearing. I bought 'em at Rundle and Bridge, and paid 18,000 for them without so much as a blink, though I brought them down by a couple of thousand before I said done, of course." It was not difficult to persuade him to talk about his possessions. Before he declared that it was time they joined the ladies, Adam had led him on to describe the circumstances under which he had obtained the massive epergne on the table, what he had paid for the various pictures that adorned the walls, how he had had the dinner service, which Adam sincerely admired, straight from the custom-house, and a great many other pieces of information of the same nature. Despising himself, Adam encouraged him to expatiate on his favourite theme. It was bad, but not so bad as to be asked whether he liked Miss Chawleigh well enough to marry her,
which was the question he knew to have been hovering on Mr. Chawleigh's tongue. When they entered the drawing-room, they found the lady seated by the fire, Miss Chawleigh being engaged with some embroidery. Mrs. Chawleigh-Biggs at once drew Adam's attention to this, begging him to marvel with her at the exquisite design which dear Miss Chawleigh had herself drawn, and to declare if he had ever seen anything so beautiful. "I am for ever saying that she puts me to the blush with her industry and her accomplishments. I flatter myself that I am not an indifferent needlewoman, but her stitches are set so neatly that I am quite ashamed to let my own work be seen. Her music, too. My dear Miss Chawleigh, I hope you mean to indulge us this evening. Allow me to ring for the footman to open the instrument. You, Lord Linton, I know, will be pleased with her performance, which, I venture to say, is most superior." He responded at once by saying that he would very much like to hear Miss Chawleigh play, but she excused herself with so much determination that he forbore to press her. Mrs. Chawleigh-Biggs appealed for support to Mr. Chawleigh, but in vain. "Aye, she plays very prettily, and I don't deny I'm fond of a good tune now and then, but we don't want any music now," he said. "I've promised his lordship a sight of my china, love, so do you come over to the cabinet and show him the best pieces, for you know more about it than I do, as I've told him." She obeyed, but as Adam knew too little about China to be able to draw her out, this attempt to promote a good understanding between them was not very successful. Miss Chawleigh's knowledge might be considerable, but she was plainly not an enthusiast. Adam, recalling that her father had told him that she was as good as an almanac, thought that textbook would have been the better simile. She could enlighten his ignorance on soft paste and hard, explain that the Vincennes blue on a bowl which he admired was applied with a brush, tell him that a pair of brilliantly enamelled creatures seated on pedestals were Keelins. But when she drew his attention to the beautiful texture of an inkstand of St. Cloud porcelain, she did so in a flat, dispassionate voice, and her hands, when she displayed a ruby-backed plate of the Yung Cheng dynasty, were careful, but not the hands of a lover. Adam realized suddenly, and with a flicker of surprise, that it was not she, with her superior knowledge, who really loved all these bowls, beakers, and groups, but her father, who could only say, as he fondled a famille noire vase, "It's the feel of it, my lord. You can always tell." It seemed so strange that a man who judged the worth of a picture by its size, and furnished his house with vulgar opulence, should not only collect china, but distinguish instinctively between the good and the bad, that Adam's interest was caught. He tried to lure Mr. Chawleigh on to talk about his hobby, but no sooner did that gentleman perceive that his daughter had retired into the background, that he broke off and said, as he restored to the cabinet a graceful Capodimonte group, "Well, I don't know why I've a liking for these things, and that's a fact. It's my Jenny you should talk to if you want to know about 'em. She's got book learning, which I never had." "I don't think Miss Chawleigh will be offended, sir, if I venture to say that you have something of more worth than book learning." "No, for it's very true," she said at once. "I learned about China to please Papa, but I am not myself of an artistic disposition." "Oh, Miss Chawleigh, how can you say so?" exclaimed the faithful Mrs. Chawleigh-Biggs. "When I think of the charming sketches you have done, your embroidery, your musical talent—" "Now, that does put me in mind of something," interrupted Mr. Chawleigh. "I want to show his lordship the perspective drawing Jenny did of the square. Do you come down to the library, ma'am, and help me to look for it." To her credit, Mrs. Chawleigh-Biggs did her best to combat this blatant attempt to leave the young couple alone, but not all her assurances that Mr. Chawleigh would find the sketch in a certain portfolio availed to turn him from his purpose. His juggernaut quality came to the fore, and in a very few minutes he had succeeded in sweeping the reluctant lady out of the room, saying with obvious mendacity that both she and he would be back in a trice. The situation was awkward, and was not rendered less so by Miss Chawleigh's embarrassment. It rendered her scarlet-faced and tongue-tied, and when Adam made some light remark to bridge the awkward moment, she did not respond, but raising her eyes to his face in a stricken look, blurted out, "I'm sorry," before turning away, her hands pressed to her burning cheeks. For a moment his only feeling was one of vexation with her for having so little address. She had only to respond to his lead, and the situation could have been carried off. Her look of consciousness, the words she had uttered, even the hasty way she had turned from him, made this impossible. Had she not been so unmistakably distressed, he could almost have suspected her of trying to force his hand. She had walked away to the fire, and after a struggle to regain her composure, she said, It is the greatest imposition to be obliged to admire my drawings, and to have them displayed to visitors is what I particularly dislike. But Papa, you see, nothing will deter him. I am so sorry." He recognized a gallant, if belated, attempt to pass the thing off, and his vexation died. He hesitated, and then said, "Miss Chawleigh, would you prefer me to agree that it is a sore trial to have one's sketches shown off, or to say, quite frankly, that I don't think any two persons can ever have found themselves in such an embarrassing fix as this?" "Oh, no, so mortifying," she said, in a stifled voice. "I didn't know that Papa had the intention tonight, so soon." "Nor I, indeed. But he has done it, and it would be foolish in either of us, don't you think, to pretend not to understand why we have been pitchforked together." He saw her nod, and continued, not easily, but with a good deal of earnestness, "I wish you will be open with me. Your father is trying to make a match between us, but you don't like it, do you? You needn't be afraid of telling me so. How should you like it, when we are barely acquainted? My fear is that you have been compelled to entertain me tonight against your wish. Believe me, you have only to tell me that this is so, and the affair shall go no further." This frankness steadied her. She had been standing with her back to him, looking down into the fire, but she turned now and replied in a low tone, "I wasn't compelled. Papa wouldn't do so. I know it must appear, and he does like to rule the roast, but he is too fond of me to constrain me, and too kind, even though he may seem sometimes a little overbearing." He smiled. "Yes, a benevolent despot, which is perhaps the worst sort of tyrant, because the hardest to withstand. Where all is being done with the best of intentions, and by a parent, to whom one must owe obedience, it seems almost monstrous to rebel." Her flush had faded. She was even rather pale. "I should be reluctant to do so, but if it were necessary in such a matter as this, I should rebel. That's not the case. He wishes me to marry you, my lord. He doesn't compel me." There was a faint frown on his brow. He regarded her intently, trying to read her face. "The tyranny of affection." She shook her head. "No, it would grieve me to disappoint him, but I shouldn't hesitate if my affections were already engaged, or I disliked the scheme." This was spoken calmly, but with an effort. She moved towards a chair and sat down. "You asked me to be open with you, my lord. I don't dislike it. If you feel you could bear—" She checked and went on after a tiny pause. "I'm not romantic. I perfectly understand the circumstances, and don't expect— You said yourself that we are barely acquainted." He was obliged to master an impulse to retreat, and to tell himself that her acceptance of the proposed match was no more cold-blooded than his own. He was quite as pale as she, and he replied in a strained voice, "Miss Chawleigh, if you feel that you could bear it, I shall count myself fortunate. I won't offer you false coin. To make the sort of protestations natural to this occasion would be to insult you, but you may believe me sincere when I say that if you do me the honour to marry me, I shall try to make you happy." She got up. "I shall be. Don't think of that. I don't wish you to try to, only to be comfortable. I hope I can make you so. I'll do my best. And you'll tell me what you wish me to do, or if I do something you don't like, won't you?" He was surprised and a little touched, but he said as he took her hand, "Yes, indeed, whenever I'm out of temper or grow tired of being comfortable." She stared for a second, saw the quizzical look in his eyes, and laughed suddenly. "No, I promise you I won't get into a myth." He kissed her hand, and then, lightly, her cheek. She did not shrink, but she did not look as though she liked it. And since he had no desire to kiss her, he let go her hand, not offended, but relieved. Chapter 5. The engagement was almost immediately announced, and the wedding day fixed for a month later, on the 20th of April. Whether from impatience to see his daughter ennobled, or from fear that Adam might cry off, Mr. Chawleigh was anxious to clinch the bargain, and was, with difficulty, restrained from sending off notices then and there to the Gazette and the Morning Post. He said, in a burst of unendearing frankness, that the sooner the news was made public, the better it would be for Adam, but he was forced to acknowledge that it would be improper to advertise the marriage before Adam had broken the news of it to his family. Another setback was in store for him. In the midst of his plans for a wedding exceeding in magnificence any that had ever preceded it, he was pulled up by a gentle reminder that the recent bereavement suffered by his prospective son-in-law put out of count any such schemes. The ceremony, Adam said, must be private, with only the immediate relations and particular friends of both parties invited to attend it. This was a severe blow, and might have led to a battle of wills had not Jenny intervened, saying in her downright way, "Now that's enough, Papa. It wouldn't be the thing." In other quarters the intelligence was received in widely divergent ways. Lord Oversley said he was damn glad to hear it, and Lady Oversley burst into tears. Wimmering, momentarily stunned, recovered to congratulate his patron, and to beg him to leave all financial arrangements in his hands. Like Mrs. Chawleigh-Bix, he was killed with delight, the only leaven to his joy being Adam's resolve to continue in his plan to sell the townhouse. To representations that now more than ever would he need a townhouse, he replied that he had the intention of hiring one of more modest dimensions than the mansion in Grosvenor Street. To the warning that a hired place could not be thought creditable, he merely said, "What nonsense." Adam communicated the news of his betrothal to Lady Linton by letter, making business his excuse for not returning to Fontley. He could not bring himself to face the inevitable astonishment, the questions, and perhaps the disapproval that must greet his announcement, and he knew himself to be unequal to the task of describing Mr. Chawleigh by word of mouth. He could write that he was a wealthy merchant with whom Lord Oversley was on terms of friendship, and Lady Linton would not know, reading of Jenny's quiet manners, superior understanding, and well-formed figure, that these fluent phrases had not tripped readily from his pen. He ended his letter by begging his mother to come to London to make the acquaintance of her future daughter-in-law, but thought it advisable to send by the same post a brief and much more forthright letter to his elder sister. "Charlotte, I depend upon you to bring Mamma to town. Represent to her how improper it would be for her to be backward in any attention. The ceremonial visit must be made. If she holds by her intention to settle in Bath, I should wish her to decide which of the furnishings in Linton House she desires for her own use, which can't be settled in her absence. Tell her this if she should fly into one of her ways." Before any letters reached him from Fontley, the notice of his engagement had been published, and his circumstances underwent a sudden change. Persons who had been dunning him for payment of their accounts became instantly anxious to obtain his custom. Tailors, haberdashers, jewellers, and coachmakers begged the favour of his patronage, and foremost on the list was the firm of Schweitzer and Davidson, whose unpaid bill for raiment supplied to the 5th Viscount ran into 4 figures.
Even the elder Drummond permitted himself a smile of quiet triumph when he pointed out the announcement to his heir. "His lordship, my boy, will draw on Drummonds to whatever tune he pleases," he said. "Yes, sir, I should think so," replied young Drummond, awed. This result of his engagement came as a welcome change from the incessant demands with which Adam had previously been assailed, but the knowledge that he owed even the obsequiousness of the management and staff of Fenton's Hotel to Chawleigh Gold could scarcely be expected to gratify him. Nor did a letter from Miss Oversley help to elevate his spirits. Mamma had broken the news to Julia, saying, as she put the fatal copy of the Gazette into her hands, "Julia, my love, you must be brave." She had been brave, supported by Mamma's exquisite understanding, but the notice had for a time quite overpowered her, and she felt that her mind would not soon recover its tone. Tears made it difficult for her to write, but indeed she wished him happy, and had compelled her reluctant hand to pen a note to Miss Chawleigh, once, as I believed, my friend. She was leaving town to visit her grandmamma in Tunbridge Wells. Mamma thought it would be wiser to run no risk of a chance encounter with Adam for the present. The next post brought him a spate of letters from various relations, ranging from a demand from his Aunt Bridestow to know who was this Miss Jane Chawleigh, to a sentimental effusion from an elderly spinster cousin, who was persuaded that Miss Chawleigh must be the most amiable girl imaginable, an observation which made Adam realize that he knew nothing about his bride's disposition. He had to wait several days for letters from Fontley, but they arrived at last. A frantic scrawl from Lydia, who was sure that Jenny must be the horridest girl in the world, and a troubled letter from Charlotte. "Dearest Mamma," she wrote, had suffered so severe a shock from the discovery that her only surviving son had become engaged to a totally unknown female, that her every faculty had been suspended. Alarming spasms had subsequently attacked her, and although this distressing condition had yielded to the remedies prescribed by their good Dr. Tilford, she was still too knocked up to attempt the arduous task of writing a letter. "Approbation cannot at present be hoped for," wrote Charlotte, sounding a warning note, "but I believe she will exert herself to do all that is proper to this occasion. She struggles to overcome her fidgets, but the intelligence that you mean to sell Linton House has been productive of some agitating reflections, our dear brother having been born there. Here, dearest Adam, I was interrupted by my beloved Lambert. His visit has done Mamma a great deal of good, for he has been sitting with her for an hour, representing to her with calm good sense all the advantages of your marriage." It seemed that until she had had the benefit of Lambert's calm good sense, Mamma had declared that her bereavement put it out of the question that she should either stay in a public hotel or pay morning visits. But Lambert's counsel had prevailed. Provided that Adam could procure accommodation in some genteel hostelry placed in a quiet situation, Mamma would make the painful effort required of her. But not, Charlotte wrote, the Clarendon, with its poignant memories of dearest Papa. The most welcome letter Adam received came from his father's astringent elder sister. Writing from her lord's seat in Yorkshire, Lady Nassington congratulated him on his common sense and offered him both her house in Hampshire as a honeymoon resort and the services of her third son to support him through the wedding ceremony. Adam was glad to accept the first of these offers, for Mr. Chawleigh was showing alarming signs of being more than willing not only to plan the honeymoon, but to pay for it as well. But the second he refused, having provided himself with a groomsman in the lanky person of Timothy Beamish, Viscount Brough, the eldest son of the Earl of Adversane. His friendship with Brough dated from his first term at Harrow, and had survived both separation and diverging interests. A desultory correspondence had kept them in touch, and the link had been strengthened after a few years by the arrival at the headquarters of the 52nd Regiment of Mr. Vernon Beamish, a raw and bashful subaltern, for whom Brough solicited Adam's patronage. "If he doesn't fall overboard or lose himself in the wilds of Portugal, he will shortly be reinforced by my little brother, my dear Dev," had scrawled Brough. Quite a nice pup, so be kind to him, and don't let him play with the nasty frogs."
Bruff had not been in London when Adam returned from France, but 2 days after the notice of Adam's impending marriage appeared in the Gazette, he strolled into Fenton's Hotel, and upon being informed that my Lord Linton was out, said that he would await his return. An hour later, Adam entered his private parlour, to find him lounging in a chair by the fire, his very long legs stretched out before him, and the rest of his form hidden behind a copy of the Courier. He lowered this as the door opened, disclosing a cadaverous countenance which wore an expression of settled melancholy.
"Bruff!" exclaimed Adam joyfully. "Now, don't say you're glad to see me," begged his lordship. "I hate whiskers. Whiskers be damned! I was never more glad to see anyone." "Pitching it too, rum," sighed Bruff, dragging himself out of his chair. "Or have you but this instant arrived in England? Come along, don't hesitate to try it on, rare and thick."
Adam gripped his bony hands, smiling.
"I've been in England some weeks. 3, but it seems more." "Running rather sly, aren't you?" drawled his friend. "No, upon my honour. I looked for you in Brooks, but was told you were in Northamptonshire still. I wrote to you yesterday. You can't have received my letter, surely. How did you find me out? What brings you to town?" "I haven't received your letter. I found you out by inquiring for you in Grosvenor Street. I was brought to town by the notice in the Gazette," replied Bruff, ticking off the several questions on his long fingers. "That, you know, conveyed the intelligence to my powerful mind that you had returned to England. But why I should have taken the notion into my head that you might have some use for me, I can't conjecture. Until your powerful mind apprehended that I wanted you for my groomsman," said Adam, smiling up into his deep-set eyes. "Will you do that for me, Bruff?" "But, of course, with the greatest pleasure on earth, dear boy. I'm not acquainted with Miss Chawleigh, but my father tells me it's an excellent match. Says you've done just as you ought, and I'm to present you with his felicitations. By the by, how is my young brother?" "He was in a capital way when I saw him last. I wish I knew what had been happening since I left. Soult's on the run, but not rompade yet. What a moment to have been obliged to apply for furlough. Not that it is that, of course. I'm selling out." "Well, you'd think it a dead bore to be serving in peacetime," remarked Bruff. "The on-dit is that the Bourbons will be back before the summer's out. I don't know how much of a setback that pitiful business at Bergen-op-Zoom will prove to be. Graham seems to have made a rare mull of it." Adam nodded, grimacing, but said, "We shan't be lurched by that. If we can outflank Soult, pin him up against the Pyrenees, cut off from his supplies, see if the whole house of cards don't tumble down. You've no notion what the feeling is in southern France. We thought the natives better disposed towards us than the Spaniards." He laughed suddenly. "We pay for what we commandeer, you see, which Boney's army doesn't. Lord, I do wish I knew where we are now. It's nearly a month since aught. I suppose we're held up by a mingle-mangle of politicians." On the following day, the news of a victory at Tarbes on the 20th of March was published. A part of the Light Division had been hotly engaged, but it did not seem as though the 52nd Regiment had taken much part in the action, a circumstance which slightly consoled Adam for his enforced absence. Nor, however, did it seem that Wellington had succeeded in cutting Soult's lines of communication. The Marshal was retiring in good order upon Toulouse. Matters of more domestic moment claimed Adam's attention. Mr. Chawleigh, balked in his plans for a splendid marriage ceremony, wanted to know whether his Jenny was expected to wait until the following year before being presented at court. He understood, on the authority of Mrs. Quarley-Bix, that she could not go into society until this function had been performed, but while he didn't wish Jenny to do anything not quite the thing, it was plain that he viewed with considerable disfavour any postponement of her debut. If she was not to appear at any ton party, it would look as though my lord was ashamed of his bride, and that, said Mr. Chawleigh, his jaw pugnaciously outthrust, was not what he had bargained for. Adam neither relished the manner of this admonition nor wished to take part in the season's festivities, but he did appreciate Mr. Chawleigh's objection. Mr. Chawleigh was paying him handsomely to establish Jenny in the ranks of the ton, and although the letter of the bargain might be fulfilled by her elevation to the peerage, the spirit of it demanded that every effort should be made to introduce her into society. There could be little satisfaction in becoming a viscountess if one was obliged to live for a whole year in seclusion. Moreover, if no presentation took place, and no cards were sent out announcing the bridal couple's readiness to receive visits of ceremony, Adam was afraid that some of the high sticklers whose notice was of the first importance to a lady desirous of entering the exclusive circle to which they belonged might consider that the period of mourning absolved them from any duty to call on Lady Linton thereafter. It might even be thought that to preserve the strict period of mourning was a tacit signal that the usual civilities were not expected, for it was certainly very odd conduct to interrupt this period for the celebration of nuptials, which it would have been more proper to have postponed. "Ay, but your affairs won't wait, my lord," said Mr. Chawleigh, when Adam tried to explain the difficulty to him. "I won't tip over the dibs until I see the knot tied, because I'm not one to shell out the nonsense without I've better security than you can offer me. Now, there's no need to nab the rust. I don't doubt you'd stick to the bargain, but who's to say you'd be alive to do it? Anything could happen to you, and then where would I be? Holding a draft on the pump at Aldgate." This point of view could scarcely be expected to appeal to Adam, but his sense of humour came to his rescue, and instead of yielding to a reckless impulse to repudiate the betrothal, he sought counsel of Lady Oversley. She perceived the intricacies of the situation at once, and gave the matter her profound consideration. She must be presented, she decided. It would have a very strange appearance if she weren't, because one always is, you know, on the occasion of one's marriage, and there is nothing improper in going to a drawing-room when in mourning, though not, I think, in colour, except lavender, perhaps. Only who is to present her? In general, one's mother does so, but poor Jenny has no mother, and even if she had— dear me, yes, this is a trifle awkward, because I don't think you could ask it of your own mother, not while she's in such deep mourning, I mean. Well, it will have to be me, though I am strongly of the opinion that if we could but hit on a member of your own family, it would create a better impression." "My Aunt Nassington," suggested Adam. "Would she? I think she might. Well, if you can coax her into it, do so. No one could answer the purpose better, because she's of the first consequence and positively famous for the crushing set-downs she gives to perfectly respectable persons. Her approval must be of the greatest value. As for the rest, I don't think you should go to balls. Dinner parties and assemblies, yes. Balls, no. At least you might attend one, but you shouldn't dance at it." "I can't," Adam pointed out. "Too lame, ma'am. What a figure I should cut." "So you would," she agreed, brightening perceptibly. She did not disclose that the recollection of his disability had relieved her mind of a severe anxiety, and if he guessed that she had been racking her brains to think how she could induce the haughty patronesses of Almack's to bestow vouchers on Jenny, he did not say so. But he must have known that the right of entry to these chaste assembly rooms in King Street conferred on the recipient a greater distinction than a court presentation, and was far more difficult to obtain. The club was presided over by 6 great ladies who imposed rules that were as inflexible as they were arbitrary. Mere rank was no passport to Almack's, and although the disappointed marvelled that anyone should covet a ticket to an assembly where no more stimulating beverage than orgeat could be got, and where nothing was danced but Scotch reels and country dances, such disgruntled animadversions hoaxed no one. It might be more amusing to twirl round a ballroom in the new German waltz, or to embark on the intricacies of the quadrille, and there was not a hostess in London who would not have dreamt of regaling her guests on tea and stale bread and butter, but no one could pretend that invitations to all the smartest balls of the season conveyed the cachet won by a single appearance at Almack's.
Having passed the 6 hostesses under mental review, Lady Oversley was so much relieved to be spared the task of begging Lady Sefton or Lady Castlereagh, both very good-natured, to bestow vouchers on Jenny, that she offered to act as matron of honour at the wedding. This, however, Jenny refused, saying that she had invited a Miss Tiverton to support her on the occasion. She told Adam that Miss Tiverton was perfectly genteel. The remark grated on him, but he said lightly, "If you like her, I'm sure she must be an amiable girl. Your chaperone I cannot like. Will you feel yourself obliged to invite her to your parties?" "Oh, no. I don't mean to keep up the acquaintance," she said calmly. "I dislike her very much." There was a hint of her father's ruthlessness in this, which dismayed him. She saw that he was looking grave, and added, "I don't feel under any obligation to her, you know. She has been handsomely paid, and she has been able to feather her nest in a great many ways. All my wedding clothes are being made at the most expensive houses, you know, and so, of course, she receives commissions for having put business in their way." "Good God! Surely it is most improper of her to be urging you to extravagance so that she may make a profit. You will indeed be well rid of her." "Oh, yes, but I dare say she feels it to be of no consequence, since Papa likes me to shop at all the most expensive places." She hesitated and then asked shyly, "That puts me in mind of something I wish to ask you. Must I engage a dresser? Mrs. Qualeybick says I must, and I'll do what you think right. Only I would very much prefer to keep my old maid with me. I know a grand dresser would despise me." "If all dressers are like my mother's Miss Poolstock, she'd hold up her nose at both of us. A more top-lovely female I never encountered." "Then may I tell Papa you don't think it necessary?" "Yes. Tell him Miss Poolstock has given me such a hatred of dressers that I won't have one in the house. And, talking of houses, what do you wish me to do about a townhouse? Wimmering tells me there will be no difficulty in selling the one in Grosvenor Street, so perhaps we should be looking about us for another, if either of us can spare the time, which I doubt. Shall I tell Wimmering to try what he can find for us while we are in Hampshire? Then, if he saw any he thought suitable, we may inspect them before I take you to Fontley." She agreed at once, and asked if they were to go to Fontley immediately after the honeymoon. "Unless you should dislike it. I want to make you acquainted with it, and with my people." "Would you like to remain there, not to come to town at all this season?" "What, miss all the season?" he replied in a rallying tone. "No, indeed. Have you forgotten that you are to be presented? We ought to make a push to be back in town before the middle of May, which will relegate our stay at Fontley to a very few days." "I only thought, since you are in mourning, that perhaps you had liefer not go to parties." "On the contrary, I've consulted Lady Oversley, and she assures me that it will be proper for us to do everything but dance. And I don't dance, you know. Though I'll engage to escort you to balls next year, and stand, as my sister tells me Byron does, gloomily surveying the company." Chapter 6. Lady Linton took 2 days to reach London, since she elected to travel in the family coach, an old-fashioned vehicle which had not been designed for swift progress. It had the advantage of being roomy enough to accommodate Miss Poolstock, as well as herself and Charlotte. But she did not mention this when she explained to Adam why she had lumbered up to town in it. She reminded him instead that one of his first economies had been to dismiss the postilions always kept by his father. "Whether that was quite wise, dearest, I must leave it to you to decide. I am sure you did what you thought right, and I don't regard the inconvenience to myself." "But you could have hired postilions and come in the post-chaise, mamma," expostulated Adam. He would have done better to have held his peace, for he was speedily brought to a sense of his shortcomings. These included a callousness which made it possible for him to contemplate with equanimity all the dangers to which his mother would be subjected were she to entrust herself to hired postboys. He had time, while this homily was being delivered, to assimilate the details of her raiment, and as soon as he found himself alone with his sister,
He demanded to be told whether Mamma meant to call in Russell Square, rigged out in crimped crape, and with her only ornament a large mourning brooch depicting, in grisaille on mother-of-pearl, a female drooping miserably over a tomb. "And why hasn't Lydia come with you?" Charlotte was obliged to confess that Lydia had not wished to come. She is so very much attached to you that she felt she couldn't bear— that is to say, she— "I understand you," he interrupted. "She is mistaken, however. Miss Chawleigh is a very agreeable girl. I think Lydia will like her. I hope she will. For if she doesn't, it must lead to a breach between us, which would grieve me very much indeed." She bowed her head, but ventured to say, "Only let me once tell you, my dear brother, how deeply sensible I am of the sacrifice you are making. When I reflect that if I had had your resolution—" "Charlotte, don't be a goose. You are not assisting at a tragedy. Oh, I know what's in your mind, but that was put out of the question whether I married or stayed single. Don't, I beg of you, make a piece of work of it." He gave her a slight hug, which told her more than anything he had said. "Has Mamma made up her mind where she wishes to live? Does she remain at Fontley, or does she hold by the Bath scheme?" "By the Bath scheme, and, oh, Adam, I am in such a worry over it, and can't help feeling that perhaps it is my duty to accompany her. But Lambert thinks that if once I go to Bath, Mamma will renew all her objections to my marriage. I am in the wretchedest indecision, and wish you will advise me." "You'll marry Lambert, of course. Mamma will have Lydia to bear her company, and Aunt Bridestow as well. Why should you hesitate?" "If you don't think it would be wrong. Mamma so lately bereaved," she faltered. He assured her that he did not, which made her look brighter, and later won him a hearty handshake from Mr. Ryde, who told him that the Dowager had been showing disquieting signs of rescinding her consent to the marriage. "The thing is, old chap, that now you're going to mend matters so handsomely, she don't like the match any more than she ever did," he confided. "Let her but take Charlotte off to Bath, and she'll find first one excuse and then another to keep her there." "I see. Well, if my mother insists on going there at once, we'd best fix the date of your wedding for the week following Jenny's and my return from Hampshire." This arrangement quite failed to win the Dowager's approval. She said that 2 such hasty weddings in one family would present a very odd appearance. "I must own that I think it would be better to postpone Charlotte's marriage for a few months," Adam agreed. "If you feel that, don't remove to Bath till the autumn. There is no occasion for you to do so, after all." "Dearest, you must not ask too much of me," countered her ladyship. "If my remaining at Fontley could benefit you, I would stay, exerting my last strength to suppress the painful feelings that must arise from seeing a stranger, and one who I cannot believe is worthy of the position she is to fill, set in my place. But there is nothing I could do to help you, my poor boy." This did not augur well for the forthcoming visit to Russell Square, but this seemed, from what Adam could gather, to have passed off fairly well. Lady Linton and Charlotte found Miss Chawleigh and her chaperone at home, but since theirs was a morning call, they did not meet the master of the house. Charlotte thought that Mamma had been agreeably surprised by Miss Chawleigh, for although she deplored her lack of countenance, and prophesied that she would be fat before she was 40, she had said, as she and Charlotte drove back to Albemarle Street, that she was thankful at least that she would not have to blush for her daughter-in-law's manners. "And indeed, Adam, I thought her very unaffected and pleasant, and I am sure I shall learn to be fond of her," said Charlotte nobly. Lady Linton's severest strictures were reserved for Mrs. Chawleigh-Bix, whom she described as odious and insinuating. She said that a worse trial than to be obliged to endure the company of such a person could not be imagined. But that was before she had made the acquaintance of Mr. Chawleigh. The meeting took place at Lothian's Hotel, and was of an informal character, the task of inviting the Chawleighs to dine quietly there being entrusted to Adam.
Lady Linton, facing this subdued festivity with the courage of a martyr, adjured him to do what he could to exclude Mrs. Chawleigh-Bix from the invitation, but very handsomely exonerated him from future blame by saying that she had no hope of his succeeding, since such encroaching females could be depended on to thrust themselves in wherever they were least welcome. However, all was rendered easy by Mr. Chawleigh, who, after expressing his gratitude for what he termed her ladyship's condescension, added, "And mind now, not a word to Mrs. Q.B., for I'll be bound her ladyship won't want her simpering and writhing all over." Only the Chawleighs, therefore, presented themselves at Lothian's Hotel on the appointed evening, and were ushered into Lady Linton's private parlour. Miss Chawleigh's jewels were rather too magnificent both for her age and the occasion, but there was no fault to be found with her half-robe of lilac silk, and if her parents' knee-breeches and blazing tie-pin were more suited to a court function than to a family dinner-party, this outmoded style did him no disservice in the dowager's eyes. Her son might view with dismay the trappings of her woe, but on Mr. Chawleigh they exercised an instant effect. He bowed low over the frail hand extended to him, and said that he took it very kindly of her to have invited him to dine, which I'll be bound must have gone against the pluck with your ladyship, when it stands to reason you ain't feeling able for company. A sad smile acknowledged this tribute. "So pleased," murmured the widow, sinking down into her chair again, and indicating with a movement of her fan that he was to take the one beside hers, while the younger members of the party made rather laborious conversation amongst themselves. The widow gave Mr. Chawleigh of her best. By the time a waiter came to announce that dinner awaited them in the adjoining parlour, Mr. Chawleigh knew how many and how grievous were the sufferings she had undergone, and how bravely she had borne up under the bludgeonings of misfortune. He even knew what an effort it had cost her to undertake the journey to London in circumstances of extreme discomfort, and he was quite as much shocked as she could have wished. He thought it dreadful that a high-born lady of obvious fragility should have been jumbled over bad roads in a cumbersome old coach, and without even one outrider for her protection. He assured her that he would think himself honoured to be permitted to convey her back to Fontley in his own post-chaise. "None of your yellow bounders, my lady," he told her. "It's as well sprung as any you've ridden in, which it ought to be, when you think what I paid for it. And proper Hounslow-bred postillions, and that you may depend on, for only the best is good enough for Jonathan Chawleigh." Over dinner he entered with alarming vigour into her ladyship's bath scheme, offering not only to arrange all the details of her journey, but to send immediately to Bath a smart young fellow from his counting-house to discover what houses were for hire in the town. Lady Linton said in thread-like accents that she should not dream of troubling him, but he assured her that it would be a pleasure to him to save her the fatigue of house-hunting, and no trouble at all. It began to seem as if the poor lady would find herself swept off to Bath and installed willy-nilly in an establishment chosen for her by the smart young fellow from the counting-house. But just as she cast an anguished glance at her son, Miss Chawleigh said bluntly, "Lady Linton would prefer to choose her own house, papa." "Yes, and her ladyship has 2 sons to serve her, sir," chimed in Lambert jovially. "That is, if I may be allowed so to term myself." He cast an arch look at her as he spoke, which had the effect of making her smile graciously at Mr. Chawleigh, and say that she was much obliged to him, but believed that Wimmering would manage her affairs for her. "Aye, so he will," agreed Mr. Chawleigh, adding with a chuckle, "a regular downy one he is. He'll see you ain't clerked, my lady." He saw that this remark had produced constraint, and said cheerfully, "No need to colour up, my lord. You don't want to concern yourself with business either. You leave me and Wimmering to settle things in our own fashion. I warrant we understand one another, as you never could." Having in his masterly style put the family at their ease, he then turned his attention to Charlotte. His shrewd eyes looked her over with approval, but conversation did not flourish between them. With every will in the world to talk pleasantly to him, an over-delicate refinement made Charlotte regard him with much the same nervous surprise as she would have felt at being addressed by an aboriginal. Mr. Chawleigh's manner with young females was jocular and paternal. He was convinced that they liked to be complimented on their looks and quizzed about their beaux, but his compliments made Charlotte blush, and when he made a sly reference to her approaching nuptials, prophesying that there would be a score of broken hearts when the news was made public, she raised her eyes in astonishment to his face, unable to conceal how little to her taste was this ponderous gallantry. Lambert came to her rescue, responding for her jokingly. His efforts to entertain Mr. Chawleigh were praiseworthy, but the attempt to adapt his tone to what he thought would be acceptable caused him to assume something of the manner of a man good-naturedly humouring a child, and soon earned him a set-down. Miss Chawleigh bore herself throughout with composure, but rather silently, a circumstance on which her father rallied her as they drove back to Russell Square. She said, "Well, I like listening better than talking. But I did talk, Papa, to my lord and to Charlotte. She has asked me to call her that."
"Mighty condescending of her," he grunted. "How do you go on with her? Proud sort of girl, ain't she?"
"Oh, no. She was very kind and means to like me, which is truly good, I think, because she doesn't wish my lord to marry me. She tried hard to seem pleased. I'd like to tell her that I understand how she must feel, but I don't know her well enough, and perhaps it wouldn't be quite the thing."
"Now, Jenny, tell me to my head," commanded Mr. Chawleigh, laying his hand on her knee. "You don't want to draw back, my girl. I'm not forcing you into it, mind."
"No, I don't want to do that," she replied, uncommunicatively.
He sat back again in his corner of the carriage, saying that he was glad of it. "Setting aside the position you will have, not that that's a thing to be lightly done, and don't you think it. I like his lordship. That's not to say that he's after my cut, or that I'd want to be joined with him in business, but he's my notion of a regular gentleman. As for his family, I'm sure his ma is a sweet lady, poor soul. I didn't take to that sister myself, but if she treats you as she ought, which you say she does, she may be as niffy-naffy as she pleases for aught I care. Taking the fat with the lean, I like his lordship's family better than I thought to do."
It was unfortunate that his lordship's family did not reciprocate these sentiments. Lady Linton, bearing the appearance of one prevented from swooning only by frequent recourse to her vinaigrette, begged to be told what she had done to deserve such an infliction as Mr. Chawleigh, and Charlotte exclaimed, wringing her hands, "Oh, my dear Adam, you should have warned us. The shock to poor mamma. We never supposed he could be such a very vulgar person."
"Oh, come now," Lambert said, laughing. "It's natural you should think so, but I can tell you there are many worse. Though I must say—"
He stopped, encountering Adam's eyes, blinked, and then said rather hastily,
"I beg pardon. One's tongue runs away with one sometimes."
Adam nodded and turned away from him. The ladies were not to be so easily silenced, and after the usual practice of people discussing the faults of the absent, soon discovered in Mr. Chawleigh many and more serious shortcomings than had originally been apparent to them. It was useless to defend him, and an attempt to bring the debate to an end merely resulted in Lady Linton's exclaiming tragically that things had come to a pretty pass when a mother might not speak frankly to her son. She added that she hoped she had too much regard for his feelings to utter one word in disparagement of his future wife. She could only trust that he would be able to prevail upon her not to overload her person with jewels, which, besides being ostentatious, were unsuited to her years, and could at no time be worn to advantage by squabby females who had neither air nor countenance to set them off. Charlotte felt that this was going too far. She said quickly, "Depend upon it, she only does so because her father wishes it. How thankful we must be that she is not at all like him."
"Exactly so," said Lambert. "A very agreeable girl. and with a good understanding, I dare say. As for her father, well, ma'am, there's no need to think about him, after all. I heard him tell you that he didn't mean to force himself on you."
"If I could believe he meant it," sighed the widow.
"You may at least believe, mamma, that I mean it when I tell you that he will at all times be made welcome in my house," said Adam, rather sternly.
"Oh, Adam, not at Fontley,"
Charlotte cried involuntarily. "Certainly at Fontley. You seem to forget that but for him Fontley must have been sold. Do you imagine that I shan't invite him to visit us there? Handsome of me."
She turned her face away, saying in a low voice, "I had forgotten, or perhaps haven't allowed myself to reflect upon a circumstance so mortifying, so impossible to bring oneself to accept. I will say no more."
"I think enough has been said," he returned wearily. This sentiment was not shared by his mother, who declared herself compelled to say that no one had considered her feelings. Her sole consolation was that Adam's poor father was not alive to be similarly lacerated. Charlotte burst into tears, uttering a choked protest, but a rueful smile crept into Adam's eyes. All he said, however, was, "Very well, mamma. Shall I cry off? Is that what you wish?" If he expected the dowager to be confounded by this question, he underrated her. She told him that she had no wishes that were not bound up in the happiness of her dear ones. "Far be it from me to try to influence you," she said. "Alas, our natures are so widely opposed, dearest, that I cannot tell what will make you happy. Wealth means nothing to me. It is otherwise with you, and you must judge for yourself. One thing you may be sure of, no word of blame will ever pass your mother's lips." On this splendid line she withdrew to her bedchamber, leaning on Charlotte's arm, and denying any expectation of closing her eyes all night. Happily for her dear ones, her thoughts were given another direction on the following day by the news that Wimmering had received a very handsome offer for Linton House. Indeed, the prospective purchaser was prepared to pay the high price set on it if he could have immediate possession. Adam closed with this offer, and the pangs which instantly assailed his parent were almost as quickly cured by his telling her that the sale would make it possible for him to provide for Lydia. So Lady Linton was able to mourn the loss of a house she neither liked nor wanted, and was supplied with a self-sacrificing reason for acquiescing in its sale. She had now only to decide which pieces of furniture she wished to keep for her own use. Adam gave her carte blanche to take what she chose, and left her to Charlotte's management. Exile, that he had been publicly acknowledged as King of France. This circumstance did much to reconcile Mr. Chawleigh to the quiet function forced on him by Adam's bereavement. "For it stands to reason," he said, "that with all this fuss and to-do over that Frenchie, no one would have paid any heed if I'd done the thing twice as handsomely as I'd have wished to." Public events were certainly occupying everyone's attention. Adam had returned from a brief visit to Fontley to hear the Tower guns firing in honour of the Allied entry to Paris. A week later came the news of Bonaparte's abdication, to be closely followed by the publication of a dispatch from Lord Wellington, sent from Toulouse on April the 12th. It seemed as if his lordship had won his last victory in the war. It had dragged on for so many years that people felt as much incredulity as excitement. There were even those who darkly prophesied that the Allies would yet be taken at fault, and many who thought it madness to allow Bonaparte to retire to Elba. "Mark me if he don't start up again," said Mr. Chawleigh. "There's only one thing to be done with him, and that's to make an end of him, for it stands to reason that a fellow that's been rampaging all over won't stay quiet on a bit of an island, which is what I'm told this Elba is. We'll have him breaking out again, sure as a gun." He added, after chewing the cud of disgruntled reflection, that it seemed as if the only thing that would make people take notice of his Jenny's marriage was for the Grand Duchess of Oldenburg to attend the ceremony.
This lately widowed lady, sister of the Emperor of Russia, had arrived in London some weeks previously and was staying at the Pulteney on Piccadilly, having arranged to hire the whole hotel for the accommodation of herself, one of her daughters, two very ugly ladies-in-waiting, and a number of servants. It was generally believed that a match was being planned between her and the Prince Regent, or, if he failed to obtain a divorce from the Princess of Wales, that she might take his brother, the Duke of Clarence, in his stead. She herself said that her visit was one of mere pleasure and sightseeing, and it hardly seemed that she was taking trouble to make herself agreeable to the Regent. Well-informed persons said that her only matrimonial schemes were vicarious, and that she was meddling in the affairs of the Princess Charlotte of Wales, whose engagement to the Prince of Orange did not seem to be prospering. "And why anyone should want to gape at her every time she drives out, I'm damned if I know," said Mr. Chawleigh. "To my way of thinking, she's an antidote, in spite of the white skin we hear so much about. It's as well for her she has got a white skin, because otherwise you'd take her for a negress with those thick lips of hers." It was evident, in spite of these strictures, that if only some member of the Deveril family had been acquainted with the Grand Duchess, nothing would have deterred him from inviting her to the wedding. Not, as he explained to Adam, from any desire to rub shoulders with such exalted persons, but because he had always promised to turn his daughter off in prime style. "Which it would be," he pointed out. "It would have made as big a hit as if I'd got the Lord Mayor to come in his coach." Adam replied sympathetically, but was firm in denying the slightest acquaintance with the Grand Duchess. He wondered for an unnerving moment if Mr. Chawleigh knew of the late Viscount's friendship with the Prince Regent. Mr. Chawleigh did, but he said he hoped he knew better than to aim as high as that. "A foreigner's one thing, but the Prince Regent's quite another. She may be the Emperor of Russia's sister, but who's he, when all's said?" "Who indeed?" agreed Adam. "Let us not trouble our heads over any royals. We shall do much better without them." He spoke cheerfully, with nothing in his voice or manner to betray the sense of unreality which possessed him. He seemed to be living in a dream. Dreams were without future, and he did not try to discover what his might be, being too tired to force his brain to look forward. He had, indeed, little time for contemplation. He was kept endlessly busy, and as the wedding day approached was harassed by such a multitude of things forgotten and things left undone that he only managed to snatch one brief meeting with Lord William Russell, who had brought home the dispatch from Toulouse. The meeting did him good, and in learning all that had happened since he had left the army, getting news of his friends, rejoicing in Lord March's miraculous recovery from the wound he had received at Aut, and laughing at the latest headquarters jokes, he found reality again for a short space, and was heartened by it. He bore himself at his wedding in a manner which Lady Oversley declared to be beyond praise. She was a good deal affected, and told her lord later that she could have wept to see dear Adam concealing what must be his true feelings, only his pallor showing how much the effort cost him. In fact, there was no effort. Adam, back in his unquiet dream, only obeyed the dictates of his breeding. Good manners demanded a certain line of conduct, and since it was second nature to him to respond to that demand, it was with no effort, but mechanically, that he talked and smiled at the wedding breakfast. There were only a dozen persons present, but nothing could have exceeded the display of plate, or the splendour of the refreshments. The regalia on the sideboard of jellies, creams, and pies made Lydia open her eyes, and she afterwards insisted that she had counted 8 dishes aside on the table. Lydia had come to London in subdued spirits, chastened by a homily from Charlotte. When she first saw Jenny, all white satin and lace and diamonds, she thought she looked dreadfully commonplace. White satin did not become Jenny, and to make matters worse, she was as flushed as Adam was pale. She was quite composed, however, and spoke her responses clearly. But after the ceremony Lydia thought that perhaps she was not as composed as she seemed, for when she believed no one to be looking at her, she pressed her hands to her cheeks as though to force back her high colour. Lydia felt very low during the unromantic ceremony, but in Russell Square her melancholy vanished. Her surroundings were entirely new to her, and although she had heard a great deal about Mr. Chawleigh's taste, she had never imagined quite so much opulence. She looked about her with bright-eyed appreciation, drinking it all in, and wishing that she could exchange just one glance with Adam. That was impossible, but Lord Brough did very well as a substitute. Their eyes met fleetingly, and she saw by the lazy twinkle in his that he was enjoying it as much as she was, and she began to feel much more cheerful. It was still tragic that Adam was married to Jenny instead of Julia, but it was impossible to be sad in the middle of such an ill-assorted party. It was even difficult not to laugh when Mrs. Chawleigh-Bix, robed in Berlin silk and highly rouged, greeted Lady Linton with the effusive affection of intimacy, and lost no time in placing herself on equality with her by the employment of such phrases as "You and I, dear Lady Linton," and "persons of quality, as we know, dear Lady Linton." Mr. Chawleigh, observing the merry look in Lydia's eye, took an instant fancy to her and bore down on her. She was not as beautiful as her sister, but what he called a big, handsome girl with no nonsense about her. By way of breaking the ice, he told her that he was downright ashamed of himself for having provided no smart beau for her entertainment. "There's only my Lord Brough to be split between you and Lizzie Tiverton, and that's what I call a shabby way of doing things. Not but there won't be much splitting done if his lordship's got as much sense as I think he has." Lydia, who partook far more of her father's robust character than her brother and sister, was not at all offended by this speech. No one, like Mr. Chawleigh, had previously come in her way, but by the time the assembled guests sat down to the gargantuan meal provided for them, he and she were in a fair way to becoming fast friends, and several times her mother was pained to hear her spontaneous schoolgirl's laugh break from her. Lady Linton, conducting herself throughout with impeccable, if chilly, civility, later took Lydia to task for laughing at Mr. Chawleigh, and read her a lecture on the want of breeding she had shown in wounding his sensibilities. But Mr. Chawleigh's sensibilities were not even grazed. His shrewd eyes twinkled at Lydia, and he presently told Lady Linton that he didn't know when he'd taken more of a liking to a girl. He added in a confidential undertone that he had placed Lord Brough beside her at the table. "Though she tells me she's not out yet, and his lordship ought to be next to Miss Tiverton. But what I say, my lady, is, hang Lizzie Tiverton. His lordship will be better pleased to talk to Miss Lydia." Lady Linton, though she accepted the compliment politely, was not gratified. On the other hand, Adam, who had noticed with relief that Lydia seemed to be on the best of terms with her host, smiled gratefully at her when he met her eyes across the table. In his lazy, unconcerned way, Brough, too, was proving himself to be a tower of strength. Mr. Chawleigh, quick to detect and to resent condescension, thought him a very nice young fellow, of much the same cut as Lord Oversley, who was good-naturedly engaging Mrs. Chawleigh-Bix's attention at one end of the table, while his lady at the other end maintained a flow of inconsequent conversation, laughed at all her host's jokes, and delighted him by partaking of all the dishes offered her, and declaring that she had never tasted anything so good. When Jenny went upstairs to change her dress, Lydia accompanied her, rescuing her from Mrs. Chawleigh-Bix, whose proffered ministrations were clearly unacceptable to her. Waiting only to be sure that Miss Tiverton, a very shy girl, did not mean to put herself forward, she got up, saying, "May I come with you? Pray let me." "That's right," approved Mr. Chawleigh. "You go with Miss Lydia, love, and do you sit down again, Mrs. Q.B. Jenny don't want two of you to help her dress, thanking you all the same." Lydia trod beside her new sister up the heavily carpeted stairs, trying to think of something friendly to say. But it was Jenny who first spoke, saying with a stammer, "Thank you. I'm much obliged to you. I hope you don't dislike it." "No, of course not," Lydia replied, flushing. "If you don't. Oh, no. So kind. Jenny sighed. If you knew what Mrs. Chawleigh-Bix has been like all day. Lydia giggled. Your papa says she's been capering like a fly in a tar box. Goodness, is this your bedchamber? Isn't it huge? She stood looking about her in astonishment, presently remarking that there was much to be said for being an only daughter. My bedchamber isn't nearly as big, and nor is Charlotte's. She added, turning her serious gaze upon Jenny, I expect you'll think Fontley pretty shabby. Oh, no, I promise you I shan't. Pray don't think— Oh, Martha, Miss Lydia Deveril has been so kind as to come and help me. Martha used to be my nurse, Miss Deveril. You should call me Lydia. I wish you will, Lydia said, sitting down on the end of an elegant daybed. She smiled at the angular female who was dropping her a stiff curtsy and said, I won't get in the way. I will only watch. The Abigail's presence did not help to lessen the constraint that tied each young lady's tongue. Conversation was confined to the merest commonplaces, Jenny's contributions to it being largely monosyllabic. It was not until she stood fully attired, and Martha had left the room, that she seemed to brace herself and abruptly addressed Lydia. You love him, don't you? She said. You needn't tell me. I know you do, and that this isn't what you or he wished. I only want to tell you that he'll be comfortable. I'll see to that. The intensity of her expression was broken by a wintry little smile. You don't think that signifies, but it does. Men like to be comfortable. Well, he will be. That's all. She ended this speech with a determined nod, and without waiting for a reply went out of the room with a brisk step, leaving Lydia to follow her downstairs to where the assembled company awaited her in the hall. The leave-takings were not prolonged. Mr. Chawleigh, enfolding his daughter in a bear's hug, bade Adam, between jocularity and ferocity, to take good care of his girl. Lady Linton said mournfully that she hoped Adam would be happy. Charlotte and Lady Oversley shed tears, and Lydia, convulsively embracing Adam, whispered, I don't hate her. I don't. And the gentlemen of the party offered bluff congratulations, mingled with recommendations not to keep the horses standing. The posting chariot, which was one of Mr. Chawleigh's wedding gifts, stood at the door, a team of match bays harnessed to it, and the Linton arms emblazoned on the door panels and the rich hammercloth. Behind it a fourgon was drawn up for the accommodation of my lord's valet, my lady's Abigail, and all their baggage, and the final touch of grandeur was supplied by a couple of liveried outriders. Adam handed his bride into the chariot, paused only for a word with Bruff, and followed her. The steps were put up, the door shut, and as goodbyes were called and handkerchiefs fluttered, the carriage moved forward. Since postillions had been chosen for the journey, the box seat under that resplendent hammercloth was unoccupied. So too was the rumble, Adam having successfully resisted Mr. Chawleigh's attempts to foist 2 footmen onto him. The equipage swept round the angle of the square, and as the group on the flagway was lost to sight, Adam turned away from the window and smiled at Jenny, saying, Well, your father may say what he chooses, but I think we had a very handsome wedding, don't you? Are you very tired after it all? Well, I am fagged, she acknowledged, but not as much as you are, I dare say. Nonsense. You're worn to a bone, I know that. You've had far more to do than I have, besides other things. I only hope you may not be seasick in this carriage. He laughed. I hope not, indeed. Do you think you will? Well, I think I might. It sways about so much. I dare say I shall grow used to it, but if I don't, you mustn't tell Papa, if you please. He will be so disappointed, for he had it specially built. It won't be as bad once we're off the stones. Lean back and shut your eyes. Did you bring your smelling salts with you? I haven't any. Oh, yes, I have. A horrid vinaigrette, which was Mrs. Chawleigh-Bix's wedding gift to me. I expect she had it by her, for she couldn't have supposed it would be of the least use to me. Ungrateful girl. Don't tell me you left it behind. Yes, but never mind. I shall soon grow accustomed. This seemed to be true, For after remaining for some time with her eyes closed, she presently opened them and turned her head a little to study Adam's profile. He was not at first aware of her scrutiny, his thoughts being remote from her and his inattentive gaze fixed on the changing landscape. But after some minutes, as though suddenly conscious that he was being watched, he glanced at her. His vision of ethereal loveliness vanished. Beside him, plump and a little homely, sat reality, in a stylish pelisse and a hat whose poke front and curled ostrich feathers made an incongruous frame for a round, rosy face remarkable only for its determination. Revulsion held him speechless for a moment, but as his eyes met Jenny's, he saw the anxiety in hers, and his mood changed to one of compassion. Whatever had been her motive for consenting to the bargain struck by her father, she did not look happy. He thought her case to be worse than his own. The benefits accruing to him through marriage were solid. If she sought social advancement, he, born into the ton, and taking for granted the advantages of birth and rank, believed that she would discover her elevation to the peerage to be a worthless thing. If she had been forced into a loveless match by her father's ambition, she was the more to be pitied. He did pity her, and forgot his own aching heart in the need to reassure her. How to do it he did not know. He could only smile at her and take her gloved hand in his, saying cheerfully, "That's better. Have you been asleep?" Her hand trembled momentarily, but she replied in a steady voice, "No, but I am better now, thank you. I should like to talk to you, if I may." Having possessed himself of her hand, he could not think what to do with it, or how to be rid of it. She solved the problem for him by quietly withdrawing it. He said quizzically, "If you may. Now, what can you be going to say that needs my permission, goose?" She smiled perfunctorily. "Oh, no, only that you might not wish. I can't tell, but I think we should discuss our situation. I have frequently wanted to, but we have so seldom been granted the opportunity, and perhaps you would have thought it improper in me. I can't tell that either, for I am not thoroughly acquainted with you yet, and though I do try to set a guard on it, I know I have a blunt tongue. I was forever being scolded for it at Miss Satterley's." "You need never guard it when you talk to me. Indeed, I hope you won't. But first let me tell you that I am not blind to the evils of your situation. We are barely acquainted, as you have said yourself. It must be uncomfortable for you indeed." He smiled at her, not lovingly, but very kindly. "That evil will soon be remedied. In the meantime, don't be afraid. I won't do anything you don't like." She took a moment or two to answer this, her countenance inscrutable. "You're very obliging," she said at last. "I'm not afraid. That wasn't it. I dare say there are many husbands and wives who were no better acquainted at the outset than we are. It wouldn't do for people who have a great deal of sensibility, but I don't think I have much. I mean, there's no need for you to be in a worry over me. I hate fusses and twitters. In general, persons in my walk of life don't deal much in marriages of convenience. But in yours they are pretty common, aren't they?" "Yes, that is, I believe they do still occur, but I really don't know much about it," he said, hardly knowing how to reply to so forthright a speech. "I don't mean to embarrass you," she said, perceiving that she had done so, "but there's no sense in shamming it. We both know that I'm not quality-born. The thing is, you might suppose that I don't understand marriages of convenience. Well, I do, so you needn't fear I shall expect you to sit in my pocket, nor that you'll find me hanging on you like a burr, wanting to know what you're doing every minute of the day, and why you didn't come home to dinner." She raised her eyes, giving him a resolute look. "I shan't interfere with you, my lord, or ask you any questions. You'll not live under the cat's foot, I promise you." "Are you giving me permission to embark on a career of profligacy?"
he demanded, trying to turn it off lightly. "Ought I to bestow a similar carte blanche on you? You'll think me very unhandsome, I'm afraid, for I've no such intention. I'm even shabby enough to reserve to myself the right to ask you any number of questions." She shook her head, smiling, but lowering her eyes. "That's a different matter. Not that it's likely you'll have cause to be uneasy. I'm not pretty enough." She paused and drew a difficult breath, her colour mounting. "I'm not the wife you wished for, but I'll do my possible to behave as I should. You'll be wanting an heir, and I hope I shall give you one. I should like to have children, and the sooner the better, but that's for you to decide." She stopped, tightly folding her lips, and turned away her face to look out of the window. But after a few moments, during which he tried to think of something, anything to say to her, she spoke again, saying in a conversational tone, "This is a new thing for me, you know, to be going to stay in the country. My mother was a countrywoman, but Papa is town-bred and hasn't any liking for the country. So whenever we have been out of London, it has been to Brighton or to Ramsgate or some such place. Have we far to go before we reach your aunt's house?" Chapter 8. They stayed for less than a fortnight in Hampshire, the honeymoon being shortened by Lady Linton's determination to join her sister in Bath immediately, and Lambert Ryde's equal determination to marry Charlotte before this date. Family affairs called him north again, and he proposed in earnest what he had originally suggested in jest, that he should carry Charlotte to Scotland for their honeymoon. Charlotte could not deny that the prospect filled her with delight, but wrote diffidently to Adam. On the one hand, she dreaded an indefinite postponement of her wedding. On the other, she could not bear the thought of being led to the altar by anyone but her brother. "Well, I should think not, indeed," exclaimed Jenny, when Charlotte's letter was shown to her. "Do write to her directly, and tell her that you'll be there. You can see she's quite in a worry, and what difference does it make if we go to Fontley a few days earlier than we intended?" "As long as you don't dislike it." She replied with the common sense which made her at once an easy and an unexciting companion. "What are a few days more or less to us? To be sure, I like it here, but now I know that Lady Nassington means to present me at the May drawing-room. We must have gone back to town at the end of a fortnight because of my court dress. I ordered one to be made for me, and chose the materials for it, but I must try it on, you know." Her eyes narrowed to slits as a rueful chuckle overcame her. "I shall look dreadfully in it," she disclosed. "Me, in hooped petticoats. Why, I'll be as broad as I am high. Let alone not knowing how to manage, which Lady Oversley warned me I must practice before appearing in public in it. Well, I only hope I don't disgrace you." "You won't do that. Then I am to tell Charlotte she may settle for Monday, the 9th of May, as she wishes." "Yes, pray do so. We may go to Fontley on the Friday before, so if we leave here on the Tuesday, that will give me 2 days in London, to have the court dress fitted on me, and to buy the feathers, and the rest." She ended on a note of constraint, but he gave no sign of noticing either this, or the stumble in her speech, saying merely in a pleasant tone, "Very well, I'll write to Charlotte." The honeymoon had contained awkward moments that were inevitable in the circumstances, but these had been overcome, thanks largely, Adam acknowledged, to the prosaic attitude adopted by his bride. If their union was devoid of romance, less embarrassment attached to it than he had foreseen. Jenny was sometimes shy, but never shrinking. The trend of her mind was practical. She entered into married life in a business-like way, and almost immediately presented the appearance of a wife of several years' standing. She quickly discovered, and never forgot, his particular fads. She neither demanded nor seemed to desire his constant attendance on herself, but sent him forth to fish the trout stream, greeting him on his return with an inquiry after the sport he had enjoyed, and a placid account of her own activities. Since these included, besides practising on the pianoforte and sketching in the park, hemming, with exquisitely small stitches, a set of handkerchiefs for himself, he was uncomfortably remorseful, feeling that she must have been driven to such a dull task by boredom.
She assured him, however, that she enjoyed what she called white needlework, and she certainly seemed content with the quiet life she was leading. Rushley Manor might have afforded two persons lost in love an ideal honeymoon resort, but there was nothing very much for the Lintons to do there. Adam fished, rode or drove with Jenny, and in the evenings they played chess. Jenny played the pianoforte or sat stitching, while Adam read aloud to her. He was much inclined to blame himself for having brought her to Rushley, when one of the livelier watering places would probably have been more to her taste. But when he said so, she shook her head in her decided way, and replied that she would not have liked it half as well. "I know all about watering places, but I have never before stayed in a country house," she said. "It is quite new to me and very agreeable. I am learning a great deal besides, which makes me particularly glad we came here. I shan't be so ignorant when we go to Fontley. I didn't know how different it would all be from a town house." "Now you are exposing my ignorance. Is it so different?" "Oh, yes. In London, you know, one buys, but in the country one makes, or things grow, like cabbages and apples, and eggs. Now, don't laugh at me. You know very well what I mean. Pigs, too. Fancy curing one's own hams. You'd hardly credit it, but until I came here I had never seen cows milked, or had the least notion how butter was made. I like watching what they do on the farm as well as anything. Have you a farm at Fontley?" "A home farm, yes, though not, I am ashamed to say, such a neat one as this." She accepted this without comment, but asked after a moment if Fontley were as large as Rushley Manor. Rushley was not Lord Nassington's principal seat, and if Adam had been asked to describe it, he would have called it a pretty little place in Hampshire. In fact, it was a charming Queen Anne house of mellow red brick set in a small park, but it bore so little resemblance to Fontley that he was startled into exclaiming, "Fontley? But, my dear Jenny, there can be no comparison." "Do you mean that Fontley is larger?" she said, not perhaps dismayed, but certainly awed. "Yes, of course it is." He checked himself, and added, with a laugh and a faint flush, "I can never think any house superior to Fontley, you know. Now you will be expecting a Chatsworth or a Holcombe." "No, I shan't. I've never seen either, so how could I? I collect that Fontley is very big." "It is bigger than this house, of course, but, well, it is so different. None of the rooms in it is precisely handsome, except for the great hall, but there are many more of them than there are here. Perhaps you will be disappointed, or say, as my mother does, that it is shockingly inconvenient, with far too many passages and staircases and rooms leading one out of the other. You see, it wasn't built to a plan, as this one was. A part of it, all that remains of the original priory, is very old indeed, but my predecessors added to it, and altered it, each according to his fancy, until it grew to be, I suppose one might say, a perfect hodgepodge. Most of it is Elizabethan, but don't be afraid that you'll find yourself in a bedroom with an uneven floor and a ceiling so low that you can touch it. The principal bedrooms are in the wing my grandfather built. I hope you'll like it, and can set your mind at rest on one point at least. We have no ghost to trouble you, though we have got a ruined chapel." "I don't believe in ghosts. Is it a real ruin?" "Very completely. Indeed, hardly anything of it remains standing." "I mean, you didn't make it?" "Make it?" he repeated. "Build it. One of Papa's acquaintances did that, when everything Gothic was fashionable, and I believe it was much admired." "Oh," he said rather blankly. "No, we didn't make ours. That was done for us by zealots during the Civil War." "Yes, of course. I should have known that was how it must have been," she said apologetically. "You wouldn't have any need to build a ruin." Such interchanges as this might disconcert him, but they amused him as well. It was not until she broke the news to him that it was her father who had bought the house in Grosvenor Street that any serious rift occurred between them. He was reading a letter from Wimmering when she came into the room, holding in her hand a single sheet covered over with Mr. Chawleigh's undistinguished scrawl, and exclaiming, "Oh, Adam, the post brought me a letter from Papa." He looked up. "Did it? I hope he is well?" "Oh, yes. That is, he doesn't say, but he never ails. The thing is that he has contrived to do what even I thought was impossible in such a short space of time. I should have known him better, particularly when he promised me he would, if he had to hire a whole army of workmen, which I should think he must have done. Papa never promises what he can't perform." "No, I'm sure he doesn't. What is it that he has done? Something that pleases you very much, I collect." "Yes, if you are pleased. Your house, Adam. You thought you had sold it to Mr. Stickney, but he was only acting for Papa." He stared at her. "Your father bought my house," he said. "Yes, and he would have liked to have given you the title deeds on our wedding day, only they were not quite prepared, so then he thought he wouldn't tell you till all the painting and papering was done, and the house ready for us to step into. I never thought it would be in so short a time, but he writes to me that—" "Was this your notion?" he interrupted. "No, I'm afraid I didn't think of it," she replied, "though it was through my telling Papa that you meant to sell the house that it came about. He said immediately that he would buy it and give it back to you, if I thought you would like it, so—" "And you did think so?" She perceived suddenly that he was very white. Her own colour receded. She faltered. "Why, yes. I thought—" "I put the house up for sale as a means of providing for my sisters." "Yes, yes, I know. You told me." "And you thought I should like him to buy it, at a price I always considered to be extortionate, too." Her brow cleared. She said, smiling, "Oh, but you need not think of that. It was nothing to Papa. I promise you he didn't grudge it. Indeed, he laughed about it and said that you had a sure guard in Wimmering. Papa never dislikes a man for being what he calls a deep old file, and in this case I believe he didn't wish to haggle. Oh, I know he did not." She hesitated and then said, "You see, when he asked me why you meant to sell the townhouse, and I told him, he was very much struck. He said that he honoured you for it, though it was, he thought, nonsensical. He's very shrewd, you know. He understood immediately that it would not do for him to tell you, offer to—" Her voice failed. She lifted a hand to her burning cheek. "Oh, was I wrong to permit it? Papa was so pleased to think he might furnish you with what you needed without hurting your pride." "Without— Oh, my God!" he ejaculated. "So this was to be an agreeable surprise, was it? You must excuse me. It is intolerable to me. Don't you understand? No, you don't, and I can't explain it to you. I can only trust that your father won't suffer too great a loss over it. I dare say he won't, if he has furbished the house up smartly. Recommend him to place it on the market again at once. I shall be happy to learn that he has disposed of it at a profit." He went out of the room as he spoke, with a hasty, limping step. Her hand flew out involuntarily, but he was not looking at her. Her hand dropped. She did not speak, and the next instant the door had shut with a snap behind him. She did not see him again for several hours. He had a horse saddled and rode for miles, at first a prey to fury, but presently, as rage abated, falling into a despairing mood. He had been made to feel his golden shackles. He looked into the future, seeing himself the slave of Mr. Chawleigh's benevolence, and wished for a dreadful few minutes that the shot that had lamed him had found a more vital target. When he returned to Rushley Manor, it was already past the dinner hour, but the butler told him that my lady had not yet come downstairs. He found her at her dressing-table, with her maid clasping her pearls round her neck. Her eyes turned quickly towards the door. He saw how anxiously she looked at him, and he smiled at her, saying, "I'm afraid I'm late. Don't scold me. I went farther than I knew. But I shan't keep you waiting above a few minutes." "Well, as though it mattered a straw," she replied. I thought very likely you might be late, and told them to keep dinner back. Did you have an agreeable ride?" He waited until Martha had left the room, and said, as the door was closed, "Not very. I beg your pardon, Jenny. I was uncivil to you and unkind. Forgive me." "There's no need for you to beg my pardon," she replied. "It was my fault. I should have asked you, not have allowed Papa to buy the house without telling you." A gulf yawned between them. As though she saw it, she said, before he could answer her, "You'll be thinking I ought to have known better without your telling me. Well, I didn't. No use pretending I did. I see now, though not quite the way you do, I dare say. That's because Papa has always been so rich that I don't regard money much, don't think it signifies in the way you do." "You might well wonder why, having accepted so much from your father, I should ride rusty over this. I can't tell you. Don't let us talk about it any more." He bent over her and kissed her cheek. "You are much kinder to me than I deserve," he told her. "I must go and change my rig before our dinner is quite spoilt." "Never mind that," she said. "Tell me what you wish me to do. You said, recommend Papa to put the house up for sale again. If you meant it, I'll try to make him understand, but I shan't be able. I know I shan't." "There seems to be no end to my incivilities," he said ruefully. "I wish he hadn't done it, but since he has, I can't mend it." "I need not tell him." "Thank you. He would be so disappointed. He has taken such pains over it. You see, there's nothing he enjoys more than planning delightful surprises or giving one costly presents, and if one doesn't like them, well, he pretends not to care, but one can't but see how cast down he is, which is why, my dear, indeed, you need say no more. We won't disappoint him." He gave her shoulder a pat and turned away. As he reached the door, she blurted out, "You won't like it, and I never knew he meant to. Adam, he writes to me that he has furnished it for us." He paused, his hand on the doorknob. "Has he? Generous of him. I am much obliged to him. I am sure it was all sadly shabby, and my mother took so much from it, didn't she? I expect I shall hardly recognize the house when I see it again." He went out of the room as he spoke, and when they met a little later he made no reference to the subject, and nor did she. It was never mentioned again until the arrival of Charlotte's letter, when Jenny's tongue tripped over the words Grosvenor Street, and she changed them quickly to London. She would have liked to have been able to talk naturally about the house, but dared not. She had discovered that when Adam was angry, he retired behind a barrier which was as impenetrable as it was intangible. Accustomed as she was to her father's unrestrained manifestations of wrath, it had surprised her that Adam should have felt his own mild outburst called for apology. Had he ripped up at her, she would have been sorry, but not alarmed. His forbearance set her at a distance, and his unfailing courtesy made her more frightened of offending than a fit of the sullens would have done. In the end it was he who broached the dangerous topic, asking her if servants had been engaged. She replied nervously, "Yes, that is. Papa said he would leave it to Mr. Wimmering to hire servants, thinking that he would know best, and, of course, only as a temporary thing, so that if you don't like any of them, or—" "My dear Jenny, no one knows less than I do about such matters. I'm much obliged to your father. The horrifying thought occurred to me that we might return to town to find ourselves stranded, with no one to cook the meals and sweep the rooms but your Martha and my Kinver, both of whom, I am persuaded, would have taken instant offence and deserted us." "Papa felt that you would not want to be troubled with such matters when you had so much else to do, besides wishing it to be a surprise." She recollected that this rider was far from being felicitous, and hurried on. "The arrangement is a makeshift one, of course, if you consider too few servants have been hired, or too many.
"Well, that will be for you to decide," he interposed. "The house is yours, and I hope you will manage it exactly as seems best to you." Her heart sank. She said, "No, pray don't say that. Papa gives it to you, not to me." "Ah, but you are forgetting that I endowed you with all my worldly goods," he said lightly. It flashed across her mind that he had not called Fontley hers. Then her thoughts were diverted by his saying, "Don't forget to ask me for a franc when you write to tell your father that we shall be in town on Tuesday." She laughed at that and protested, "Now you know it was only once that I forgot you could give me one. I think I should write to him directly. He will want to see me, you know." "You will ask him to dine, of course." Her face lit up. She said eagerly, "May I do so?" "But, Jenny—" "He told me I must not," she disclosed. "He said he would visit me now and then, but privately." "Well, it would be quite improper in you to beg him not to talk nonsense, so just tell him that we both look forward to seeing him in Grosvenor Street at 7 o'clock on, shall we say, Wednesday?" "Thank you. It will please him very much. I'll write to him immediately." She hurried away, so that he was not obliged to answer her, which he hardly knew how to do, since they were not upon such terms of intimacy as would have made it possible for him to speak at all frankly. They reached Grosvenor Street a little before dusk on the 3rd of May. Adam was relieved to see only 2 footmen reinforcing the middle-aged butler, but this alleviation of his worst fears was not of long duration. By the time he had reached the drawing-room on the 1st floor, he would scarcely have noticed it, had there been a dozen stalwart lackeys, all arrayed in dazzling livery, in attendance upon him. He had said that he would not recognize the house, and he now discovered how true was this prophecy. Mr. Chawleigh's taste for opulence had been given full rein. Even the dining-room had not escaped his transforming hand, for although Lady Linton had removed none of its furniture, he had given it a new carpet of Turkish origin, and new curtains of a rich red brocade, draped and looped and embellished with bright gold cords and tassels. He had also supplemented the illumination cast by 4 massive candelabra by several girandoles. In the hall and on the half-landing, his passion for lights had expressed itself in a succession of oil lamps, concealed in alabaster bowls and mounted on tall pedestals. At the foot of the staircase, another of these lamps, on a shaft in the form of a triform Egyptian figure supported by sphinxes, was set on the lowest baluster, and afforded the first sign of what was to be abundantly proved when the first pair of stairs had been ascended. Mr. Chawleigh had fallen a victim to the fashionable rage for the Egyptian and the classical styles. The Dowager had stripped the drawing-room of almost everything but the larger Wisson carpet, and on its delicately hued pattern were placed couches with crocodile legs, occasional tables inlaid with marble and wreathed with foliated scrolls, lyre-backed chairs, footstools on lion legs, and several candelabra on pedestals entwined with lotos and anthemian garlands. Jenny had never seen the house before, and treading silently beside Adam, looked about her in doubt, not knowing where the Deveril influence ended and the Chawleigh began. Certain of her doubts were resolved on entering the drawing-room, where the glossy green and gold stripes of the upholstery caused her to say apologetically, "Papa has always been very partial to green." A glance at Adam's countenance informed her that he did not share this partiality, and she added cheerfully, "Well, those stripes won't do in this room, but I'll soon attend to that. I'll start at once to work a set of chair covers, and Papa will see in a flash that the rest must be altered to suit them." "But not at his expense, if you please, Jenny." "Oh, no. That is, I should have said, at his added expense. He has made a very handsome settlement, you know, besides all else, and I had rather by far endure these stripes than that you should ask him to change them." "I won't," she promised. "I only meant that he won't wonder at my covering the chairs again when he sees the ones I shall embroider. Pray tell me what you wish, Adam. Must I not accept gifts from Papa?" What he chooses to give you for yourself is no concern of mine, but we'll settle our household accounts ourselves." "Yes, Adam," she added after a thoughtful moment, "though it may be a little difficult now and then, you see, whenever he sees some new thing which takes his fancy, like a patent lamp or a washing machine, I am afraid he will buy it for us, because that's his way. Particularly anything which he thinks ingenious, like the Rumford roaster, which he would have for our kitchen in Russell Square. I didn't have to ask you if it was he who set up all those lamps. I knew it was the instant I clapped eyes on them. Lighting is one of the things he is particularly interested in. He was one of the biggest subscribers to Mr. Windsor's Light and Heat Company, and now, of course, he has a finger in the Gas, Light and Coke Company." "Good God! Will he try to bring gas lamps into the house?" She laughed. "No, he hasn't run as mad as that. Though I've heard him say that the day will come when we shall have gas in houses." "Not in my house," said Adam firmly. "No, indeed," she agreed. She scanned the room again, but beyond remarking that it was a droll notion to set sofas on crocodile legs, made no further criticisms. However, when she reached her bedchamber, she gave a gasp and exclaimed, "Good gracious! Does Papa think I'm Cleopatra? Oh, I never saw such a bed in my life. Whatever does he suppose I shall look like in it?" It was certainly a startling piece of furniture, of mahogany inlaid with silver, the head decorated with carved Isis. Adam was amused, but Martha Pinho was unequivocally disapproving. "Well may you ask, Miss Jenny. My lady, I should say. Heathenish is what I call it, and I'm sure I don't know what's come over the master, for there's worse to come." "Good God, what?" demanded Jenny. "You'll see, my lady," said Miss Pinho darkly. "But not before his lordship. Indecent, that's what it is. You wait, that's all." "If it's indecent, I think I ought to see it, not her ladyship," interposed Adam. "Go away, Jenny. Martha is going to disclose the horrid secret to me, so that I may decide whether it's fit for you to see." "For shame, my lord," said Miss Pinho, whose first deferential manner towards him had lasted for rather less than a week. Her defences breached by the smile which had won for him so many well-wishers, it had not been many days before she was treating him as though he, as well as Jenny, had been her nursling. She now told him, with a severity which only the initiated would have recognized as a sign of doting fondness, that it was no laughing matter. He cocked a quizzical eyebrow at her, but she was adamant. So he went away to discover what fell changes the hand of Mr. Chawleigh had wrought in the bedchamber, which had been his father's. He was relieved to find that the only innovation was a shaving-stand of really excellent design. He was exchanging a few words with his valet when the most spontaneous peal of laughter he had yet heard from Jenny gave the lie to Miss Pinho's words, and drew him back to his bride's room. Oh, my lord, only look!" Jenny besought him, mopping her eyes with one hand and indicating with the other the door leading into the dressing-room. "Oh, I shall die! Where did Papa come by such a notion?" Mr. Chawleigh, transforming the dressing-room into a bathroom lined with mirrors and draped with silk curtains, had provided his daughter with a bath in the shape of a shell, a circumstance which prompted Adam to say, after a stunned moment, "Clearly from Botticelli. The Birth of Venus." "Oh!" wailed Jenny, cast into fresh agonies. "And I'm not even pretty." "No, and nor you're not an abandoned hussy either, my lady," interpolated her outraged handmaiden. "Now give over this instant. I'm sure I don't know what his lordship must be thinking of you, laughing yourself into stitches over what a modest young lady would blush to mention." "Yes, but it's a most ingenious affair, you know," said Adam, who was inspecting it in mingled interest and amusement. "Look, Jenny, the water comes into it through this pipe, from that cylinder. I wonder what fuel is used for heating it." "It's no matter what's used, my lord," said Miss Pinho, her eyes snapping. "While I have charge of her ladyship, she'll have hot water brought up to her bedroom and take her bath before the fire like a Christian. As for kindling a fire under that nasty contraption, why, I'd be afraid for my life. The next thing we'd know would be that it had exploded, like the new boiler, which was another of the master's clever notions, and if you don't remember what a mess that made of everything, Miss Jenny, I do." Jenny's bathroom was not Mr. Chawleigh's only clever notion. Having cast a critical eye over the sanitary arrangements in Grosvenor Street, he drove his army of plumbers to create, out of the antiquated apartment discreetly tucked under the staircase, a water-closet which, in his own phrase, was something like. When he dined with the young couple on the following evening, he insisted on demonstrating and explaining to Adam the several features which made the new Brahma model superior to the old, and discoursed with so much assurance on valves, sliders, overhead cisterns, and stink traps, that Adam presently said curiously, "You know a great deal about these things, sir." "Aye, you may lay your life I do. You won't find Jonathan Chawleigh investing his blunt in something he don't understand, my lord," replied Mr. Chawleigh. He enjoyed himself very much that evening, but he warned his daughter not to make a habit of inviting him to her house. "For I don't expect it, and, what's more, I told his lordship at the outset that there'd be no need for him to fear he'd have me hanging on him like a barnacle. Now, don't look glum, love. I'll visit you now and now, when you're not expecting company, but don't you dish me up to your grand friends, because it won't do, not if you're to cut a figure in society, which I've set my heart on." "I know you have, Papa, but if you're thinking I coaxed Adam into letting me invite you tonight, you're out. He said I was to do so, and that's how it will always be, I think, because he is. He is most truly the gentleman." "Aye, so he is," agreed Mr. Chawleigh. "Well, I'll have to tell him to his head I don't look to be invited to your parties, and that's all there is to it." He did this, adding that Adam must dissuade Jenny from visiting Russell Square too frequently. "I've told her there's no call for her to do so, my lord, but it'll be just as well if you add your word to mine. Coming to see that Mrs. Finchley is doing what she ought. Yes, it's likely she wouldn't be after being my housekeeper these 15 years, so you tell Jenny to leave me be, and not think I'll be offended because I won't. She'll heed what you say." "I hope she would tell me to go to the devil," answered Adam. He saw that Mr. Chawleigh was looking, for once in his life, confounded, and laughed. "What a very odd notion you have of me, sir." "The notion I have, my lord, is that you're a gentleman and I'm a sit, and no getting away from it. What's more, I mean my Jenny to be a lady." "Then I wonder you should make it hard for her to support that character," Adam retorted. "Damn me if I know what you mean by that," confessed Mr. Chawleigh, rubbing his nose. "Women of consideration don't despise their parents, sir." "No, but they don't have to fob 'em off on the ton," said Mr. Chawleigh, making a swift recover. "I take it very kind of you, my lord, but to my way of thinking, mushrooms like me, aping the quality, don't take. I'd as lief be a sit as a counter coxcomb, so don't you go inviting me to your parties, because I won't come." Nor would he allow Adam to thank him for having bought his townhouse. "Don't give it a thought," he begged. "I was glad to do it, for you've behaved mighty handsomely to me, my lord, and that was something I could do for you over and above what was agreed on. And if there's anything you don't like, you throw it away, and buy what you do fancy to take its place, and chalk it up to me. Though I must say," he added, looking complacently about him, "that Campbell has made it look slap up to the mark. I chose him because he makes furniture for the Prince Regent and the Duke of York, so it stands to reason he must know what's up to the knocker. No expense to be spared, I told him, but no trumpery. It's pitch and pay with me, I said. But don't you run off with the notion that I'm easily bobbed, for you'll catch cold at that, and so I warn you. Well, I don't say he didn't try for a touch at me over that set of chairs in your boudoir, Jenny love. Nothing but bamboo they are, japanned, But he took his oath that they were all the kick, so I had 'em, after he'd knocked a bit off the price. He beamed benevolently upon his hosts. "You wouldn't credit what it cost first and last," he said simply. "But I don't grudge a penny of it, as long as you're satisfied."
Chapter 9. Travelling in a light chaise behind 4 horses, the Lintons reached Fontley just before 6 o'clock. The Priory was screened from the road by the trees in its park, but there was one place from which a long view of the house could be obtained. Adam directed the postilions to pull up there. He said, "There it is, Jenny." She could tell from his voice how much he loved it, and she wanted to say something that would please him. Leaning forward, she was disappointed to find that it lay at too great a distance from the road for her to be able to distinguish any particular features. She could see only an irregular mass of buildings, not lofty, but covering a large expanse of ground, and the only thing that occurred to her to say was, "It is quite different from Rushley, just as you told me." He signed to the postilions to go on. "Yes, quite different. How does this country strike you?" She had been thinking how inferior it was to the undulating Hampshire scene. She answered haltingly, "Well, it is new to me, and not just what I expected, but I am sure I shall grow to like it." "I hope you may, but I suspect one has to be born in the fens to love them. We are crossing Deeping Fen now," he added, as the chaise bumped and lurched. "I'm sorry, the surface is shocking, isn't it? We call these roads driftways. That was a grip we passed over, a trench cut crossways for drainage." It sounded rather primitive. She scanned the expanse of level fields on either side of the unguarded road, and asked, with some misgiving, if they were often flooded. "In winter, yes," he acknowledged. "Drainage is our chief problem, and the most costly, alas. We get soak, too, that seawater coming up through the silt when the drains are full. I thought it must be pretty damp as soon as I saw those great ditches." "Droves. Are you afraid of being flooded out at Fontley? You need not be. I hope to be able to improve matters elsewhere, too. I think we must be 50 years behind the times here." "I don't know anything about country things. I must learn them. I'm ashamed to say that I know very little myself. Only what any boy reared on an agricultural estate would be bound to pick up. Here we are. This is the gatehouse, part of the old priory. And here's Mrs. Ridgehill, coming out to give you your first welcome. Say something kind to her. She is one of my oldest friends." He had noticed at Rushley that she was shy of the servants, and too much inclined to hide this under a brusque manner. But she acquitted herself quite creditably on this occasion, responding to the lodge-keeper's salutations and compliments with no more awkwardness than Mrs. Ridgehill thought proper in a bride. The chaise moved forward again, and presently, round a bend in the avenue, the one remaining arch and the several crumbling walls and pillars of the ruined chapel came into view, and, beyond, the heterogeneous mass of the priory itself. Staring at the long broken frontage of mingled stone and brick, Jenny gave utterance to the first thought that came into her head. "Good gracious! However many servants do you employ to keep it in order?" He was not obliged to reply to this, for at that moment he caught sight of Charlotte hurrying across the lawn with an armful of flowers. He directed Jenny's attention to her, and at once she was assailed by a horrid doubt. She exclaimed, her eyes on Charlotte's plain, round dress of white cambric. "Oh, I am dressed too fine, I didn't know, and there was no one to tell me." "Nonsense, you look very becoming," he replied, jumping down from the chaise as his sister came running across the drive. "Proserpine gathering flowers, but I trust gloomy Dis won't forestall Lambert, Charlotte." Charlotte, who was not bookish, paid no heed to this, but exclaimed breathlessly, "Oh, my dear Adam, we thought you could not be here for another hour, and had put dinner back accordingly. And here I am, only this instant finished cutting a few flowers for Jenny's room, and in this old gown, too. You must excuse me, Jenny." This speech might have been designed to put Jenny at her ease, but she still felt, as she descended from the chaise, that perhaps a puce silk dress, a velvet pelisse, and a feathered bonnet were a little out of place at Fontley. Charlotte, however, seemed to see nothing amiss, but kissed her and led her into the house. Jenny was relieved, and a good deal surprised, to find that there was far less ceremony attached to this homecoming than would have attended their arrival in Russell Square. The only footmen she saw were two young men who wore dark livery and their own unpowdered hair, and the butler, who was elderly and a little bent, would have looked insignificant beside Mr. Chawleigh's majestic butterbank. "I must take you to Mamma directly," Charlotte said. "She was sitting with my aunt in the little drawing-room. Oh, Adam, I should have written to warn you that my Aunt Nassington is here, with my uncle and Osbert too, but there was no time, for they took us quite by surprise. Not that I mean, that is to say, I'm very much obliged to her for coming on this occasion, only we never supposed that she would, though Mamma invited her, of course."
"Oh, Lord," said Adam, pulling a grimace. "Don't let her bully you, Jenny, or look to me for protection. She frightens me to death."
"For shame, Adam," Charlotte reproved him, leading Jenny towards the broad oaken stairway. "You mustn't heed him, Jenny. My aunt is very outspoken, but she is perfectly good-natured, I promise you." Following his wife and sister up the stairs, across an anteroom to the long drawing-room, and down this to the little drawing-room beyond it, Adam wondered how Jenny would support her introduction to Lady Nassington, and hoped that she would not become tongue-tied. He was afraid that her ladyship's overbearing ways and caustic speech would paralyse her, and was consequently as much surprised as relieved to discover that Jenny, rendered monosyllabic by Lady Linton, responded to Lady Nassington without embarrassment. Physically, her ladyship resembled her brother. She was a large woman with aquiline features and a gaze of lofty unconcern. Like his, her voice was loud and authoritative, and to some extent she shared his disregard for convention. There the resemblance ended. Lord Linton's free and easy ways had sprung from a jovial nature. His sisters had their roots in a sublime conviction of superiority, and were so incalculable as to have earned for her the reputation of being eccentric. She said and did what she chose on every occasion, and granted a like indulgence to those who had been fortunate enough to win her favour, but she had reared her daughters to a rigid pattern, and would condemn any breach of etiquette committed by persons she disliked. She had brought with her to Fontley, besides her husband, a spare man of few words and a harassed mien, her third son, the robust sportsman whom she had offered to Adam as his best man. "Quite right not to have had him," she told Adam. "He's such a dolt, I dare swear he'd have made a mull of it, or gone to church stinking of the stables." Adam wondered what entertainment could be offered to Osbert during a week at Fontley at this season, but Lady Nassington besought him not to trouble himself, since it was impossible to interest Osbert during the dead months. "But the poor fellow will be bored to tears," he protested. "He can as well be bored here as anywhere else," replied her ladyship. "Never mind him. I must tell you, Adam, that I am agreeably surprised by this wife of yours. No countenance, of course, and dresses badly, but she seems a sensible girl, and she don't play off any airs of sham gentility. You might have done a great deal worse for yourself. I don't object to presenting her, and you may bring her to my rout party on the 20th. That should launch her pretty well. It's a pity your mother has chosen to be thrown into gloom, but just what I expected. She don't like Charlotte's match either. Not a great one, I grant, but if a girl flouts the chances she's offered, she must be content with a respectable marriage in the end. I fancied myself in love with his father once," she added reminiscently. "It wouldn't have answered, but what I didn't consider beneath my touch, I'm sure your mother need not. But she always was a wet goose. Upon my word, I wonder that you should have turned out so well. I do indeed, my dear nephew." A laugh escaped him, but he shook his head at her. "You know it's most improper to say such things to me, ma'am." "Oh, I say nothing behind Blanche's back I don't say to her head," she replied. When Charlotte brought Jenny into the little drawing-room,
Lady Nassington had scanned her appraisingly, and commanded, as soon as she had greeted the dowager, "Come here, child, and let me take a look at you. Yes, it's a pity you are not taller, but I'm glad to see you hold yourself up. How did you like Rushley? I hope my people made you comfortable?" "Yes, that they did, ma'am. I liked it excessively, and have been wanting to thank you for lending it to us. It was all so beautiful and interesting. I had never stayed in the country before." "Town-bred, are you?" "Yes, though my mother was a farmer's daughter, and came from Shropshire, ma'am." "Good yeoman stock, I dare say. You have the look of it yourself. Take my advice and study to dress plainly. Frills don't become you. Are those real pearls you have in your ears?" "Yes, they would be, of course. And 1,000 pities your neck's too short for them. Linton, buy a neat little pair of earrings for your wife. She can't wear these." "Well, I know my neck's too short," said Jenny, "but I shall wear them, ma'am, because Papa gave them to me, and I won't hurt his feelings, no matter what." "Very proper," approved her ladyship. "I'll speak to your father myself." Lady Linton here intervened and bore Jenny off to her bedchamber, saying, as she led the way through a bewildering series of rooms, galleries, and corridors, "You must excuse my sister-in-law. Her blunt manners are beyond the line of being pleasing." "Oh, no," Jenny said. "I mean, I didn't dislike anything she said, for it was all in kindness, and I like blunt people, ma'am." "I have often wished that my own sensibility were less acute," said her ladyship. Daunted, Jenny relapsed into silence. Passing through a doorway into a broad corridor, Lady Linton informed her that they were now in the modern wing of the Priory. "It seems to stretch for miles," said Jenny. "Yes, it is most inconvenient," sighed the dowager. "No doubt you will make a great many alterations. Adam's room is here, and that door leads into a dressing-room. The next is yours, quite at the end of the passage, which I hope you won't dislike." "Oh, no. How should I?" "Oh, how pretty it is." "I am afraid it is sadly shabby. It should have been done up before your arrival, but, not knowing your tastes, I thought it best to leave it to you to choose what you like." "Thank you, but I shan't. I like it as it is. I don't wish to change anything, ma'am." "Don't you, my dear? No doubt it is foolish of me, but I cannot help hoping that you may not. It is so full of memories. Alas, so many years since I, too, entered it as a bride." Dismayed, Jenny stammered, "Is it your room? Oh, I would never— Pray let me have some other." But the dowager, smiling at her with gentle resignation, merely completed her discomfiture by saying that this was the room always occupied by the mistress of the house. She said that Jenny must not be in a worry, since she herself cared nothing either for her comfort or her consequence. As she managed to convey the impression that she was now housed in one of the garrets, it was not surprising that when Adam presently came into the room, he found Jenny looking rather troubled. She was standing beside a table in one of the windows, dipping her hand into a bowl filled with pot-pourri, and allowing the dried petals to sift through her fingers. She looked up when Adam came in, and smiled, saying, "I couldn't think what makes the house smell so sweet. Now I see it must be this." "Pot-pourri. Yes, my mother makes it. I believe she had the recipe from some Frenchwoman, one of the émigrés. You must ask her for it, if you like it." "I wonder if she will tell me. Adam, you shouldn't have permitted her to make her own room ready for me." "I didn't know she meant to. I'm glad she did, however. It was very proper in her." "Well, it makes me ready to sink," she said. "She told me that it had always belonged to the mistress of Fontley, as though she had been deposed, which I hope you know I'd never do." "My dear Jenny, if you are going to take all my mother says to heart, my grandfather built this wing, so you are only the third mistress of Fontley to occupy the room." She was obliged to laugh at this, but she said, "Well, I'm sure it must be disagreeable for her to see me in it at all events. Thank goodness I told her I didn't wish to alter anything in it. She had been dreading that, you know, which I can well understand."
He looked a little quizzical, but said nothing. Lydia, coming to pay her respects to Jenny a few minutes later, was much less reticent. "What a bouncer!" she exclaimed. "Why, it was only last year that Mamma had the curtains made, and she had meant to have new ones this year because these faded so badly, as you may see. She only said that to make you feel horrid." "Lydia?" "Well, it's true, Adam. For my part, I think someone ought to explain Mamma to Jenny. The thing is, you see, that she positively delights in being ill-used, Jenny, and making us all feel guilty for no reason at all. Don't heed her, I never do." This frank exposition of her mother-in-law's character startled Jenny, but by the time she had spent 2 days at Fontley, she had begun to see that there was a good deal of truth in it, and began to feel much more at ease. She had looked forward with shrinking to her introduction to Fontley, and had concealed under a wooden front her dread of offending unknown shibboleths. She had listened to stories of the formal pomp that reigned in several great houses, had been too shy to ask Adam for information, and had thus entered the house feeling sick with apprehension. But although she frequently lost her way in it, she was almost immediately conscious of its home quality, and since the Dowager disliked pomp, she found no rigid etiquette to make her nervous. Even the ordeal of the first dinner party was less severe than she had expected, for no ceremonial attached to it, and all the family talked so much and so naturally that she was able to sit listening and watching, which exactly suited her disposition. Lord Nassington was found to be quite unalarming, and his son, although at first glance overpoweringly large and bluff, was a simple creature who laughed a great deal, and bore with unruffled good humour all the shafts aimed at him. He sat beside Jenny at the table, and told her that he was the bobbing-block of the family. He seemed to take as much pride in this as in his mother's ruthless tongue. "Wonderful woman, Mamma," he said. "Abuses us all like pickpockets. Do you hunt?" "No, I don't, and it wouldn't be any use pretending I know anything about it, because you'd be bound to find out that I don't," she replied frankly. "Now that's what I call being a sensible woman," he exclaimed, and instantly began to recount to her various noteworthy incidents of the chase, which were largely unintelligible to her, and might have continued throughout dinner had not Lady Nassington loudly commanded Lydia to draw off that imbecile before he bores Jenny to death. The weekend passed pleasantly and uneventfully in exploring the house and the gardens, making the acquaintance of the housekeeper, helping Charlotte with the last-moment preparations for her wedding, and in general making herself quietly useful. "Shall we come back soon?" she asked Adam, when they left Fontley 2 days after the wedding. "Why, yes, if you would like to, at the end of the season, unless you would prefer to go to Brighton." "No, that I shouldn't. That is, do you wish to go to Brighton?" "Not in the least. I don't want you to be bored, however." "Well, I shan't be. In fact, I wish we might have remained here." "That would mean missing the drawing-room and all the parties we shall be invited to attend. You wouldn't like that, would you?" "No, of course not," she said quickly, "except that I'm stupid at parties and shall very likely say the wrong things and mortify you." "No, you won't," he responded. "You'll soon grow accustomed to parties, make a great many friends, and become a noted hostess. You'll be a credit to me, not a mortification." She said gruffly, "I'll try to be, at least." She thought that perhaps the fashionable life was what he wanted, and ventured to ask if he had been to many parties in the peninsula. "No, very few. I shall be making my debut as well as you." That seemed to settle the matter. She nodded and said, "Well, I hope we shall be invited to all the best parties. How pleased Papa would be." There was no doubt about this, at least. Mr. Chawleigh's vicarious ambition had led him to prosecute searching inquiries into matters which had not previously interested him, and consequently he was able to furnish his daughter with a list of the Ton's most influential hostesses. He was delighted to hear that she had been invited to Lady Nassington's assembly, a knowledgeable informant having assured him that her ladyship was the pink of gentility, and strongly adjured her to make herself agreeable to all the fine folk she would meet at this function.
For his lordship's doing his part like a regular Trojan, and it's only right you should do yours, my girl, and not sit mumping in a corner, as if you'd never been in company before." He came to see her dressed for the drawing-room, and was probably the only person to think she was looking her best. Even Martha Pinho could not feel that violet satin over a wide hoop and a crepe petticoat sewn all over with amethyst beads became her nursling. But Mr. Chawleigh, surveying this splendour with simple pride, said that Jenny looked prime. A closer scrutiny revealed certain deficiencies, however. He had an exact memory for the jewels he had bestowed upon her, and he wanted to know why she was not wearing the Riviere of diamonds and rubies, which had been one of his wedding presents. "I'm not saying those pearls didn't cost me a fortune, but who's to know they're the real thing and not mere trumpery made out of glass and fish scales? There's no counterfeiting the fire of a diamond or a ruby. You bring me out her ladyship's jewel box, Martha." "I must say I like a bit of sparkle myself," admitted Miss Pinho, opening a large casket for his inspection. "I do too," said Jenny, looking rather wistfully at the casket. "And it does seem a pity on such an occasion, but Lady Nassington told me not to dress too fine, Papa." "Oh, she did she? Well, if you was to ask me, love, she was jealous and afraid your jewels would shine hers down. Not that I've the pleasure of her ladyship's acquaintance, but that's the way it looks to me." He was to be granted this pleasure 5 minutes later, when one startled glance at the famous Nassington emeralds was enough to inform him that the formidable lady who sailed into the room had no reason to be envious of Jenny's jewels. Her entry took everyone by surprise, including the footman, who had attempted to usher her into the drawing-room, while he went to inform his mistress of her arrival. It had been arranged that the Lintons were to have driven to Nassington House in Berkeley Square, and to have proceeded thence to St. James's, and for a moment of almost equal relief and disappointment, Jenny thought that some accident must have occurred, and that there was to be no drawing-room after all. But her ladyship's first words, as much as her attire, dispelled this notion. "I thought as much," she said. "Good God, girl, do you imagine I'm going to take you to court decked out like a jeweller's window?" Her high-nosed stare encountered Mr. Chawleigh, and she demanded, "Who is this?" "It's my father, ma'am." "Papa, this is Lady Nassington," responded Jenny, inwardly quaking at what she feared might prove to be a battle of Titans. "Oh, how do you do?" said her ladyship. "Those pearls you gave Jenny are too big. She's got too short a neck for them." "That's as may be, my lady," replied Mr. Chawleigh, bristling. "No maybe about it. Take off that necklace, Jenny. You can't wear rubies with that dress, child, and those earrings. Let me see what you have in this monstrous great box. Good God, enough to furnish a king's ransom." "Aye, and that's about the worth of them," said Mr. Chawleigh, glowering at her. "Not that I know anything about king's ransoms, but I know what I paid for my girl's trinkets, and a pretty penny it was." "More money than sense," observed her ladyship. "Ah, here's something much more the thing." "That?" demanded Mr. Chawleigh, looking with disgust at the delicate diamond necklace dangling from Lady Nassington's fingers. "Why, that's a bit of trumpery I gave Mrs. Chawleigh when I was no more than a chicken nabob." "You had better taste then than you have now. Very pretty. Exactly what she should wear." "Well, she ain't going to wear it," declared Mr. Chawleigh, his choler mounting. "She'll go to court, slap up to the echo, or I'll know the reason why." "Papa," uttered Jenny imploringly. "She'll go in the proper mode, or not at all. Lord, man, have you no sense? She had as well shout aloud that she's an heiress as go to court hung all over with jewels, puffing off her wealth. That's what everyone would say. Is that what you want?" "No, indeed it isn't," said Jenny, as her parent, a trifle nonplussed, turned this over in his mind. "Now that's enough, Papa. Her ladyship knows better than you or me what's the first style of elegance." "Well, there's no need that I know of for you to be ashamed of my fortune," said Mr. Chawleigh, covering his retreat with some sharp fire. "Going about the town in a paltry necklace that looks as if I couldn't afford to buy the best for you." "If that's all that's putting you into the hips, you may be easy," said Lady Nassington. All the town knows my nephew's married a great heiress, and you may believe that she'll take better if she don't make a parade of her riches. Tell me this, would you thank me for meddling in your business, whatever it is?" "Meddling in my business?" repeated Mr. Chawleigh, stupefied. "No, I would not, my lady. Just so. Don't meddle in mine." Fortunately, since Mr. Chawleigh's complexion was rapidly acquiring a rich purple hue, Adam walked in at that moment, drawn by the fine, penetrating voices of the contestants. He had been engaged in the intricate task of arranging his neckcloth, and so made his appearance in his shirt-sleeves, a circumstance to which his aunt took instant exception. She told him to go away at once and to take Mr. Chawleigh with him, adding a recommendation to him to put on a fresh neckcloth, since the style he was affecting made him look like a demi-beau. Mr. Chawleigh allowed himself to be drawn out of the room. He was a little mollified by the discovery that her nobly born nephew was not exempt from Lady Nassington's punitive tongue, but he said, as he followed Adam into his dressing-room, "Well, if she wasn't your lordship's aunt, I know what I'd say she was." "Was she rude to you?" asked Adam. "You should hear the things she says to my uncle. I am bound to say she properly set my back up. And she a countess. There's a leveller for you. Are you going to change that neckcloth?" "No." "What's she doing here? I thought we were to have gone to her." "I'll tell you what she's doing," offered Mr. Chawleigh rancorously. "Stripping the jewels off my Jenny, that's what she's doing, without so much as a by your leave. Came on purpose to do it, what's more." He sat brooding over this until Adam, receiving his cloak and his chapeau bras from Kinver, announced that he was now ready. "So let us go downstairs before my aunt sends to discover what the devil I mean by keeping her waiting, sir." "I don't know but what I won't shab off home," said Mr. Chawleigh gloomily. "I wouldn't have come if I'd known her ladyship would be here, and that's a fact." He allowed himself to be persuaded, however, and accompanied Adam to the drawing-room, where they were presently joined by the ladies. Lady Nassington had been unable to suppress the crimp in Jenny's hair, but she had reduced the number of ostrich feathers she wore to 5, exchanged her overlarge earrings for a pair of diamond drops, and stripped from her arms all but 2 bracelets. She had not been able to transform Jenny into a beauty, but she had succeeded, as she informed Mr. Chawleigh, in turning her out like a woman of quality. "She'll do," she said briskly. "A nice gal, I like her, and I'll do what I can to bring her into fashion." Mr. Chawleigh was flattered to know that his daughter was liked by a countess, but he still regretted the rubies, and would have said so had not Lady Nassington brought his audience to an end by suddenly calling across the room to her nephew. "Linton, did your father ever take you to court, or is this your first appearance?" He was talking to Jenny, but he turned his head, saying, "No, ma'am. My father presented me at a levee when I was 18. "Papa, Lady Nassington," Jenny blurted out, "see what Adam has given me." Pink with pleasure, she displayed a fan of painted chicken skin mounted on carved mother-of-pearl sticks. It was an elegant trifle, but hardly deserving the delight she evidently felt. An unwelcome suspicion flickered in Adam's brain as he watched her. She met his eyes, and her pink turned to crimson. She looked quickly away, saying hurriedly, "It is so exactly what I needed, precisely the right colours." "Very pretty," said Lady Nassington after a cursory glance. "Aye, it's well enough," agreed Mr. Chawleigh, subjecting it to a longer scrutiny. "But what have you done with the ivory one I gave you, painted Vernis Martin? I should have thought it would have been just the thing for that dress of yours." Her colour still much heightened, she murmured some disjointed excuse. Lady Nassington brought any further discussion to an end by announcing that it was time they were setting forward. Mr. Chawleigh accompanied the party downstairs, and was considerably surprised to be given 2 of Lady Nassington's fingers to shake before she mounted into her stately town chariot. To this piece of condescension she added a gracious, if vicarious, invitation to him to visit Grosvenor Street on the following day, to learn from Jenny how her presentation had gone off. It went off very well. The Queen had spoken most kindly to Jenny. "Only fancy, Papa, after all these years she speaks with the strongest accent." And 2 of the princesses had stood talking to her in the most amiable way imaginable, so that she had not felt in the least awkward or tongue-tied. Her only disappointment had been that the Princess Charlotte of Wales had not been present. An extraordinary circumstance, people had seemed to think, for she had been betrothed to the Prince of Orange since December, so surely she must be out. The Prince had not been present either, although he was certainly in London. That had been a pity, for Jenny had hoped to have seen him. Adam, of course, had seen him frequently, because he had been lately a member of the Duke of Wellington's staff. One would suppose that a prince chosen to wed the heiress of England must be a nonpareil, but when Jenny had said this to Adam, he had burst out laughing, exclaiming, "Slender Billy? Good God, no!" She was sorry, therefore, not to have been able to judge for herself of the prince's quality. But this was small matter. What did Papa think of her having been presented to the Prince Regent at his particular request? Someone must have pointed Adam out to him, for would Papa believe it, he had come up to them and had shaken hands with Adam, saying how happy he was to welcome him to court, and how deeply he regretted his old friend's death. Then he had expressed his wish to meet Adam's bride, and Adam had immediately drawn her forward, and Papa could have no idea how charmingly the Regent had spoken to her. His manners were beyond anything perfect. He had stayed for several minutes chatting to Adam about the late war, and displaying, Adam said, an exact knowledge of military matters. And just as he was moving away, he had said that he hoped to see them both at Carlton House one day. Deeply gratified, Mr. Chawleigh rubbed his hands together and said that it beat the Dutch, by God it did. His one regret was that Jenny's mother was not alive to rejoice in her triumph. "Still, there's no saying but what she knows all about it," he said cheerfully. "To think I was of 2 minds whether I'd make do with a Viscount or stand out for an Earl. Well, my Lord Oversley pledged me his word I wouldn't regret it, and I'm bound to own he was right. Why, a Duke couldn't have done better by you. Tell me again what the Prince Regent said to you." Mr. Chawleigh's opinion of the Prince Regent had not previously been high. While he was not, as he frequently asserted, one to concern himself with the nobs, the doings of this royal nob could scarcely have escaped the notice of the most disinterested person. Had he been asked, Mr. Chawleigh would have said that he didn't hold with such goings-on as marrying 2 wives and behaving scaly to the pair of them, let alone mounting more mistresses than a plain man could remember, and wasting the ready till his debts had to be paid for him by the nation. It was an open secret, too, that he was seeking evidence on which to divorce the unfortunate Princess of Wales. And, without wishing to join the mob in hissing him, Mr. Chawleigh considered that he had treated the poor lady downright scurvily. But, in the face of the Regent's kindness to Jenny, that was all forgotten. Nor did Jenny recall that when she first saw him, she suffered a considerable disappointment. At the age of 52, little trace remained of the handsome Prince Florizel, over whose beauty elderly ladies still sighed. Jenny beheld a middle-aged gentleman of corpulent habit, on whose florid countenance dissipation was writ large. He was decidedly overdressed, his corsets creaked audibly, he drenched his person with scent, and, when in repose, his face wore a peevish expression. But whatever good fairy had attended his christening had bestowed upon him a gift which neither time nor excesses would ever cause to wither. He was an undutiful son and a bad husband, an unkind father, an inconstant lover, and an uncertain friend. But he had a charm which won forgiveness from those whom he had injured, and endeared him to such chance-met persons as Jenny, or some young officer brought to him by Lord Bathurst with an important dispatch. He could disgust his intimates, but in his more public life his bearing was always right. He never said the wrong thing, and never permitted a private vexation to impair his affability. Unmistakably a prince, he used very little ceremony,
his manners, when he moved amongst the ton, being distinguished by a well-bred ease which did not wholly desert him, even when, as sometimes happened, he arrived at some party in a sadly inebriated condition. His private manners were not so good. But no one who saw him, as Jenny did, at his mother's drawing-room, could have believed him capable of lying to his greatest supporter, taking a crony to listen to his father's ravings, treating his only child with boorish roughness, or floundering like a lachrymose porpoise at the feet of an embarrassed beauty. Jenny certainly would not have believed such stories, and when she met him again 2 days later at Lady Nassington's assembly and received a bow from him and a smile of recognition, she was much inclined to think that extenuating circumstances must attach even to his 2 marriages and his mountainous debts. Chapter 10. Few invitations conferred so great a distinction on the social aspirant as one to Nassington House. Lady Nassington's parties were extremely exclusive, for she disliked fashionable squeezes, and was contemptuous of hostesses who rated the success of their entertainments by the number of guests they could cram into their saloons. It spoke volumes for her forceful personality that she had long since convinced the ton that a card of invitation to one of her assemblies was an honour no more to be refused than a royal command. Lady Oversley was amongst the fortunate recipients of these missives. She studied hers with mixed feelings, for Lady Nassington had included the Honourable Julia Oversley in her invitation, and Lady Oversley would have given much to know whether Lord and Lady Linton had also been invited. On the one hand, it seemed unlikely. On the other, Adam was her ladyship's nephew, and she had presented his bride at court. With anyone else, that would have settled the matter, but with Lady Nassington one never knew. Having performed what she believed to be her duty, she was quite capable of ignoring thereafter young Lady Linton's claims upon her notice. Lady Oversley wrote a formal acceptance, reflecting that unless Julia remained permanently in Tunbridge Wells, meetings between her and Adam were inevitable. A letter from her mother-in-law encouraged her to hope that Julia was showing signs of recovery, her grandmamma having arrested her decline by arranging a succession of pleasure parties, which no damsel in the possession of her senses could have failed to enjoy. Admirers had not been lacking. The beauties of Tunbridge Wells had been eclipsed, and to complete her triumph she had lately added to her court no less a personage than that noted connoisseur of female charm and elegance, the Marquis of Rockhill. In the dowager's opinion, that conquest was enough to drive thoughts of young Linton out of any girl's head. She added that while it would be absurd to suppose that Rockhill nourished serious intentions, he was sufficiently captivated to make Julia the object of his gallantry for long enough to serve our turn. Julia's mamma was not so optimistic. She was flattered to think that her daughter had pleased the Marquis's discriminating taste, but she could not feel that a widower, well into his 40s, would prove to be a formidable rival to a young and charming man for whom Julia had formed a violent attachment. She was also inclined to look a trifle askance upon the Marquis's gallantry, but in this, her lord informed her, she showed herself to be a great goose. "Nonsense," he said. "Rockhill's a gentleman." "Good God! You don't think he wishes to marry her?" she gasped. "No, of course I don't," he replied testily. "He found himself in Tunbridge Wells for some cause or another and began a flirtation with the prettiest girl in the place to save himself from being killed with boredom, that's all. I only wish it may last until she's recovered from the other affair, but I don't depend on it." The possibility that Julia, recovering from one abortive love affair, might fall a victim to a second occurred to Lady Oversley, but she thought it wisest not to suggest this to his lordship. When Julia returned to London, she showed no sign of succumbing to Rockhill's charms, merely saying that he was very kind and amusing, which, in Lady Oversley's opinion, was what any girl might be expected to say of a man old enough to be her father. She did not speak of Adam at all,
She seemed bent on extracting every ounce of enjoyment from this, her second London season, laughed to scorn the idea that an endless succession of parties would prove too much for her constitution, and made plans to fill every moment of every day. Her father might think this hopeful. Lady Oversley could not like the glitter in the eyes that seemed too big for Julia's face, or feel that her restlessness betokened a mind at peace. She did not know what to do about it, and could only hope that one of Julia's adorers would succeed in capturing her bruised heart. Julia received the news that she had been honoured with an invitation to Nassington House with apparent pleasure. Lady Oversley had meant to have warned her that she must be prepared to meet the Lintons there, but somehow she could not find the right words, and in the end she said nothing, salving her conscience with the reflection that Julia must know that there was a strong likelihood that they would be present. At first it seemed as though she had been right to keep her tongue between her teeth. She could not discover the Lintons in any of the saloons, and Julia, ravishing in palest blue gauze over an underdress of white satin, was in a mood to be pleased. There were a number of young persons present, and she was soon the centre of a group, delighted to be with her particular friends again, and rapidly drawing her usual court about her. Lady Oversley was able to relax her vigilance, and to join a group of her own intimates, who were discussing all the latest on-dits, from the sudden death of the Empress Josephine from a putrid sore throat, to the news that the Allied sovereigns were coming to London to take part in gigantic peace celebrations. The Lintons arrived half an hour later, and presently made their way across the first saloon to a smaller one beyond it. There were perhaps 20 people in the room, but Adam saw only one. Julia was standing near the door, and the sound of her laughter made him stop for an instant on the threshold. "An ice maiden? Oh, how absurd, when I'm so hot!" She turned as she spoke, and saw Adam, gave a sharp gasp, audible to everyone in the saloon, and fainted. He was standing so close that when he saw her sway, he was able to start forward, and to catch her as she crumpled up. The startled silence was broken by Jenny's matter-of-fact voice. "That's right. Lay her on the sofa, Linton, and open one of the windows. She never could abide a hot room, poor Julia." Almost as pale as his fair burden, Adam obeyed. A gentleman whose air and raiment proclaimed the man of mode had taken a hasty step forward, but he checked himself, his inscrutable gaze travelling from Adam's face to Jenny's. Looking up from her task of fanning Julia, Jenny glanced round the circle and said with a friendly smile, "She'll be better directly. Pray don't be alarmed. It is only the heat." A quiet voice behind her said, "Take this, Lady Linton," and a delicate hand came over Jenny's shoulder with a vinaigrette in it. "Thank you, that's just what's needed and I don't possess," said Jenny, waving it under Julia's nostrils. She added in a conversational tone, "I've never fainted myself, but when we were at school together, Miss Oversley was forever doing it. Someone, you, Mr. Tollerton, if you will be so good, find Lady Oversley and tell her that Miss Oversley is overcome by the heat," commanded the same quiet voice. "Yes, and do you procure a glass of water, Linton, if you please," said Jenny. He left the room immediately, and by the time he returned to it, Julia had come round, and was leaning against her mother's shoulder, murmuring in some agitation that it was nothing. So stupid. The room so stuffy. Most of the other guests had discreetly withdrawn from the saloon, but one or two remained, and Adam, handing the glass of water to Jenny, found himself being regarded through a quizzing-glass raised to the faintly smiling eye of the man of mode. The smile touched a pair of thin, satirical lips. "Linton, I fancy," said the gentleman. Adam bowed. "Just so. I was pretty well acquainted with your father, and am happy to make your acquaintance." He let his quizzing-glass fall, and held out his hand, saying, as Adam took it, "You don't resemble him very much, but I felt sure I couldn't be mistaken. Ah, I'm Rockhill, you know."
Adam, still shaken by the evening's event, replied with mechanical civility. The Marquis said sympathetically, "Such an unfortunate contretemps, but not, we must trust, a serious matter." He levelled his quizzing glass again, this time at Jenny. "Your wife?" "Yes, sir," Adam replied. "Admirable woman," sighed his lordship. "I felicitate you." "Thank you. You are very good." Adam smiled at Jenny as she came towards him and held out his hand. He had pulled himself together, and if he still looked pale, he was able to say quite easily, "Is she feeling better? Let me introduce Lord Rockhill to you. He has been complimenting me on your presence of mind." "Well, I'm sure I don't know why he should do so," she answered prosaically. "There was nothing to be in a fuss about. How do you do? I think we should leave Julia with her mamma now, so shall we go into the other room? Then they may slip away quietly, for Julia is not feeling quite the thing." She made as if to lay her hand on Adam's arm, but realized she was still holding the vinaigrette. She exclaimed at her own stupidity, and turned back to restore the crystal phial to its owner, who received it from her with a smile and a searching look that was at once kind and appraising. "Thank you. You, I collect, are Lady Linton. I am Lady Castlereagh. I think I saw you at the drawing-room, didn't I? Are you fixed in town now, and ready to receive morning visitors? Then I shall hope to further my acquaintance with you. Let me say that you did very well just now. Very well indeed." She nodded in a friendly way and moved away before Jenny could speak, which was perhaps as well, since Jenny, who had been warned that this stately lady's favour was hard to win, flushed to the roots of her hair, and uttered something that was as inaudible as it was disjointed. In spite of her momentary embarrassment, however, the knowledge that she had been approved by one of the patronesses of Almack's gave her new confidence, and when she presently perceived an acquaintance of her schooldays and received a cordial greeting from her, she began almost to feel at home. She was a little daunted by a cold stare from Mrs. Burrell, and some critical ones from several other haughty-looking dames, but before she could be seriously discomposed, she saw the lanky form of Lord Bruff bearing down upon her, and was immediately at her ease again. She had met him only once before, but he spoke to her as though they had been friends of long standing, saying, as he came up to her, "How do you do? No need to ask, you look famously. Not even bored." Her eyes narrowed in amusement. "No, indeed. Why should I be?" "Don't you think this is a devilish dull party? I do. Wouldn't have come if I hadn't been dragged here. You and Adam are the only people I've met whom I wish to meet. Never saw so many quizzes and dragons in my life. Always the same at Lady Nassington's parties. I can't think why anyone comes to 'em." "For goodness sake," she protested, "you'll be heard." "Oh, no, not in this hubbub. Queer thing, isn't it? All persons of the first consideration making a din like lions at feeding time. Come and be introduced to my mother. She wants to meet you," he added with his lazy smile. "Most amiable creature in the world. You'll like her. I do myself." This, though it made her laugh, seemed a very odd thing to say of his mother, but he was perfectly right in thinking that she would like Lady Adversane, a stout and placid lady of unfashionable appearance and a warm heart. Jenny sat beside her on the sofa, and thought how easy her new life would be if all great ladies were as kind and as homely. Had she but known it, she was meeting with far more kindness than might have been expected. Everyone knew under what circumstances Adam had succeeded to his father's room, and everyone wished him well. Sally Jersey might exclaim to Lady Castlereagh, "Oh, goodness me! Don't, I implore you, give her vouchers for Almack's." But even she, with a shrug and a pout, said, "Oh, well, no, I don't mean to cut her. Poor dear Bardie's son. Goodness me, what would Bardie have said to such a connection? My heart is positively wrung with compassion for that poor young man. She presents such a very off appearance, doesn't she?
But I'll call in Grosvenor Street, and, yes, I'll send her a card for my rout party next month. Anything short of vouchers for Ormax. Oh, goodness me, one must draw the line somewhere. Tell me, you are so much better acquainted with Lady Oversley than I am. Is it true that young Linton was previously betrothed to Miss Oversley, and that she swooned just now, actually swooned, at the sight of him? She did swoon, acknowledged Lady Castlereagh, but Lady Linton, whose conduct, I must tell you, was such as to command my respect, informed us that she always does so in overheated rooms. Oh, excellent address. If she knew the true cause, I dare say she doesn't. She looks stupid. I'm persuaded she's not awake upon any suit. She was mistaken. Jenny was quite awake upon that suit, and under a stolid demeanour she turned it over and over in her mind. Not by so much as the flicker of an eyelid did she betray to Adam how fully alive she was to the implications of Julia's dramatic swoon, nor did she glance for more than an instant at his face, as it was bent over Julia, lying like a broken flower in his arms. In that one instant she had seen all that his chivalry would have wished to conceal from her, and her immediate intervention had sprung from no innate address, but from a fierce resolve to protect him from the curiosity of those who were witness to the episode. She had not looked at him again, and she did not mention the matter when, later, they drove back to Grosvenor Street. Neither of them had ever spoken of his previous attachment. It was a tacitly forbidden subject, which she dared not broach, though it lay heavily between them. There was only one thing to be done in such a situation, and that was to talk about something else. So she beguiled the short drive with commonplaces about Bruff's droll sayings, his mother's kindness, the Prince Regent's condescension, and her surprise at having a perfectly plainly dressed gentleman pointed out to her as the great Mr. Brummel. It required no great effort to reply suitably to these trivialities. Adam even found them vaguely soothing. Emotional exhaustion had communicated itself to his body. He had never felt more fatigued in all the strenuous years of his service. He had steeled himself to meet his lost love, but not to encounter the heart-rending look in her eyes when, for a moment before she fainted, they gazed into his. He had caught her, and had held her in his arms, and the sweet, nostalgic scent she always used agonizingly recalled the past. He hoped he had not uttered the words that had leapt to his tongue. "Julia, my love, my darling." He thought he had not. Jenny's flat voice had jerked him back to his senses, prosaically directing him to lay Julia on the sofa. He had obeyed, and as he straightened himself he had seen the rampant curiosity in a dozen faces, and had realized that he must at all costs command himself. Providence, in the shape of Jenny, desiring him to procure a glass of water, had come to his rescue, granting him a respite. By the time he had been obliged to return to the room, he had regained command over himself, enough, at least, to enable him to play his prescribed role throughout an interminable evening. It was not surprising that it should have exhausted him, for it was more complicated than he had foreseen, and he was obliged to play it while labouring under severe spiritual stress. It was his duty, as he saw it, to thrust his bride into the heart of the ton. It never occurred to him that his own charm and address might achieve his object with the expenditure of very little effort. He saw himself as the insignificant son of a man of immense popularity, and he went to Nassington House determined, however distasteful the task might be, to exploit this popularity, and to persuade his father's friends, if he could, to accept Jenny because they liked him well enough not to wish to wound him. This in itself was sufficiently disagreeable to make him look forward to the evening's entertainment with revulsion, when at the very outset to this obligation was added the more urgent need to exert himself to the utmost in an effort to shield his love from malicious tongues, and his wife, too, poor little soul. What had been designed as a party of pleasure became a prolonged ordeal through which he had moved,
exchanging light-hearted conversation with his fellow guests, as though nothing had happened to disturb him. Whether he had succeeded in convincing the suspicious, he had no idea. He had done his best, and if that proved to be not good enough, he was much too tired to consider what more could be done. So he was grateful to Jenny for her comfortable commonplaces. They might argue a certain insensibility, but they were preferable to the comments and questions he had dreaded. And why, after all, should she show sensibility over an episode which, if she had realized its significance, could scarcely have wounded her, however much it might have mortified her? Except that she did not mention the matter at all, which was a little surprising, he could have believed that she really did think the heat responsible for Julia's collapse. She was her usual matter-of-fact self, though rather sleepy. She demanded neither explanation nor reassurance. He could relax at last. Some hours later, when he saw her over the teacups at the breakfast table, he thought she looked as though she had not slept very much after all. She had not, but she merely said that she was unused to such late nights. "You should have stayed in bed. I wish you may not have got up merely to make tea for me." It was what she had done, knowing that he was very unhandy with urns and teapots, but she said, "As though you couldn't make it yourself." "No, indeed." "I can't," he confessed ruefully. "I can never get it as I like it, and if they make it for me downstairs, it's worse." "Thank you. That is exactly as it should be." She smiled, but having supplied his wants, turned to the perusal of an advertisement which had been sent her through the post, and which adjured her, in the strongest terms, to lose no time in procuring a new and infallible nostrum for gout. She had not the smallest use for this commodity, but if she sat with nothing to occupy her, she knew that Adam would bestir himself to talk to her, and Adam did not like breakfast-table conversation. He went away presently, and after sitting for some time pondering the problem which had kept her awake during what had remained of the night, she got up from the table and sent a message to the stables. An hour later, having executed a commission in the Strand, she was being driven back, not to Grosvenor Street, but to Lord Oversley's house in Mount Street. Mr. Chawleigh, to Adam's intense but rigorously suppressed annoyance, had visited the stables and the coach-house attached to Linton House while the bridal pair were in Hampshire, and had condemned out of hand the lawndelette which had previously served the ladies of the house. He thought it a very dowdy turnout, and he replaced it with a glossy barouche, on whose shallow doors he insisted on having the Linton arms blazoned. The carriage was drawn by a pair of showy chestnuts. Mr. Chawleigh had paid a large price for them, but he was not a judge of horseflesh, and when Adam first saw them he ejaculated involuntarily, "Oh, my God!" However, Jenny was not a judge of horseflesh either, so she was quite satisfied with her peacocky pair. They might have been bishoped, as John Coachman told Adam he was willing to swear they had been, but they were quite capable of conveying her about the town in dashing style. She found Lady Oversley at home, and was taken upstairs to the drawing-room, where her ladyship welcomed her with affection, but rather nervously. She was looking harassed, and when Jenny disclosed that she had called to inquire how Julia did, she answered in a flurry, "Oh, so very kind of you. My dear, I'm afraid I didn't thank you in the agitation of the moment, you know, but Emily Castlereagh told me how good you were, and indeed I am very much obliged to you. Poor Julia, the rooms were hot, weren't they? I was conscious of it myself, and, of course, Julia's constitution is not strong. She is not in very high health, in fact quite out of sorts, so I've kept her in bed today, and Dr. Bailey has given me a composer for her." Jenny nodded. "I was afraid she would fall into one of her hysterical fits," she remarked. "I thought about it a great deal after we had gone home, and it seemed to me as though the best thing would be for me to come to see you, ma'am, because I don't doubt you are in quite a worry. Well, I don't know much about Tonish people yet, but I expect they don't differ greatly from anyone else, and Julia's going off as she did, the instant she clapped eyes on Adam, is bound to set tongues wagging."
Thankfully abandoning pretence, Lady Oversley said tragically, "Oh, Jenny, I declare I am worn to a bone. What with Julia and then Oversley. But she did not faint on purpose. No, of course she didn't. I don't understand how people can faint away as she does, but there's no denying that it never needed more than a harsh word to send her off. She used to suffer dreadfully from the vapours, too." "Yes," sighed Lady Oversley, "and all the doctors could find amiss was that she was too excitable. But she doesn't have the vapours now, at least not if she is gently treated, and not scolded when she is already so much distressed. I don't mean to say I didn't sympathise with Oversley. Heaven knows I could have murdered her. In that house of all others, and with Emily Cooper in the very room. But what, I ask you, Jenny, is the use of ringing a peal over the poor child and driving her into hysterics?" "Well, it isn't of any use at all, and never was," said Jenny. "Not that one can wonder at his lordship's ripping up at her, for gentlemen don't like scenes, except when they create 'em themselves, like Papa when the meat's not dressed right. The thing is, what's to be done now?" "I can't think," said Lady Oversley. "I am being driven distracted. Oversley is saying that if Julia can't conduct herself with propriety, she had best retire to a convent, which is quite absurd, for if she retired anywhere it would be to old Lady Oversley, and I don't wish her to. Here she is in her second season, and how, I ask you, is she to be creditably married when her father talks such nonsense, and she will do nothing but— Oh, dear, how awkward this is. I shouldn't be talking about it to you at all, which just shows how much my nerves are overset." "There's no need for anyone to be in a worry over me," replied Jenny stolidly. "No need for any flummery between us either, ma'am. No one thinks Adam married me for love. Only it's a pity that everyone should know it was Julia he wanted, and she him." She paused, frowning. "There's plenty of people who fall in love, and then fall out of it again, so I dare say it doesn't signify, however many of her friends Julia took into her confidence. But it won't do, will it, for her to be showing everyone that she's wearing the willow for him?" "No, it will not do," agreed her ladyship with feeling. "And so disagreeable to you, too, which, I assure you, I perfectly understand." "That don't signify. It's Adam I'm thinking about, and you too, ma'am, for you've been very kind to me." "I shall have to keep Julia out of his way, and how am I to do it unless I send her back to Tunbridge Wells?" "Well, you can't, of course. And to my way of thinking it wouldn't answer. Sooner or later they'll be bound to meet, and 10 to 1 we'd be regularly in for it again, because the sight of him will be bound to bring it all back to her. And it won't do to avoid us, because you've always been very friendly with the Deverils, by what Lydia's told me, and so that would set people talking. So, what I came to say to you, ma'am, was that the best thing is to let the quizzes see that we're all very good friends. There's no sense in putting Julia in Adam's way more than's needful, but if she visits me and goes out with me now and then, she will meet him and grow accustomed to it." Lady Oversley, who was regarding her in a good deal of astonishment, said, "But, Jenny, surely you cannot wish— I mean, is it wise?" Jenny was silent for a moment. "Well, I've been wondering that myself. Of course, the best would be if they were never to meet at all, but since that can't be, it seems to me better they should meet often enough for it to get to be an ordinary thing than to meet only by accident." "If only I had known," exclaimed Lady Oversley, dissolving into tears. "I ought never to have allowed it, but it seemed so suitable. Oh, dear, who could have guessed it would end in my cherished Julia breaking her heart? Though, of course, I should have guessed she would, because she always said he was like Sir Galahad, which I'm sure he is, if Sir Galahad was the one I think he was. Or don't you think so?" she asked, perceiving that Jenny's eyes had narrowed into sudden laughter. "Well, I don't know, but I shouldn't have thought so. But I was never one for reading those old romances and legends that Julia dotes on," said Jenny apologetically. I do know that he likes his eggs boiled for 4 minutes exactly and won't touch muffins."
"Won't touch muffins?" faltered Lady Oversley.
"Can't abide them, and there's nothing frets him more than having his things out of order. He said it comes from living in tents, when there's no bearing it if you don't keep everything just so. I've been obliged to tell my housekeeper that if she can't keep the maids from rearranging the things on his dressing-table, she'll have to leave at the term. Mind, for anything I know, Sir Galahad may have been pernickety too. Though I'd wager you an egg at Easter, as Papa says, that that's not what Julia thinks."
"No," said Lady Oversley faintly. "No, indeed. So if you're agreeable, ma'am, I'll try if I can't coax Julia to drive with me in the park tomorrow. And if you and my lord would bring her to dine with us next week, when Adam's mother and Lydia will be with us, we should be very happy. It would be a natural thing for you to do, wouldn't it, with Lady Linton going off to Bath as she is, and spending a couple of nights in Grosvenor Street? It won't be a regular party, though I mean to invite Lord Brough as well." "Oh, but Julia would never—" "Oh, dear, I don't know what to say. Of course it would make an excellent impression if it were known that we had all dined informally with you, but I'm afraid Julia would shrink from such a scheme. I don't doubt she will, but there's no saying but what I may be able to bring her round my thumb. I'll go up to her if I may." Startled, Lady Oversley said, No, I mean, she is so much overpowered. She won't wish to see you, Jenny." "Very likely not, but she won't have any choice. Now, don't be in the fidgets, ma'am. There'll be no harm done, I promise you." With these words she got up and walked briskly out of the room, leaving Lady Oversley feeling helpless and extremely apprehensive. Chapter 11. The light in Julia's room was dim, the blinds having been drawn across the windows. Shutting the door, Jenny said cheerfully, "May I come in? Though that's a silly thing to say when I'm in already." She could just perceive Julia lost in the middle of the large bed, the fair head turned on the pillow. "You," Julia uttered. "That's right," said Jenny. "I came to see how you did. You won't mind if I draw the blinds back? I shall be blundering into the furniture if we don't have a bit more light." "Have you come to reproach me?" Julia demanded. "You need not." The sunlight flooded the room. Jenny trod over to the bed, saying, "Now, when did I ever do so, goose?" She bent over Julia and kissed her cheek. "Stop fretting yourself to flinders, love." Julia shrank, turning her face away. "I wish you hadn't come. You mean to be kind, I collect, but you don't understand. If you had sensibility—" "Well, I haven't, so there's no sense expecting me to behave as if I had, and just as well for Adam I haven't," Jenny added. "For if I were to carry on as you do, Julia, he'd be driven demented between the pair of us." Julia pulled herself up. "I would not have spoken his name to you, or have uttered a word of what lies between us, if you had but refrained." "No, I dare say you wouldn't," agreed Jenny, shaking up her pillows. "So I haven't refrained. Not that it's an easy thing to talk about, but it makes for awkwardness if we must never mention it. I don't know how to hide my teeth, either. So you say what you wish, and don't fear to offend me, because you won't do it." The huge eyes gazed wonderingly at her. "How strange you are," Julia said. "I suppose I never understood you, but I thought I did. When they showed me the notice in the Gazette, I wouldn't believe it. You were my friend. You knew. But you stole Adam from me. How could you?" "That's more than I can tell you, for I didn't steal him, and wouldn't have done so even if I'd thought I could. What, set myself up as a rival to you? Don't talk such nonsense, Julia. Papa made the match, unbeknownst to me." "Oh, that's contemptible," Julia interrupted, flinging up her hand. "Next you will tell me it was not in your power to refuse." "No, I shan't. I did refuse when he first broached it to me, before I knew how things stood, that things had been put an end to between you and Adam. He couldn't have married you, Julia. He was all to pieces. I dare say you don't know what his father's debts were, for it's not likely he'd tell you, but Papa knew, and he told me. Adam was selling everything, even Fontley. That at least I knew, and he knew it didn't weigh with me. I would have lived in a hovel and counted myself happy. You may smile, but it's true. Jenny begged pardon, but said it weighed with him, I think, more than anything. I don't understand that myself, but I can see what's under my nose. He wouldn't have been happy, not if he'd lost Fontley. I would have made him so. Do you think you will? You won't. It's me he loves, not you. She caught her breath and said quickly, "Oh, no, I didn't mean to say that. Hateful, hateful. Go, Jenny, pray go now." Jenny paid no heed to this, but answered, "I know that. There's no pretence of love between him and me. That wasn't part of the bargain." "The bargain?" Julia exclaimed, shuddering. "No, I can never have understood you." "Or him," interpolated Jenny dryly. Julia stared at her, repeating slowly, "Or him?" "No, or him. Ah, but yes, I do understand what forced him to do it. But you, for a title? But you never cared for such things. You can't have sold yourself for mere position." "Why not? I'm not the first, and I shan't be the last to do so. Easy to despise what you've always had," replied Jenny, returning the stare doggedly. "I don't believe it. I couldn't have liked you if you had been so mercenary." "Well, it doesn't make any odds what you think of me, and the Lord knows I felt badly enough about it. I wouldn't have consented to it if there had been the least chance of his being able to marry you, but there wasn't. He didn't choose between me and you, Julia. It was between me and ruin. You say he won't be happy, but at least he'll be comfortable. What's more, he's got Fontley, and for all you may not think it, that matters to him." She paused. "Well, there's no more to be said on that head. What brought me here was what happened last night." Julia winced. "Don't. I can't endure any more. Papa, even Mamma. Good God, do you think that I meant to betray myself?" "Well, your Mamma and I don't think it. I can't answer for his lordship. But I don't suppose he does either, not but what you can't blame him if he cut up stiff, because there's no denying you did make us all look nohow." "Oh, is that all you can think of?" Julia cried bitterly. "What of my mortification, the agony of regaining my senses, seeing all those faces?" She broke off, covering her eyes with her hand. "Now, don't get into a taking, love. It's not so bad that it can't be mended," said Jenny soothingly. Julia's hand fell. "Jenny, I didn't mean to. I thought I could meet him again just as I ought. I could have done so had he been there at the outset, but he wasn't. I thought... Oh, I was so relieved it made me stupid beyond belief. It didn't occur to me that he might come later, but he did, and when I turned and suddenly saw him so close to me, Jenny, it was the shock that made me faint." "You don't have to tell me that. If it isn't just like you to fret and fume yourself into such a state that you'd swoon off if a mouse ran across the floor, that's pretty well what I told them all, though it wasn't a mouse I set it down to, but the heat." "Mamma told me how good you were," Julia said listlessly. "Thank you, but they won't believe it. They'll watch me and whisper about me. Perhaps they'll pity me. Poor girl, he cried off, you know." "Not if I have anything to say in the matter," interrupted Jenny. "That's precisely what I mean to nip in the bud, so I'll thank you not to fall into a lethargy when what's wanted is a bit of rum gumption." "Why should you care?" said Julia, sighing. "Have a little sense, Julia, do," begged Jenny. "Very agreeable it would be to have people saying that about my husband." Julia looked startled. "But they wouldn't. They know the circumstances, that he couldn't help himself." "That won't stop them thinking he must have treated you pretty shabbily if they see you looking as if you were sunk in affliction. He won't look so, whatever he feels, because he's too much the gentleman to let anyone think he don't like being married to me. So the end of it will be that we'll have people saying he's downright heartless, not caring a straw for anything but a fortune, and happy as long as he's rich." "You need not be afraid," Julia said tragically. "I am going to return to my grandmother and live retired. I dare say my very existence will be forgotten within a year." "More likely they'd have to build another hotel in Tunbridge Wells to take in your admirers," said Jenny, keeping her temper. Julia gave a gasp and a quiver of laughter. "Oh, how can you be so odiously unfeeling?" "Well, you know I've got no sensibility, but I haven't got windmills in my head either. So I'll tell you what you will do, and that's to confound all the spiteful toads who'd be only too ready to crow over you." She caught the flash in Julia's eyes and continued, "Yes, I can just hear them, pretending to pity you, like you said, but fairly licking their lips and saying they'd known all along the sylph would have a downfall. For you can't knock all the other girls into flinders without stirring up a lot of spite and jealousy. That I do know." Julia sat up. "But how?" she demanded. "Papa wouldn't consent to a betrothal, but people knew." "What if they did? They won't think it wonderful that a girl that has had as many beaux dangling after her as you have fell out of love as easily as she fell into it. Why, you were barely out of the schoolroom. Then you didn't see Adam for months. So what's more natural than that you should find you'd made a mistake?" She ignored a deep sigh from Julia and began to draw on her gloves. "So I'll call for you tomorrow at about 4 o'clock, and you'll drive in the park with me, like the good friends we've always been." "Oh, no!" Julia exclaimed imploringly. "No, I can't." "Yes, you can. And I don't mind owning that I'll be very much obliged to you if you will, because I don't care to drive alone, and I'm not yet acquainted with people. 2 or 3 bows are the most I'll get if I go by myself. But if you're sitting beside me, the carriage will be mobbed, I dare say." She got up as a reluctant laugh escaped Julia. "And if you could manage to faint the next time you go to a party, but not at Lady Bridgewater's assembly, mind, because she said last night she should send us a card, and it won't answer if you do it when Adam's present." "Jenny, you are too detestable," protested Julia between tears and laughter. "As though I could." "You could if you set your mind to it," said Jenny with a tight little smile. "You've only to think you're stifling from the heat, and stifle you will." She bestowed a valedictory pat on Julia's shoulder, and went away without giving her time to consider the implication of this remark. She was met on the floor below by Lady Oversley, who looked an anxious question. She replied to it with a nod and a smile. "I didn't say anything about her coming to dine with us, but she'll drive out with me tomorrow, never fear. I'll ask her then." Lady Oversley embraced her, shedding a few tears of relief. "Oh, my dear Jenny, I am so very much obliged to you. Was she still in such distress?" "That's more than I can tell, ma'am," replied Jenny in her blunt way. "There's no saying, at least I can't say, because we're no more like than a dock and a daisy, and I don't understand her, and never did. She thinks she is, and it has always seemed to me that she's one of those who die of the influenza only because she took it into her head it was smallpox." This was rather beyond Lady Oversley, but when she presently recounted it to her lord, he looked a good deal struck, and said that Jenny was shrewder than he had supposed. "That daughter of yours, my dear," he said, "lives always in out, and now we see what comes of it." She was accustomed to his very unfair habit of disclaiming responsibility for the existence of any of his children who had vexed him, so she let this pass, agreeing that Julia was too imaginative. "Aye, she takes after you," said his lordship inexcusably. Julia remained in her bedchamber all day, but she appeared at the breakfast-table on the following morning. She looked pale, and was obviously in depressed spirits, and when her father, forcibly admonished by Lady Oversley, greeted her with great heartiness, she responded with a wince and the travesty of a smile. But by a lucky chance, a new walking dress of French cambric, trimmed with frills of broad lace, was sent home that day, and it was so pretty, particularly when worn with one of the new Oldenburg hats, that Julia was insensibly cheered. It had seemed at one moment as if she meant to refuse to drive with Jenny, but when she had been persuaded to put on the new dress, and her mamma, her maid, her two younger sisters, and their governess had all fallen into raptures, she changed her mind, and went out perfectly readily when the Linton barouche drew up before the door. Jenny, herself expensively, but not very becomingly attired in Brunswick grey lustring, admired the dress too, and so, when they reached the park, did a number of other persons. If the carriage was not mobbed, at least the coachman had to pull up his horses a great many times. It was the hour of the fashionable promenade, and the park thronged with vehicles, from ladies' barouches to the Corinthians' curricles, with horsemen mounted on high-bred hacks, and with exquisites strolling along the path beside the roadway. It seemed to Jenny that every second person bowed or waved to her lovely companion, and since Julia wished to exchange greetings with her friends, and a large number of gentlemen were eager to pay homage to her, Jenny resigned herself to a dawdling progress. She had the satisfaction of receiving several civil acknowledgments herself, but she privately considered this promenade a waste of time, and was rather bored. It was otherwise with Julia, always responsive to atmosphere, and reviving like a thirsty plant under a shower of compliments and gallantries. The colour returned to her cheeks, the sparkle to her eyes, and her pretty laugh was so spontaneous that no one could have supposed her to be nursing a broken heart. Not all her admirers were youthful. The Marquis of Rockhill, riding with Bruff beside him, stayed for longer than any beside the barouche. He was very civil to Jenny, but she saw the warm glint in his eyes when he looked at Julia, and was not deceived into thinking that he had stopped for any other purpose than to talk to her. She thought him an elderly flirt for Julia, but she guessed him to be a notable conquest, and realized that his caressing manner was attractive to Julia. It was plain that he had a tendre for her, but he did not try to monopolize her. When Bruff claimed her attention, he at once began to talk to Jenny, and did not let his eyes stray towards Julia while doing so, which she thought unusually polite. He was apparently well acquainted with the Deveril family, and when Jenny disclosed that her mother-in-law would be in Grosvenor Street during the following week, he said that he must call to pay his respects to her. Such a very old friend. Almost a cradle friend, one might say. On an impulse, she said abruptly, "Would you care to dine with us?" She saw his brows lift in surprise, and explained, "You see, she means to stay only 2 nights, so I fancy she won't have time for morning visitors. I mean to invite the Oversleys to dine, and to bring Miss Oversley as well, and we should be very happy if you like to come, and not care for it being an informal party." Under their heavy lids his penetrating eyes looked down into hers. A smile crept into them. He said softly, "But I shall be delighted to come, Lady Linton. An excellent scheme. Parties composed of such intimate friends as the Deverils and the Oversleys are always better for a little leaven, are they not?" The smile deepened in his eyes as he saw the wary look in hers, but he said no more, only bowing and then turning away to tell Bruff that they must not detain the carriage longer. In another minute the gentleman had ridden on, and Jenny, as a sudden apprehension smote her, demanded, "He is a bachelor, isn't he?" "Yes, of course. He's a cousin of Rockhill's, you know. Lady Adversane is Rockhill's—" No, not Bruff, Rockhill." "Oh, no, not a bachelor. Oh, my goodness," exclaimed Jenny, dismayed. "I invited him to dine with us next week. Whatever must he think of me? As though I didn't know better. Oh, dear." "Stupid," Julia said, laughing. "He's a widower." "Ah, thank heaven," said Jenny devoutly. Julia glanced curiously at her. "What made you invite him? I didn't know you were acquainted with him." "I'm not. Well, barely, at all events. He said he hoped to see Lady Linton when she comes to town, so I asked him to dine. I told him it was to be quite informal. Your papa and mamma are coming, and you too, I hope, for Lydia will be there, you know." "I?" gasped Julia. "Oh, no! You cannot ask that of me." Casting a warning glance at the back of the coachman, Jenny said, "Well, I own it won't be a very lively party, but I mean to invite Bruff as well, so I trust it won't be such a dead bore as you think. I wish I knew some more gentlemen, but Adam's friends are all in France, so there's only Cousin Osbert, unless— Would your brother come, do you think?" "Jenny, I won't, said Julia under her breath. "Well, if that's so, Lord Rockhill will think it's a regular take-in, for I told him you'd be there, which was why he accepted." Except for reiterating that she would not come, Julia said no more, but lapsed into pensive dejection. At home she was not so forbearing. The only effect Lady Oversley's entreaties had upon her was to cast her into agitation, and a fit of hysterics might have been the outcome had not her father come into the room, demanding to know what the devil was the matter now. Upon being told, he favoured his wife and daughter with a very tolerable impersonation of a Roman parent, announcing with such unusual sternness that Julia would obey him that she positively quailed, and ventured on no more contumacious a response than imploring, "Oh, papa, pray don't make me go." "Not another word," commanded his lordship. "I am very much displeased with you, Julia, and if you try my patience any further you will be sorry for it." At these terrible words both ladies dissolved into tears. His lordship, finding his role rather beyond his power to maintain, beat a dignified retreat, frowning heavily enough to lend colour to Lady Oversley's statement that papa was very, very angry. The thought that she, who had always been papa's pet, was now in his black books, proved to be too much for Julia's fortitude. She settled down to cry in good earnest, and so despairingly that papa had to be recalled to soothe her with assurances of his continued regard. As soon as she knew herself to be still loved, she grew calmer, and when he said that he sympathized with her much more than she guessed, she was so passionately grateful that she was ready to promise to do anything he wished. When the news of the projected dinner party was broken to Adam, he was almost as much dismayed, but concealed it better. Jenny, at work on the first of a set of chair covers, asked him placidly if he thought she might invite Mr. Oversley, and he replied in an indifferent voice, "You may do so, of course, but I should doubt whether he'll come. If I know Charlie, he'll think it by far too slow." He was right, but Mr. Oversley did grace the party with his reluctant presence, because his father, using none of the diplomacy he found necessary when dealing with his daughter, told him that he must. "What? Drive Tab to the Lintons? No, dash it, sir," protested Mr. Oversley, revolted by the thought of this family expedition. "Nonsense. If Jenny wants you, she shall have you. I dare say she needs you to make up her numbers." Mr. Oversley, who had been upon the strut for over a year, directed a look of pained reproach at his parent and said, "Much obliged to her." Lord Oversley laughed, but told him not to be a coxcomb. "The thing is, Charlie, she has hit on this way of bringing your sister about after that shocking business at Nassington House, and mighty good-natured of her it is." "Here, I say," exclaimed Mr. Oversley, alarmed, "Julia ain't going off into a faint, is she? Because if there's to be any of that kind of bobbery—" "No, no, she has promised to behave just as she ought," said his father, reassuringly. Chapter 12. The Dowager, attended by her daughter and her dresser, reached London in excellent time on the day appointed, for she came post, her previous journey having helped her to overcome her dread of strange postilions. Mr. Chawleigh would heartily have approved of the cavalcade which set out from Fontley, for two of the grooms rode with the chaise, and it was followed by a coach carrying my lady's footman and a number of trunks and portmanteaux, and also by a fourgon loaded with such movables as the Dowager considered her own and had removed from Fontley. She arrived in a wilting condition, but Jenny was on the watch, and as soon as she saw the chaise, she called to Adam to go down immediately to welcome his mother. He reached the street in time to support her as she totteringly descended onto the flagway. She was gratified by this attention, and uttered, "Dear one," as he kissed first her hand and then her cheek. She then, and in less fond accents, said, "Lydia, dear," as that damsel ruthlessly hugged Adam. Adam led her into the house, where the first object to attract her apprehensive gaze was the Egyptian lamp at the foot of the staircase. She drew in her breath sharply. "Good heavens! Ah, yes, I see. A female form with sphinxes. Dear me." "It is a lamp, mamma," said Adam defensively. "Is it, dearest? No doubt Jenny found the stair ill-lit. I was never conscious of it myself, but— And are those strange alabaster bowls lamps, too?" "Yes, mamma, they are. And here is Jenny coming to welcome you." He was relieved to see that Jenny was more successful than he had been in dealing with his mother. She greeted her with proper solicitude, and said that it was no wonder she should be feeling done up. "I am afraid I am a sad, troublesome guest," sighed the dowager. "I am so much pulled by all I have gone through that I am fit for nothing but my bed." "Well then," said Jenny, "you shall come up directly, ma'am, and get between sheets, and have your dinner sent to you on a tray." "So kind," murmured the dowager. "Just a bowl of soup, perhaps." Lydia, who had been listening in strong indignation to these melancholy plans, exclaimed, "Mamma, you can't go to bed the instant you set foot inside the house. Why, you said yourself, when Mrs. Mitcham came to Fontley, that nothing was more odious than a visitor who arrived only to be ill, and was forever wanting glasses of hot water or thin gruel." "Oh, fiddle," said Jenny. "It's to be hoped your mamma don't think herself a visitor in her son's house. She can do whatever she chooses. Do you come upstairs, ma'am, and be comfortable." The dowager mellowed. She had had the amiable intention of frustrating any festive scheme which might have been devised for her entertainment by retiring to her bedroom in a state of exhaustion, but as soon as she was entreated to do exactly what she liked, she began to think that if she rested for an hour she might feel sufficiently restored to join her family at the dinner-table. She allowed Jenny to escort her upstairs, and although it naturally caused her a pang not to be going to her own room, she found that such careful provisions for her comfort had been made in the handsomely furnished apartment allotted to her that her melancholy abated. By the time she had been settled on a cushioned daybed and had been revived with tea and toast, she was wonderfully in charity with Jenny, and told her that rather than disappoint her dear ones, she would make an effort to overcome her fatigue sufficiently to come downstairs in time for dinner. Meanwhile, Lydia, having peeped into the dining-room, and exclaimed in awed accents, "Goodness, how rich!" had gone up to the drawing-room with her brother. She paused on the threshold, and stood at gaze, not saying anything for a full minute. Then she looked doubtfully at Adam. His eyes twinkled. "Well? May I say what I think, or not?" "You may, but you needn't. I know what you think." "It's the stripes," she said. "It wouldn't be nearly as bad if you took them away. Though I must own I don't like that very peculiar sofa much. Those horrid little legs look like some sort of an animal." "Reptile. They are crocodile legs." "Crocodile?" Lydia inspected them more closely and went into a peal of laughter. "Yes, they are. I thought you were trying to hoax me. But why? Oh, yes, I see. It's the Egyptian mode, isn't it? I know it's all the crack, but I don't think it's very comfortable, do you?" "I think it's detestable," he answered, laughing too. "Wait until you see Jenny's preposterous bed. She didn't choose this stuff, you know. It was her father." "Poor Mr. Chawleigh, I expect he thinks it's the very first style of elegance. Mamma won't, you know. Besides, she doesn't like Mr. Chawleigh. I do.
even if he is a funny one." She heaved a sigh. "Oh, Adam, I wish Mamma hadn't settled on Bath. If she had decided on a house in London, I could have borne it better, for I should have had you to talk to when I felt quite desperate, which, I'm sorry to say, I frequently do." "Has she been very trying?" he asked sympathetically. "Yes, and I find I cannot be a comfort to her. Am I very unnatural, Adam?" He shook his head, smiling. "Well, Mamma says I am. And sometimes I fear I may be, because I am growing to dislike Charlotte as much as I dislike Maria. Would you have believed it possible that I could? Charlotte!" He laughed. "Poor Charlotte! But you don't really, you know." She eyed him somewhat ominously. "No, but I shall if you are going to call her poor Charlotte, too." "I take it back," he said hastily. "I never said it." Her dimples quivered into being, but she said gloomily, "It's such humbug. Mamma talks about her as if she were dead, except that she hasn't yet called her sainted Charlotte. And how can she do so when she knows Charlotte is as happy as a grig? We have had a letter from her, you know, sent from York, where they were staying for a few days." "No, I didn't know, but I'm delighted to hear that she's so happy." "Adam," disclosed Lydia in an awed voice, "she says that Lambert partakes of all her ideas and sentiments." "Good God! I mean, how fortunate!" "They shared solemn and elevating thoughts in the cathedral." "No, they didn't," replied Adam instantly. "Charlotte had solemn and elevating thoughts, and Lambert said, 'Aye, very true, by Jove, yes.'" "Lydia, you wretch, you are making me as bad as you are yourself. Be quiet." She chuckled, but had to wink away a tear. "Oh, if only Maria hadn't died! Then I shouldn't have been obliged to be a comfort to Mamma, or to have gone to Bath even." He gave her a hug. "I wish you needn't have gone, but I think you must, at any rate for a time. Try to bear it. If Mamma doesn't bring you up to London herself next spring, would you like to come to us and let Jenny present you?" The hug was returned with interest. Lydia cried rapturously, "Yes, of all things! Aunt Nassington spoke of bringing me out, but I would far prefer to be with you, if Jenny would be agreeable." As Jenny, who came into the room at that moment, said at once that nothing would afford her greater pleasure, Lydia's spirits bounded up, and she said in a burst of confidence that she hoped Mamma would decide to remain in Bath during the spring. "Outrageous brat! Take her away, Jenny. By the by, don't neglect to show her your bathroom. She'll like it." Lydia, in fact, was entranced by it, and scandalized Martha Pinho by declaring her determination to use it. "You don't mean to tell me you don't, Jenny? Why, it's a beautiful bath. All these mirrors, too. You may see yourself whichever way you look while you're in the bath." "Well, that wouldn't be my notion of a high treat," remarked Jenny. "However, you're welcome to use it if you choose." "No, that she is not, my lady," declared Miss Pinho. "I'm surprised at you saying such a thing. We all know what kind of creatures they are that sit in their baths with looking-glasses all around. The idea!" It was evident that Lydia was exempt from this universal knowledge, and as it was also evident that she was going to demand enlightenment of Miss Pinho, Jenny hurriedly took her away to her own room. Lydia approved of this, too, exclaiming, "Why, it's all new except for that chest and the little chair by the window. I must say it's a great improvement. It was dreadfully shabby before." "Do you like it?" Jenny asked anxiously. "I haven't very good taste myself, not that I had anything to do with furnishing the house. Papa did it, while we were at Rushley, to surprise us. Only I'm afraid he made it all rather too grand." "For my part," said Lydia, "I shouldn't care a rush for that. How truly splendid to have a father who gives you such sumptuous surprises." She hesitated, and then said shyly, "He won't change Fontley, will he? Not too much?" No, I promise you it shan't be changed at all," Jenny replied, her colour rushing up. "I don't mean that this house isn't very elegant," said Lydia hastily, "only that it wouldn't suit Fontley so well." It was the opinion of the Dowager, when she descended to the drawing-room, that the style favoured by Mr. Chawleigh would suit no house, and at the first opportunity she expressed this opinion to Adam with great freedom. He found himself defending even the green stripes. He said doggedly that stripes were of the first stare. "Such a very vulgar shade," said the Dowager with a shudder. "Far too much bullion on the curtains, too. Alas, when I remember how this room once appeared, I can't but grieve at such a transformation." He was goaded into retorting, "It could hardly appear the same, ma'am, once you had removed from it everything but the carpet and 3 of the pictures." This unfilial rejoinder wounded her so deeply that not only were the ghosts of Stephen and Maria evoked, but she said, when Jenny told her of the small party arranged for her pleasure, that no doubt dear Jenny had forgotten that she was in deep mourning. "As though any of us could forget it when she is positively dripping black crape," said Lydia. "But don't be in a worry, Jenny. She won't retire to her room, I promise you." Jenny was obliged to be satisfied with this assurance, but her anxiety was not really allayed until the Dowager came downstairs just before 8 o'clock, arrayed in black silk, and with Adam's mantilla pinned over a Spanish comb, also his gift, set in her fair locks. "Oh, how pretty you look!" Jenny exclaimed involuntarily. "I beg your pardon, I couldn't resist." "Dearest child," murmured the Dowager indulgently. "I take great credit to myself for knowing that nothing would become you better than a mantilla," said Adam. "Perfect, mamma." "Foolish boy," she said, rapidly mellowing. "I thought it right to make the effort, since you have invited these people particularly to meet me. I dare say, if you were to mention that I have a fatiguing journey before me tomorrow, they will not stay very late." This did not sound propitious, but it was misleading. From the moment that Rockhill, after holding her hand while he gazed admiringly at her countenance, carried it to his lips with old-fashioned courtesy, the Dowager's enjoyment of the party was assured. The arrival of the Oversleys coincided with that of Brough, and in the confusion of greetings no one noticed that Adam and Julia stood hand-locked for longer than was customary, or heard Julia say, "This was not of my contrivance." "Nor of mine," he returned in a low voice. "You know that I must not say to you—" He checked himself and pressed her hand before releasing it. "Only tell me that you are better. The anguish of that moment at my aunt's will haunt me all my life, I think." "Oh, don't let it do so. I shan't mortify you again, I promise you. We shall grow accustomed, they tell me, forget that there was ever anything but friendship between us. I must wish you happy. Can you be?" A tiny headshake answered her. She smiled faintly. "No, your heart is not fickle. I'll wish you content only." She turned from him as she spoke to meet Lydia, who came up to her saying, "I'm so glad to see you, Julia. What an age it has been! The things I have to tell you." Adam moved away to mingle with his other guests, only a slight rigidity of countenance, betraying that he was labouring under stress. Lydia, who had a schoolgirl's admiration of Julia, was chattering away to her, and Julia seemed to be interested and amused. Adam heard her silvery laugh, and was thankful. For joined with the pain of being so close to her was the unacknowledged dread that she might allow her sensibility to overcome her upbringing, and precipitate them all into embarrassment. He wondered if Jenny, placidly talking to Lord Oversley, had any conception of the ordeal to which she had exposed both himself and Julia. She appeared unconscious, and when she chanced to meet his eyes there was no suspicion in hers, but only a little friendly smile. She seemed to be enjoying herself, and although this set her poles apart from him, it relieved another of his anxieties. At her aunt's assembly and at Lady Bridgewater's, her shyness had made her an awkward guest, but in her own house it was otherwise. There would be no need for him to keep a watchful eye on her, ready to help her over conversational hurdles, or to nudge her into a hostess's duties.
She was quiet, but she was quite assured, because she had been mistress of her father's house for years, and was accustomed to entertaining his friends. The dinner which was presently served was excellent, and since there were several topics of immediate public interest to be discussed, conversation did not flag. Chief amongst these was the betrothal of the Princess Charlotte to the Prince of Orange, for so persistent were the rumours that the princess had cried off that it was naturally a subject of paramount interest. Various reasons for the rupture were suggested, but Rockhill, who being one of the Carlton house set, was probably better informed than anyone else present, said that he believed that the rift had arisen from the question of domicile. The prince expected his bride to live in the Low Countries. The princess, standing as she did in direct succession to the English throne, was determined to remain in her own country. This resolution, after some discussion, was approved, but it remained for Jenny to say that it seemed strange that the regent should be willing to send his only child packing to foreign parts. "Yes, indeed," agreed Lady Oversley. "It really makes one wonder. But I believe she is excessively like him." She then realized that her inconsequent tongue had betrayed her, and exclaimed, with even more inconsequence, "Which reminds me, Adam, that you must take your seat. Oversley was saying only the other day, weren't you, my love, that he must put you in mind of it?" "Yes, I must, I suppose," said Adam. "My uncle was speaking to me about it the other evening. He says he will go with me, and tell me what I must do when I get there, for I'm ashamed to say I don't know." He saw that Jenny was at a loss, and he smiled at her, saying, "In the house. I've a seat there, and must take an oath, or some such thing. I'm not obliged to make a speech, am I, sir?" "Oh, no," Oversley reassured him. "To be sure, Nassington is the man to sponsor you, except that—" "But he is not the man," protested Bruff. "Have my father, Linton." The Dowager gave this her support. She distinctly recalled having heard the late Viscount deplore Lord Nassington's Toryism, and was consequently sure that he would be much disturbed if he knew that his son was to take his seat under the aegis of a government supporter. She then recounted a slightly muddled anecdote, told her by her father, about a party given by Mrs. Crewe at the time of the great Westminster election, at which the guests had worn blue and buff favours, which had something to do with General Washington, or was it Mr. Fox? Well, at all events, the toast had been "True Blue." "True Blue and Mrs. Crewe, ma'am," corrected Bruff, well versed in the annals of Whiggery. "Often heard my father tell that tale. The prince proposed it, and she whipped back with 'True Blue and all of you.' Took very well." This naturally brought to mind the prince's sad change of front now that he had become regent, and the discussion became extremely animated. Adam took no part in it, but there was a decided twinkle in his eye, and when Bruff said, "Go with my father, and take care you sit down on the opposition bench," he replied in a soft, apologetic voice, "But I don't think I wish to sit on the opposition bench." Lord Rockhill laughed, but the other three gentlemen, momentarily stunned by this shocking announcement, recovered only to break into protest, even Mr. Oversley being moved to say, "But you can't. What I mean is, must be trying to hoax us." Adam shook his head, which made Bruff demand to know why he was a member of Brooks. "Oh, that was my father's doing, before I knew anything about politics," he replied. "You know precious little now," said Oversley severely. "Almost nothing," Adam agreed, "only that I'm not drawn to a set of fellows who have made it their business to snap and snarl round old Duro's heels." "Oh, Wellington," Oversley said, shrugging. "The belief that his victories have been exaggerated doesn't comprise the whole of the party's policy, my dear boy." The twinkle in Adam's eye disappeared, and a rather dangerous sparkle took its place. But before he could speak, Rockhill intervened, giving the conversation an adroit turn, guiding it by way of Brooks Club to White's, and disclosing that a grand masquerade was to be given by the members of White's at Burlington House, in honour of the foreign visitors. The ladies found this a topic of far more interest than politics, and at once besieged Rockhill with questions. As might have been expected, he seemed to be very well informed, and was able not only to tell them the names of the various princes and generals who were coming in the trains of the Tsar and the King of Prussia, but also to give them a forecast of what the celebrations would be. Besides the reviews and the formal parties, there would be illuminations, fireworks, and lavish spectacles in the parks. "That's true," corroborated Jenny. "At least I know they mean to have illuminations at India House and the Bank, and some other places as well, for my father was telling me about it only yesterday, and a civic banquet at the Guildhall, too, with all of them going to it in procession. He is going to hire a window for us. That is to say, he can very easily do so if we should wish it," she added, with an involuntary look down the table at Adam. "I should rather think you would," exclaimed Lydia enviously. "You would too, wouldn't you?" said Brough, who was seated beside her. "Can't it be contrived? I shouldn't go to Bath if I were you. Very dull sort of place, full of quizzes and cripples. Balls end at 11. Nothing to do all day but drink the waters and parade about the bump room. Not the style of thing you'll enjoy." "I know I shan't," she sighed. "I have to go because of Mamma. It is my duty. So, of course, I don't expect to enjoy it." Jenny, who had quick hearing, had caught some part of this interchange. She said nothing then, but a little later, when the ladies had retired to the drawing-room and the Dowager was enjoying a comfortable gossip with Lady Oversley, she moved to where Lydia and Julia were seated side by side on a sofa, and said abruptly, "I've been thinking it over, and I believe I should ask Papa to procure a large window, or perhaps a room with several windows, so that we may invite our particular friends to share it with us. Would you care for it, Julia? And do you suppose that her ladyship might spare you for a visit to us, Lydia, so that you could see the procession and all the other sights?" "Oh, Jenny!" Lydia gasped. "If you truly mean it, and Mamma won't let me come, I'll jump on the first stagecoach and come without her leave." "No, that won't fit. It wouldn't be seemly," said Jenny. "There's no reason why she shouldn't be able to spare you, for it won't be for a few weeks yet, and you'll have time enough to settle her into her new house. I'll broach the matter to her now, while my Lady Oversley is here, to add her word to mine, which I'll be bound she will do." She gave her little characteristic nod and crossed the room again. Watching her, Lydia said, "You know, Julia, one can't but like her, however much one means not to. I quite thought she would be detestable, for I was as mad as fire when I knew what Adam had done. But she's not. To be sure, I should have known she couldn't be, because she was your friend." "I never knew her," Julia said in a low tone. "Oh, God, will this evening never end?" She got up as she spoke, and took a few hasty steps away before she recollected herself. The Dowager, seeing her standing by the pianoforte, said, "Dear child, are you going to indulge us with a little music? Such a treat." Julia stared at her for a moment as though she scarcely understood, and then, without answering, threw her fan and her reticule aside and sat down at the instrument. The Dowager, saying how well she remembered how very superior was dear Julia's performance, resumed her conversation with Lady Oversley. Amongst a multitude of damsels who numbered pianoforte playing as one of their laboriously acquired accomplishments, Julia's performance was indeed superior. She did not always play correctly, but she had, besides a great love of music, real talent, and a touch on the keys which Jenny, who seldom played a wrong note, could never rival. Lady Oversley felt relieved. She had seen how impetuously Julia had sprung up from the sofa, and she had been seized by apprehension. But she knew that once Julia sat down at the pianoforte, the chances were that she would forget herself and her surroundings and become lost in music, and so she was able to relax her strained attention, and to apply herself to the task of persuading the Dowager to look with a kindly eye upon Jenny's scheme for Lydia's entertainment. Julia was still playing when the gentleman came into the room. She glanced up, but indifferently, and lowered her eyes again to the keyboard, and kept them so until she had struck the final chord of the sonatina. And Rockhill, moving forward, said, "Ah, that was very well done. Bravo. Now sing." She looked at him, smiling faintly. "No, how should I? You know my voice is nothing."
"A little sweet voice, charmingly produced. Sing a ballad for me."
But she sang it for Adam, her eyes meeting his and holding them. It was a trivial thing, a sentimental air which had been all the rage a year before. She sang it softly and quite simply, but there was always in her singing a nostalgic sadness that tore at the heartstrings and made people remember the past and the might-have-been. For Adam, to whom she had sung it many times before, the song conjured up every banished memory. He was still standing, his hand resting on the back of a chair, and as he listened, unable to drag his eyes from Julia's face, it closed on the gilded wood, gripping it so tightly that his fingers whitened. Lydia noticed it, and, looking upward, saw an unguarded expression in his face which frightened her. She glanced instinctively at Jenny. Jenny was sitting very upright, as she always did, with her hands folded in her lap and her eyes downcast. But as Lydia watched her, her eyelids lifted, and she directed a long look at Adam. Then she looked down again, and there was nothing in her face to show whether she had seen the suffering in his. Lydia began to feel uncomfortable. The opulent room seemed to be charged with emotions beyond the range of her experience. Scarcely comprehending, she was yet aware of tension. Blighted love and broken hearts were phrases which had tripped readily from her tongue. It had not appeared to her that Adam, laughing at Jenny's bathroom, poking fun at Lambert Ryde, could be unhappy, until she saw the look in his eyes as he watched Julia. It was a dreadful look, she thought, and dreadful for Jenny to see it, even if she had married him only for social advancement. She stole a surreptitious glance round the circle. No one was looking at Adam. The older members of the party were all watching Julia. Jenny's eyes were downcast. Charles Oversley, plainly bored, was gazing at nothing in particular, and Bruff, Lydia discovered, was looking at herself. There was the hint of a smile in his eyes. It drew a response from her, and this encouraged him to change his seat for the vacant space beside her on the sofa, saying under his breath, "Musical, Miss Deveril?" She shook her head. "No." "Good," he said. "Nor am I." Under their heavy lids his eyes glanced at Adam and away again, as though he had intruded upon something not meant for him to see. The song ended. Hardly had the chorus of acclamation abated than Lydia jumped up, saying, "Jenny, you said we might play a round game. Do let me find the counters for a game of speculation." It was gauche. It made the dowager frown, but Bruff murmured approvingly as he dragged himself to his feet. "Good girl." "Speculation? Oh, no," uttered Julia involuntarily. Lady Oversley did not hear the words, but she saw the gesture of distaste, and braced herself to intervene. She was rescued by Rockhill, who gently shut the lid of the pianoforte and said, smiling with amused understanding into those tragic blue eyes, "But yes, my little wicked one. Come, Miss Mischief, I depend on you to instruct me." She smiled too, but reluctantly. "You— Oh, no, you will play whist." "No, my attention would wander too much." He took her hand and held it sustainingly, saying softly, "Put up your chin, my pretty. You can, you know." Her fingers clung to his. "Ah, you understand, don't you?" "Perfectly," he said, the amusement deepening in his eyes. Chapter 13. 5 days later, Adam left London for Lincolnshire, promising to return within a week. He did not ask Jenny to accompany him, nor did she suggest it. He told her that he was going on business connected with the estate, and she answered that he must not think himself bound to hurry back to town if it should prove to be inconvenient to do so. He said, "I won't fail you. Isn't there a rout party looming, or some such thing?" "Oh, yes, but it's of no consequence. If you should still be away, I can very well go with Lady Oversley." She added with a gleam of humour, "I must learn to go to parties without you, or we shall have people saying that we are quite Gothic. I expect I ought to set up what do you call it? Chich's bear? Not if it would mean my tripping over him every time I entered the house. She laughed. No fear of that, though I did once have an admirer. He thought me an excellent housekeeper. A dull fellow. But I must own I think so too. She grew instantly pink. Do you? I'm glad. It seemed to him pathetic that she should be pleased by such a mild tribute. He tried to think of something else to say, but she forestalled him, turning the conversation away from herself by asking if she should send the necessary order to the stables, or if he preferred to do it himself. No orders, he said. I'm going down by the mail. But when we have our own chaise, and the boys, perfectly idle too, and the mail won't carry you to Fontley itself. No, it will set me down at Market Deeping, where Felpham will meet me with the phaeton. As for the postilions, I must own I think it ridiculous to keep them kicking their heels at your expense. Does your father insist on their employment? Why don't you turn them off? They need not kick their heels, she said. They are not here only to serve me. That's not as Papa meant it to be when he engaged them for us. Well, they will serve me as well as you when I take you to Fontley later on. He saw her compress her lips and said, after a moment's hesitation, Leave me some little independence, Jenny. I don't question your expenditure, or wish you to forego any luxury, but you mustn't expect me to waste your father's money on personal extravagance. Don't look so troubled. There's no hardship in travelling by the mail, I assure you. No, but your father did not do so, did he? My father conducted himself as though he were as wealthy as yours. His example is not one I mean to follow, even if I wished to, which, believe me, I don't. It really wouldn't make me happy to live en prince as he did, and as you, I think, would like me to. You must do as you wish, she said, in a subdued tone. He did not pursue the subject. The ice was too thin, nor did he feel able to make her understand what he could not explain even to himself. His personal thrift was illogical. To travel in a public conveyance, to drive his father's curricle in preference to the glossy new one provided for him, to make no unnecessary purchases, gave him only the illusion of independence. He knew it, but in the middle of the luxury that surrounded and stifled him, he clung obstinately to his economies. It was a relief to escape from the splendour of the house in Grosvenor Street, to be alone, to be going home. It was even a relief, when he reached Fontley, to see a worn carpet, faded chintz, a chair covered in brocade so old that it would rip at a touch. There were no modern conveniences, no mirrored bathrooms, no patent oil lamps, no improved closed stoves in the kitchen. Water was pumped into the scullery, heated in an enormous copper, and carried in cans to the bedchambers. All the rooms except the kitchen, where an old-fashioned oil lamp hung, and blackened the ceiling with its fumes, were candle-lit. The house in Grosvenor Street blazed with light, for Mr. Chawleigh had installed oil lamps even in the bedrooms. But at Fontley, unless the candles were lit in all the wall sconces, there were miles of dim passages, and one carried a single candle up to bed, guarding its flame from the draughts. The Dowager had tried for years to induce the 5th Viscount to renovate Fontley, asserting, with truth, that its shabbiness was a disgrace. And when he had returned to it from the peninsula, Adam had heartily agreed with her. But, escaping from the cushioned splendour of the townhouse, all the inconveniences of Fontley seemed to him admirable, and he would have received with hostility even a suggestion that the frayed rug in which he caught his heel should be replaced. He did not quite acknowledge it, but in his mind was a jealous determination never to allow Chawleigh hands to touch his home. Shabbiness would not destroy its charm. Chawleigh gold would destroy it overnight. But his acceptance of decay did not extend to his land. Here he wanted every modern improvement he could get. He might indulge foolish sentiment over a torn rug. He had none to waste on an ill-drained field, an outdated plough, or a labourer's cottage falling to ruin. And had Mr. Chawleigh shared his love of the land, he might have been willing to admit him into some sort of a partnership, overcoming his pride for the sake of his acres. But Mr. Chawleigh, fascinated by mechanical contrivances, had no interest in agriculture. Born in a back slum of town-bred ancestry, there was no tradition of farming behind him, and no inherited love of the soil. How anyone could wish to live anywhere but in London was a matter passing his comprehension, but he knew that the Nobs, as he phrased it, possessed country estates, and since an estate added greatly to a Nob's consequence, Adam's value in his eyes had been considerably enhanced when he had learned from Lord Oversley that he was the owner of a large one in Lincolnshire, and of a mansion which figured in every guidebook to the county. Lord Oversley spoke reverently of Fontley. Mr. Chawleigh had no great opinion of antiquity, but he knew that the Nobs set store by it, so it was obviously desirable that Jenny should become the mistress of an ancient country seat. In his view, this meant a palatial residence set in extensive gardens, with such embellishments as ornamental water, statuary, and Grecian temples, the whole being surrounded by a park. Had he considered the matter, he would have supposed that a farm to supply the needs of the household would be attached to the mansion, but that the owner should concern himself with its management he would have thought absurd and even improper. As for the rest of the estate, he knew that in an agricultural district this must consist largely of farms, which were let out to tenants, and from which the overlord drew a large part of his subsistence. In his opinion, it was a poor source of revenue. No one was going to make Mr. Chawleigh believe that there were fortunes to be made in farming. As far as he could see, it was as chancy a business as speculating on change. In any event, it was not for the overlord to meddle in such matters. Whatever had to be done was done by his agent. "Gentlemen," said Mr. Chawleigh, like another before him, "have no right to be farmers." William Sidford, bailiff, was not quite sure either that he approved of Adam's interest in what had never interested his volatile parent, although he had welcomed the advent of a master who not only listened to what he had to say, but who seemed to understand that only ruin could result from wresting every penny it would yield out of the land, and ploughing not one penny back into it. He had felt hopeful at first of being able to check the rot he had been deploring for years, but after spending the better part of 4 days in the 6th Viscount's company, he was attacked by qualms. His new master was chock-full of modern ideas, which he had got out of books. William Sidford had no time to waste on books, and he approached new theories with extreme caution, since it stood to reason that what had been good enough for his father and his grandfather must be good enough for him. Not that he was an enemy to progress. When my lord talked of road-making, under-draining, and embanking, he was heartily in agreement with him, and he was by no means averse from adopting the 4-course system. But when my lord began to talk about Tull's drill and such new crops as Swedes and mangel-wurzels, it became apparent to him that it was his duty to check him. Such notions might answer. He didn't say they wouldn't, nor that the Tullian method wasn't a good one, but one thing he could tell his lordship, and that was that he wouldn't find the Tullian method in general use amongst those who might be supposed to know their business. Having been accustomed all his life to see fields that were luxuriant in summer, barren and often flooded in winter, he found it difficult to adjust his mind to my lord's ideas. Winter crops were certainly desirable, but it would cost a mint of money to make it possible to grow them, and as for the enclosures my lord talked about, he didn't know, he was sure, but he had heard it said that enclosures made for poor, lean people. "But according to what I have read," said Adam, "it is rather the open field system that does that, because it means winter idleness, with no hedges to plash, ditches to scour, draining to maintain, or drilled crops to keep clean." He added, as William Sidford looked doubtful, "You've told me, and I've seen for myself, that there's much distress amongst the farm labourers."
"That's so, my lord, but it's on account of the low prices. I disremember when the times were so sickly," Sidford said. "By what I'm hearing, there's upward of 200 country banks have stopped payment, like they did a matter of 20 years ago." These last words were charged with significance, and referred, as Adam realised, to the financial crash of '93 in which the 5th Viscount had been disastrously involved. It was plain that William Sidford thought the time ill-chosen for unnecessary expenditure. He began to grumble about the Corn Laws and the property tax, but to deaf ears. Adam interrupted him suddenly, saying, "Wasn't my grandfather very friendly with Mr. Coke of Norfolk? Would he be willing to advise me, I wonder?" William Sidford could advance no opinion, but none was expected, the question having been rhetorical. Adam brought the conference to an end, saying with a smile, "I am woefully ignorant, am I not? I must go to school again. In the meantime, set in hand, if you please, the work upon which we are agreed." William Sidford left him to the task of composing a letter to Mr. Coke. Mistrusting the cross-country mails, he sent it by the hand of one of his grooms. It was productive of an instant response. Mr. Coke held the 4th Viscount's memory in affection, and would be happy to advise his present lordship to the best of his ability. He suggested that Adam should honour him with a visit to Holcombe immediately, if that should be convenient to him. Detecting the cordiality underlying the formality of Mr. Coke's reply, Adam decided to take him at his word. He dispatched a brief note to Jenny, informing her that his return to town would be a trifle delayed, and set out for Norfolk. The apprehensions natural to a modest young man, thrusting himself upon the notice of his grandfather's old friend, were instantly overcome by the warmth of Mr. Coke's welcome. Mr. Coke, living in the inherited splendour of Holcombe, was a shrewd man of simple tastes and forthright disposition. He had succeeded to the property of his noble kinsman, Lord Leicester, on the distaff side, and instead of scheming to get the earldom revived, he had applied himself to the task of improving and developing a large estate whose rent-roll amounted to no more than 2,000 guineas. Today, rather less than 40 years later, it more nearly approached the sum of £20,000, and the handsome young man of whom no one had heard had for long been a power in the land. He had never made the least push to get the title revived. He was content to be Mr. Coke of Norfolk, and neither his wealth nor his unchallenged supremacy in the agricultural world altered his kindly, unpretentious character. He entertained all sorts at Holcombe, from royal dukes to quite insignificant persons, and treated everyone alike, without ceremony, but with a genuine desire to make his guests comfortable. In this he was ably seconded by his youngest daughter, who kept house for him. Within a very few minutes of having his hand warmly grasped, and a likeness traced in his countenance to his grandfather, Adam felt at home, and by the time he had spent an evening in his host's company, he found himself able not only to ask for advice, but to take Mr. Coke far more deeply into his confidence than he would previously have believed to be possible. The problems besetting him in the Lincolnshire fens were not precisely those which had confronted Mr. Coke in Norfolk, but Mr. Coke's knowledge was not confined to the conditions of his own county. He gave Adam wise counsel, conducted him over his own experimental farm, and patiently instructed him in the intricacies of successful agriculture. When Adam left Holcombe, he carried with him, besides a sheaf of notes, a head crammed with so much information that he felt slightly dazed. It would take time to assimilate all he had learnt. Meanwhile, one fact only stood out clearly. To restore his acres to prosperity would entail the expenditure of far more money than he could hope to raise. He reached London late one evening.